You are listening to Under the Gun, Book 9 of the Nadia Wolf Series, written by Nicolette Pierce. Copyright 2023. Audio copyright 2025 by Pierced Heart Publishing. Digitally narrated with full cast of voices. Chapter 1. I stared at the adorable baby boy dressed in green. A sunflower crown adorned his chubby face. "Mark, I left for 2 minutes," I gently scolded when I returned to the living room.
"Surprise!"
Mark said as he snapped a picture of Ollie. At only 2 months old, Ollie was unaware that Uncle Mark had once again dressed him like Gus the cat.
"This is going viral."
Mark said with a grin that showed his dazzling white smile.
The superhero costume was adorable, but this one is so sweet I want to eat him alive.
Didn't you say the same thing when you dressed him like a starfish?
When people saw the pictures of Ollie, they demanded more.
Mark paused as if he had a sudden thought. Then he looked at me with the same flashing eyes that Frankie got when he smelled money.
I bet I can make a calendar of Ollie and they'd sell out. Look at this kid. He's got the makings of a model.
Mark grinned at Ollie.
You take after Uncle Mark, don't you?
Ollie was a 2-month-old who enjoyed peeing in my face during diaper changes. I had no doubt he'd be cute like his dad, but right now he looked like every other 2-month-old. Mark gasped.
I know what will break the internet. Me and Ollie dressed up in matching Prince costumes.
I brushed a finger against Ollie's cheek, silently apologizing to him that his uncle had dropped by unannounced yet again. I then pressed the button for the swing to start, lulling Ollie into a nap. Taking a tiny quilted blanket, courtesy of Mark's sewing skills, I draped it on Ollie's small lap. He looked like a squirrel hunkering down in his nest. Speaking of nests, I grabbed an adult-sized blanket and wrapped myself in a cocoon as I sat on the couch. Since the furniture was still new, we hadn't fully broken it in, but I made it my mission. This condo still felt too foreign. Between the new furniture and the new condo, I felt like I was living in someone else's place. As far as condos went, the single-story ranch home in the secluded community was exactly what I needed. No shared walls meant I didn't have to worry about noisy neighbors. And zero yard work meant I didn't have to swelter under the Vegas sun. The inside of the home had a semi-open concept kitchen and living room. A short hallway led to 3 bedrooms. A bathroom was located off the hall, with an additional one in the master bedroom. For our small family, the home was perfect. When Mark took out his knitting project, I knew he was staying for a while. I didn't mind. He was more helpful than intrusive.
When are you getting back to the casino?
I promised Caleb I'd take 12 weeks before working. I had no desire to leave the house. It was my safety zone. So far, bad luck didn't touch me here, and I was content to never leave. "Where's Frankie?" Mark tisked as he normally did when someone brought up the subject of his husband.
He's working at the chapel like always.
"And you don't have to work at the chapel with him?"
Today is Monday.
Mark said as if that answered my question. When I eyed him, he set the needles off to the side and crossed his arms. His toned muscles strained against the too small shirt.
We are open 7 days of the week, and I'm tired of it. I've asked Frankie repeatedly to close the chapel for 1 day. That's all I'm asking. But he's being stubborn. So I'm going to be stubborn too. Every Monday I'm going on strike. No work, no chores, no benefits. I'm done.
When the doorbell rang, Mark headed to the door as he continued listing everything he would not do. "It's probably a salesperson. Don't answer it."
It's Maya. I invited her over.
He opened the door, and Maya wheeled a cart inside packed with an entire inventory of baby paraphernalia. Mark seized Juliana from Maya and cooed at the pink ruffled bowling ball.
Hello, Juliana. Remember Uncle Mark?
"She saw you yesterday,"
Maya said.
"Of course she remembers you."
Oh, look at this outfit.
Mark said, turning Juliana around so he could see the many tiers of ruffles.
You'll be setting trends in no time.
Juliana blew a snot bubble. After stowing the cart in a corner, Maya peered down at Ollie and squealed.
I'm in love.
I know, right?
Mark grinned.
Isn't he the cutest sunflower? I was thinking we should wear matching prince outfits. But what if I turn him into an adorable frog? Then I can wear my prince outfit and we can be the prince and the frog.
Isn't it supposed to be the princess and the frog?
It's the 21st century. It can be whatever I want it to be.
Maya tilted her head as she stared at me, making her bouncy blonde curls sway over her sundress straps.
So, this is an interesting look for you. How are you feeling?
I feel fine. Just a little tired. She nodded.
Are you getting out?
You've been out with me. You dragged me to that baby gym. Which was a waste of money, not that I could tell Maya. But a baby that can't even turn over can hardly be expected to work out.
That was a week ago.
I shrugged and cuddled deeper into my blanket. She sat next to me and eyed me with concern.
You haven't been anywhere else? Not even to the store?
We have grocery delivery.
But it's good to get out. Do you feel depressed at all? There is no shame in having postpartum depression. It happens to many people.
I'm fine.
Is Caleb paying attention to you? I know he couldn't keep his hands off you before, but babies tend to ruin the downstairs fun.
Maya nodded.
It's been 8 weeks. You should have gotten the green light by now.
We're fine. I'm fine. Everything is fine. They looked at each other and then pityingly at me. Maya rushed to her cart and brought out a pamphlet.
I know what will perk you up.
She thrust the paper at me.
Baby yoga!
Mark hurried over and snatched the brochure as he squeezed in next to me.
Do you have to have a baby to attend?
I think it's implied in the title,
I bet you can go as the uncle.
Maya said, squeezing on the other side of me.
Let's sign up.
I'm busy.
Doing what?
Recuperating. Bonding with Ollie. Rearranging things. I knew there had to be something I was missing, but I couldn't think what it was. My world focused on a tiny, hungry tyrant. And I was okay with that. Why would I want to go back to the real world? It was filled with criminals. Las Vegas was a bad luck talisman for me. And if I had to live in Vegas, I would stay in my cocoon where it was safe. However, if I told that to Maya and Mark, they would call an intervention. What I needed was to move out of Vegas. Until that happened, which would probably be never since my income depended on poker, I'd just play it safe.
You need to do more, or you'll end up wearing sweatpants 24/7 and not realize your waist expanded to the size of a truck.
Making a note to myself to not remove the blanket, since it would reveal that I was wearing the same sweatpants since yesterday. I think. Maybe it was the day before.
We'll do the baby yoga class, and look, there are music classes, and a dance class.
They can't even walk.
The babies don't dance. You dance with them. And if you don't like that, there is a baby massage class.
I buried my head under the blanket.
Don't be a poop. We're doing the classes, and you'll get out of whatever funk you're in.
For the dance classes, I can make us matching outfits.
I silently groaned and then poked my head out of the blanket. I have an idea. What if you two take the babies to the classes and I'll stay here?
What would you do?
Take a nap. That answer wouldn't fly, but it would be the truth. Instead, I said, Jessica is bugging me to enter a poker competition. She has been reciting the contract to me, reminding me I'm not keeping up my end.
I thought you were going to take 12 weeks off.
Yeah, but poker is just sitting in a chair. It's what I do now, anyway.
Well, if you have to work, I'm happy to take Ollie to the classes.
Will it get in the way of the chapel? He shrugged.
I need to prepare Frankie anyway.
For what?
I'm having a baby.
I blinked at him.
I'm renting a baby oven. I have a list of several candidates.
What does Frankie think about it?
Oh, he doesn't know.
I blinked at Mark again. Isn't having a baby a decision made with your spouse?
It might be if my spouse ever talked to me, but after 8 weeks of marriage, he's already treating me like baggage.
I wasn't sure if Mark was being dramatic or if there was an actual issue. Either way, a baby was the last thing he needed right now. Mark, having a baby won't make things better. Most likely a baby will make things worse, especially if you're both sleep-deprived. The only reason I haven't killed Caleb is because he knows when to hide.
Would that explain why he's not here?
He's playing at the high-stakes table today. It's his favorite. Not mine, however. I preferred hanging out on the casino floor with the rest of the chump change players. It was my comfort zone. People in the high-stakes rooms knew each other. It was a small, pampered crowd with too much time and money. Caleb finessed them out of the money. Ludicrous side wagers made it interesting.
Mark, I think you should talk to Frankie.
Mark shook his head.
No, if he doesn't want the child, then he can divorce me. He will not sway me. Baby ovens are scarce, and if I'm able to rent one, I won't turn down the opportunity.
Maya frowned, but then reached over and gave him a hug, sandwiching me between chests and armpits. Thankfully, they weren't my armpits, so I didn't die from the smell. With a sigh, I acknowledged that I really needed to shower and change. "I'm suffocating," I said, after they hugged way too long, and I became uncomfortable with how much boob squashed against my cheek. My phone rang, giving me the perfect excuse to escape. I slipped out of the blanket and headed to the kitchen as I followed the sound of my phone. Finding it in a toaster slot, I was relieved I had forgotten to make toast this morning. When I saw Jessica's name on the screen, I groaned. I didn't want to answer, but I also didn't want to return to the living room yet. "Hello, Jessica. What's up?"
What's up is that you haven't responded about the tournament. I don't have time to chase you around. The only reason I took you on as a client is because of Caleb.
You can drop me as a client. It won't offend me. It's not like poker players need a manager.
Caleb is not most poker players. His career is my life's work.
Only because she took a percentage of his winnings. I wondered if I lost. Could I get a credit?
He's my client. I'm on damage control.
She meant me. I ruined Caleb's hot single guy status. Now he was shackled with baggage. Still hot, though. And that's what Jessica capitalized on. "What do you need?" I asked.
Since you didn't respond to me, I scheduled you for the tournament. It starts in an hour.
An hour? I'll never be ready in an hour.
You better have your butt in the chair before they take your blinds from your stack. I twisted arms to get you into this tournament. It's invitation only for the elite, VIPs, and frequent players.
I'm none of those. Why do I need to be there?
Because no one has seen you for months. I want to stop any rumors before they start.
No one has seen me because I birthed a human?
Which concerns me. Did you get your figure back, or is it still stretched out? Perhaps I can assign your seat to a dark corner.
Jessica.
Don't snap at me. I didn't tell you to get pregnant. I wasn't ready for that until year 2 in your contract. Just get your butt to the casino.
I don't have a babysitter. She sighed.
I suppose I can find a sitter service.
How long is the tournament?
3 days.
3 days.
You've been in longer tournaments.
I have a baby now.
It's not like you won't be home at night. People go to work and leave their children with daycare all the time. This is nothing new.
I supposed she was right. If I could leave Ollie with Mark and Maya, I wouldn't worry so much. If you want me there, send a sitter, a trustworthy sitter with experience and a background check. When Jessica disconnected to make arrangements, I returned to the living room and looked down at Ollie. Could I really trust someone to watch him? No, definitely not. I was about to call Jessica to cancel when Maya asked,
What's wrong?
Jessica entered me into a tournament that starts in an hour. She's going to send a sitter.
I can watch Ollie.
I wish you could, but it's a 3-day tournament and they can last all day. As a thought came to me, I said, however, if I shove all in, I can lose and be back before Ollie misses me. Mark tisked.
Don't do that! I know poker is important to you. We'll vet the sitter, and I'll only leave if she's acceptable. If not, I'll take 3 days off.
What about the chapel? He shrugged.
Maybe Frankie will finally notice I'm gone.
I was sure Frankie would notice his business partner and spouse wasn't around. Since that was a lengthy conversation that would put Mark into a tailspin, I said, I guess I should find something to wear.
And take a shower. You've got some funk going on.
Maya popped up from the couch.
You take a shower. Mark and I will find something for you to wear.
I grimaced, knowing I couldn't trust them to pick out clothes. Stick to the left side of the closet. I still have baby weight. When they saw the sparse selection, they gasped in horror.
My cat has more clothes than you do.
You realize I had been living out of a suitcase and all my belongings burned in a fire, right? Then I started expanding like a balloon, so I didn't bother. That, and I hated shopping. Mark picked through the measly selection.
I suppose I can make this work.
Really? I don't see how. There's not a speck of color.
Black is a color. They both stared flatly at me. Mark pointed to the master suite bathroom.
Go and shave. It's June, and you can't wear a blanket as an accessory.
It's cold in the casino. I wear a hoodie and jeans. No one can see hairy areas. When they looked aghast at me, I headed to the bathroom to shave. Whatever they chose for me to wear would reveal way too much. After 15 minutes ridding myself of months of hair, I wrapped myself in a robe and found they had modified a loose-fitting t-shirt into a low-cut torture device. And it had sparkles. Where did they get the sparkles? I hadn't been in the shower that long. What did you do? I asked. Mark flashed a handheld sewing machine.
Never leave home without it.
It should fit perfectly. And here is your skirt.
I eyed the band of material. This used to be Caleb's shirt, his favorite shirt that still had a pocket with a black spade on it. I supposed even makeshift skirts needed a pocket.
No one will know.
Caleb would know. Thankfully, I had one of the calmest husbands in the world. I doubted he would mind too much. Still, I felt bad. There was nothing I could do about it. I was running out of time and the doorbell rang, announcing the arrival of the babysitter.
I'll get it. Maya, you work on Nadia's hair while I interrogate the babysitter.
A ponytail is fine, I said. I need to get to the casino.
You will not ruin my hard work with a ponytail unless it's a high ponytail with bounce.
I'll take care of it.
When Mark left, I eyed the outfit. Maya, I don't feel comfortable wearing this. This material will show every imperfection. She waved me off.
Don't worry about it. I got you covered.
By the time she wrapped me like a mummy in oxygen-reducing fabric and yanked my limp brown hair into something that wasn't my usual bedhead fashion, I had to admit, I looked nearly alive. She then applied enough makeup to make my green eyes look less tired and puffy. When she deemed I was pretty, we headed out to the living room where Mark quizzed a girl who looked extremely young.
I'm not sure how to answer.
The girl said as she nervously twisted her honey blonde braid.
Does it matter if I have a preference on rhinestones versus sequins?
It does. Rhinestones pose a choking hazard, whereas sequins are safe. They even have little breathing holes already built in.
The girl looked confused, and I took pity on her. I'm Nadia, I said. She straightened.
I'm Daphne.
Will you be okay to stay here for the rest of the day? I don't know when I'll lose the tournament.
Don't you mean win?
No, lose. Do you know how to hold babies? She nodded.
I went through all the classes and even CPR. I've been working with Fanny's nannies for 6 months, and I haven't had a problem yet.
That made me feel a little better.
I can do the house tour and set her up with Ollie. You better get going before you're late.
Thank you. I picked up Ollie and gave him a snuggle and a kiss goodbye. Just as I was about to put him down, he spit up. The warm milk oozed down my cleavage, pooling into my bra.
Oh, that was lucky. He missed your outfit.
I handed Ollie to Mark and mopped my cleavage with a paper towel. My bra now had the unfortunate smell of sour milk. Since it would take too long to unmummy myself to change, I chalked up the incident to bad luck Vegas. Heading to the tournament, I hoped I'd lose quickly. Chapter 2. As the first hand of the tournament was dealt, I arrived at Tropical Rain Casino and sat at my assigned table. Knowing I didn't have time to pull out my hoodie, I shoved my bag under my chair and peeked at my 2 cards. Pocket aces. Damn. Those cards were good. Eyeing my opponents, I placed each player into a category. The guy to the right of me had a nervous habit of tapping his foot. He was anxious and would most likely make bad calls. The guy to the left wore a permanent bored expression, which meant he might be decent at bluffing. The only other woman at the table used her cleavage to full advantage. She'd win a few hands just by leaning forward. Then there were 2 guys who were run-of-the-mill players, complete with headphones and sunglasses. Even through the dark-tinted glasses, I felt the weighted stare of the larger of the 2 men. He wore a t-shirt that stated "All In," which gave me an insight into his playing method. Scanning the room for Caleb, I found him on the other side. Did he know I was here? Probably not. He didn't notice me, but there were several women who noticed him. Typical. Calling on a raise, I tossed in chips and waited for the dealer.
Does something smell?
The anxious man asked. I knew the odor was from me, but I kept quiet. Perhaps if they couldn't stand the smell, they'd make a mistake. It was a new strategy that I had no choice but to embrace. The flop, turn, and river cards were dealt. Thankfully, none of the cards would help me, but I still had a pair of aces. When All In raised, I called. We flipped over our cards, revealing he had a pair of kings. His jaw clenched, but he smothered the small glimpse of emotion. Taking the chip pile, I stacked them and peeked at the next hand. 2-3 offsuit. I let my hand die and sat back to watch the room. When a noise caught my attention, I glanced over to find Caleb had knocked out a player. The man shoved from the table, bumping the chair over. Players tended to play tight at the beginning of a tournament, so I was surprised someone was knocked out so quickly. No one wanted to be the first to go. However, with Caleb's luck, the guy could have had a flush and Caleb beat him with a royal flush. Caleb was a walking 4-leaf clover. The entire table might as well give him their chips and head to the lounge for drinks. A security guard stepped close to the irate man, but the man stormed away. A few people in the room laughed nervously after the exchange.
Looks like Caleb is knocking people out already.
Bored guy said.
I've read all about Caleb.
Anxious said.
He's a legend. They say he can't lose.
I'd have to remember to tell Caleb he was a legend, but that might inflate his ego. He really didn't need it. The busty, blonde woman sighed.
He's hot, but he married a nobody. He could have done so much better.
I eyed her. While I was not a household name, if people knew Caleb, they somewhat knew me. Did she not recognize me? Maybe not with my makeshift outfit. I tended to swaddle myself in my hoodie.
I heard she's not allowed in the high-stakes room.
Anxious said. My gaze swung to him. Seriously?
That's only because Caleb has a side piece up there.
All In said.
I've seen them together. He wouldn't want his wife up there.
What side piece? They must be referring to a poker player, but I couldn't think of any women players who hung out at the high-stakes table. That made me nervous. But why should I be nervous? Caleb has never given me alarm about straying. He has been completely devoted to Ollie and me. I'd leave it alone. If Caleb was cheating on me, I would know it. But would I? I spent the last 2 months wrapped in a blanket, marinating in my own body odor. And before that, I was a pregnant whale and could barely move. Tying shoes took an act of God. Was this it? Was this the end? When the play came to me, I shoved All In without looking at my cards. I didn't want to be here anyway. I just wanted to be home with Ollie. All In called and we flipped over our cards. He had a pair of queens, and I had an 8-6 offsuit. It didn't look good for me, and that was perfect. However, the dealer laid down an 8. Still not a problem. I couldn't win with a pair of 8s. Grabbing my bag from under my chair, the dealer dealt the river, a 6. I won with 2 pairs.
Are you kidding me?
All in barked, shoving back from the table in nearly the same fashion as Caleb's opponent.
She had nothing.
The dealer pushed the chips to me. I gave an apologetic shrug at all in. He snapped his sunglasses as he glared at me with dark brown eyes.
Don't make me haul you out of here.
A commanding voice said. I glanced over to find a large man crossing the room. Built like a tank, Remy was toe-to-toe with All In a matter of a few menacing steps. All In craned his neck to look up at Remy.
She had nothing.
That's the risk of gambling.
Remy said.
You can either walk out of here on your own 2 feet, or I'll be happy to provide you with an escort.
I already knew Remy's way of escorting. The guy would be hauled out by his ears if he was lucky. All In stepped back.
I'm leaving.
He shot one last glare at me and then snatched his backpack and left. Remy eyed me, and I thought he was going to yell at me for provoking the guy, but he just gave me an undercover wink and walked away. Now that I had a decent stack of chips, I supposed I should get serious. Since the table had seen I played both good cards and bad, it'd mess with their heads a bit. I might get through this round without too many issues.
What is that smell?
Anxious complained again. That is the scent of defeat, I told him. He frowned and pulled out a pair of sunglasses. During a 10-minute break, I hurried to the bathroom. Before pregnancy, I just had to worry about my bladder, but this time it was all about the girls who were about to explode. There was no way I'd be back at the table in time, but I had enough of a chip lead that if they took a round or 2 of blinds, I'd survive. Still, I rushed. By the time I returned to the lobby, I found it was empty. The players were back at the table. Taking a moment to breathe, I attempted to get my head back into the game. A tap on my shoulder startled me. I turned to find All In behind me. He didn't look angry. In fact, he held out a charm.
For you. I don't normally lose my temper, but you have to admit that was a bad beat. Anyway, thought I'd make peace, and I got you a good luck charm.
You didn't have to. That was a bad beat. I didn't expect to win. He shrugged.
You win, I lose. Gambling is a fickle mistress.
When I didn't take the charm, he hooked it on my backpack zipper. He then gave me a smile and turned to leave. I watched as he exited the lobby and into the main casino. Glancing at the pretty red poker chip decorated with 4-leaf clovers, I supposed it couldn't hurt my game. I left it on the zipper and resumed my spot at the table. In my absence, Anxious had become short-stacked and was on his final push All In. Bored Guy easily wiped him out, which only left Bored Guy, Blondie, Sunglasses, and me. Soon our table would merge with another table. However, that didn't happen until the second break. I hurried to the bathroom yet again, but was stopped when 2 arms wrapped around me, bringing me into a warm chest. You better be my husband or you're about to lose body parts, I warned, even though I knew it was Caleb.
I hope not your favorite part,
He teased. Locks of sandy brown hair tickled my cheek as he leaned in to kiss my neck.
What is that delightful smell?
I turned in his arms to face him. Ollie spit up and it's all in my bra, a gift that keeps on giving. But the smell is messing with some players, so I'll live with it.
Who is watching Ollie?
Jessica hired a girl named Daphne. She seems nice, and I haven't gotten a distress call yet. Caleb nodded.
I'm glad to see you back in the game. Are you going to make it to the final table to play me?
Rather cocky. There are no guarantees you'll be at the final table.
I'm always at the final table.
He playfully winked at me.
And I plan on winning.
Keep dreaming. I'll beat the pants off you.
Promise?
He smirked.
I'd say the same to you, but it looks like Maya got you into a skirt.
And Mark? Caleb took a better look.
Is that my favorite shirt?
I nodded. Sorry, they modified it.
As long as I get to take it off you, I'm not sorry.
An announcement alerted us to a 2-minute warning. I gave Caleb a kiss. See you at home tonight? He squeezed me to him and then let go.
Good luck, kitten.
Racing to the bathroom, I hurried to a stall to take care of the girls. By the time I returned to the lobby, it had cleared out again. Apparently, tournament directors didn't design the breaks for lactating women. As I headed into the tournament room, a metallic scent in the air stopped me. Turning, I scanned the space. The carpeted room was sparse in furniture. Only a few couches and chairs lined the walls. Potted plants sat in clusters. Just as I was about to shake the ominous feeling, I spotted a pair of shoes near a large potted fern. Shoes were hardly sinister. Still, the shoes combined with the scent had me cautiously walking over. Stopping just short of the plant, I realized it wasn't just a pair of shoes. It was a body. With a shriek, I hopped back, realizing what I had seen. Judging from the knife sticking out of his eye, All In was dead. My stomach rolled, threatening to spill. It's okay. It's all okay. I just had to get Remy. He would take care of everything like he normally did. Taking my phone, I dialed Remy.
What's up, Jet?
He asked when he answered. I found a dead guy.
Where?
In the tournament lobby.
I'll get medics down there. Are you sure he's dead? Did you check for a pulse?
He's got a knife sticking out of his eye. I'm pretty sure he doesn't have a pulse.
Stay where you are. I'll be there in a minute.
He disconnected. I glanced between All In and the tournament doors. Since there wasn't anything I could do about the dead guy, I wanted to leave. The scent alone was enough to drive me from the room, not to mention the gruesomeness of the death. Had no one heard or seen the attack? I hadn't heard anything when I was in the restroom, but his murder had to have happened in the short time I was there. And why did All In return to the lobby? When he gave me the charm, he had left. Taking the charm from the backpack, I inspected it. Was it significant? Perhaps this gift wasn't about extending an olive branch, but getting rid of something nefarious. However, I saw nothing on it. It was just a cute charm the casino probably sold in their gift shop. It was worth $5, maybe $20 with inflated tourist prices. When Remy and 2 of his security guards entered the room, I pocketed the charm and headed over to him. He took one look at the guy and ordered his team to secure the area until the police arrived. Once his team was on the move, Remy glanced at me.
How come I'm not surprised that you found the body?
I shrugged. Bad luck Vegas strikes again. He sighed and rubbed a hand over his shaved head.
This guy was at the table with you earlier, wasn't he?
I nodded. He was the one who freaked out about losing.
I thought I recognized him. He had left with no issues, so I didn't give him another thought.
Did he leave the building or just the tournament room?
The building, I saw him exit to the strip.
Well, he came back.
Obviously, Jet.
No, I mean, during the first break he was in the lobby and apologized to me. Remy frowned.
Then what happened?
Nothing. He walked out to the casino floor and I went back to my table.
And that was it?
I nodded. He gave me a charm as an apology.
Let me see it.
I took it out of my pocket and handed it to Remy. He gave it a once-over and then handed it back.
Doesn't look like anything significant.
Returning it to my pocket, I asked, "Is it okay to go back to the table?"
Yeah. I'll find you when the police want a statement.
I nodded and stepped away.
Jet,
When I glanced at Remy, he said,
try not to get into trouble.
"I'm in Bad Luck Vegas. Trouble finds me, but I promise not to go looking for it." Appeased, he gave a nod. Heading inside the tournament room, I found my table had merged and my chip stack had dwindled. Sitting down, I noticed Bored Guy and Blondie were still at the table, but there was fresh blood. No, don't think of blood. New players. They were new players that were alive.
I thought you skipped out.
Blondie said. No, there was an issue. I stuffed my backpack under my chair and waited for the hand to be over. Blondie folded her cards and then eyed me.
What kind of issue?
Just an issue in the lobby. Security is dealing with it.
Did you get into another fight?
Another fight? I don't remember a first one. She pressed her lips together.
I just meant when Jack got mad 'cause you beat him.
Just how well did Blondie know the victim? She at least knew his name, which was more than I did. Oh, that was hardly a fight.
It could have easily turned into one. Jack has gotten into a few brawls before. I try to stay away from him, but I didn't have a choice today.
She gave a small shrug.
It's not like we can choose who we sit next to in tournaments. If I did, I'd be at Caleb's table.
I forced a smile and then looked at the cards dealt to me. A 9-5 offsuit. Letting my hand die, I relaxed in the chair and scanned the room. Caleb's opponents had changed over as well. Board guy leaned slightly over to me, keeping his voice low when he said,
"If you see Jack again, avoid him. He's a manufacturer."
"Of what?" Blondie arched a brow.
Haven't you ever watched crime TV? You know, a manufacturer.
When I still looked confused, board guy said,
"He makes meth."
Blondie nodded.
It's another reason Jack makes me nervous. I might look like a party girl, but I know my limits, and a guy who is cooking drugs in his house is way past my limits.
His name is Jack? I asked.
His nickname is the Jackal, but his real name is Jack Hennison. I'm Blondie, by the way.
Since I had nicknamed her Blondie, I appreciated I didn't have to remember a different name. But I wondered if Blondie was a nickname or a legal name. Nadia, I said.
"I'm Pike, by the way."
Board guy said. Pike? I questioned.
"Old nickname."
He said with a smile that lifted the bored expression from him. He was handsome in a subtle way that might catch a girl off guard.
"A Pike got the better of me, and I've never lived it down."
What is she doing here?
Blondie huffed. I followed her glare to a woman standing off to the side. The woman wore a form-fitting red dress that was so short it would be impossible to sit down. Her long, golden hair curled down her back. Brown eyes laser-focused on something in the room. Following her gaze, I halted on Caleb. Silently cursing, I returned my focus to the game. But that was short-lived. Even with a woman trying to get my husband's attention, all I could think about was Jack's death. If he was a meth manufacturer, the list of suspects would be long. Once I talked to the police and free myself of the information, I could go back to being ignorant. Like an ostrich sticking their head in the sand when danger lurked, I was about to stick mine in my hoodie. Speaking of which, I grabbed my hoodie from the backpack and slipped it on, reveling in the warmth it provided from the cool room. However, when my hands began trembling, I knew it had nothing to do with air conditioning and everything to do with murder. Chapter 3. The next morning, I woke to the sound of Ollie crying. I glanced at the clock and then covered my head with the pillow. Since I couldn't get Jack's image out of my mind, sleep hadn't come easy. That and the 2 feedings meant I barely had 2 hours of sleep. Waking up at 6 was torture. The bed shifted, and Caleb snuck out of the room. The door softly closed. Thankful for a useful husband, I willed myself back to sleep if only for 10 more minutes, but my body protested, and my mind flared to life. Flipping off the covers, I headed to the bathroom. The babysitter wouldn't arrive for a couple of hours, which meant I had plenty of time to snuggle with Ollie and maybe Caleb as well. After I splashed water on my face to wake up, the scent of bacon lured me to the kitchen. With lounge pants slung low on his hips, I temporarily forgot the bacon as I scanned Caleb's muscled back. How could so much perfection come in one person? Glancing down at myself, I was not impressed. Was that a stain on my shirt? I ran my fingernail over the spot to find it crusty. I swore I had washed it. With a sigh, I gave up and kissed Ollie, who watched the kitchen fan as it spun around. I then snatched bacon from the plate.
Hey,
Caleb protested. Doesn't your wife who woke up 2 times last night deserve bacon?
my wife knows the fee.
I popped up on my tiptoes and planted a kiss on him. Am I paid in full?
You should always tip, too.
I gave him another kiss. You're a tyrant. He smirked and handed me another strip of bacon.
You can pay me for this one tonight.
Deal. Snatching the bacon, I gladly ate it. Do you want to drive to the casino together today? Or are you going to play an early game before the tournament?
About that.
He said, turning off the burner and facing me.
Maybe you should sit this tournament out.
Why?
You found a dead guy. I thought that might bring back some bad memories. I can stay home, too.
Jessica would kill me if you stayed home.
I'll talk to her.
I shook my head. Other than the dead guy, it was nice getting out of the house.
We can still get out of the house, just not at the casino. We'll go to the zoo. Ollie hasn't been there yet.
He's 2 months old and won't care about the zoo. Meanwhile, I will melt in the heat. I wrapped my arms around him. If your concern is just about the dead guy, don't worry. I doubt I'll stumble across another. At least I hope not. While I called Vegas my bad luck charm, I doubt even Vegas could deliver 2 dead bodies at the same tournament. Giving Caleb a kiss, I grabbed another piece of bacon.
How am I going to make a bacon omelet if you steal all the bacon?
You always make extra for me. He smiled and then gathered me into his arms.
I will make you more bacon if you stay home today.
Why are you so insistent I stay away from the casino? Are the rumors true?
What rumors?
That you have a side piece holed away in the high-stakes room.
I do?
I nodded. Heard that rumor at the table yesterday.
You found me out. I do have a side piece.
He reached over and picked up his phone and scrolled through. He then flashed a picture at me.
She's stunning, isn't she?
Stunning is not the word I would use. Someone had mounted a hula girl decoration onto a trophy base. What is this?
The guys made a wager last week. Whoever lost the biggest pot had to make a trophy for the winner.
And you were the winner. He nodded.
I keep her in the room to lord it over them.
I laughed and handed his phone back to him. Don't make me too jealous. I might stalk you.
Promise?
Promise. When the doorbell rang, we looked at each other at the same time.
Is it the babysitter?
I doubt it. She's not supposed to arrive yet.
Stay here,
He said, and headed to the entryway. I ignored his command and followed him to the door. With him looking like a delicious buffet and smelling like bacon, I didn't want to take chances. Someone would snatch him for sure. Caleb peeked through the side window and then glanced back at me with rounded eyes. Who is it? My question was answered when I heard the loud, demanding voice.
Open the door! I smell bacon!
Muffin? She was supposed to be in California with her husband. How did she find me? I never told her where I lived. She banged on the door.
Open up! I know how to kick down doors, even one as pretentious as this one.
My doorway was oversized, but it was hardly pretentious. Caleb cracked open the door, but she pushed it open and plowed through. Caleb nor the door stood a chance against the force of Muffin. Standing large and menacing like a linebacker, most people hurried out of her way. What are you doing here? I asked. She eyed me.
Natty?
Nadia. I reminded her of my name like I had to every time she saw me. What are you doing here?
You tell me. You're the one who hired me.
I guarantee I didn't.
Yes, you did.
She pulled a crumpled paper from overly stretched leggings.
I'm supposed to watch a brat named Ollie. Poor kid. Who would name a kid Ollie?
I did. His name is cute and short for Oliver, I said. And I didn't hire you. Daphne will be here in a couple hours.
She's sick, so they called me in.
I eyed her. Why would they hire you? They are supposed to do background checks on everyone.
I passed their stupid tests.
You're a wanted criminal. I could go down to the station right now and find your wanted poster.
It's not my fault they can't properly do a background check.
You gave them a fake name.
Do you want a babysitter or don't you? Either way, give me bacon since I had to drive all the way over here.
In a stolen car, probably.
Borrowed.
She plowed through, following the scent to the kitchen. She halted at Ollie.
Does your kid normally look like this?
I peeked at the slumbering baby who had a drooly mouth. Yes. She cringed.
I guess not even Caleb's genes could help the poor kid out. He's all you.
Listen, you can eat the bacon and pretend to forget my name, but don't insult my baby. Muffin waved me off as she took the plate of bacon and sat at the table.
Make some more while I wait for my shift.
There is no shift. Take the bacon and go.
Is this how you treat the woman who saved your life?
You saved it once, but you also destroyed my clothes and my apartment. You've wreaked havoc on my life. As far as I'm concerned, I paid you 10 times over. Anyway, what happened to your husband? I thought you were happy in California.
Apparently, I hurt him.
With your gorilla strength, she tisked.
No, in the heartstrings. He wants to talk about feelings and stuff. I ain't got time for that.
I reached for the plate, but she swatted my hand away. Muffin, either leave or I'll call both the nanny service and the police. She glowered at me, making her heavy brows draw into a single line. Caleb had stood quietly behind me during the exchange, but he wrapped his arm around me and pulled me back a few steps.
Let her eat. You need to eat too. Once everyone is full, we can discuss Ollie's care.
I eyed him, knowing he placed me in the same classification as Muffin, wild animal. Sure, I got a little surly if I was hungry. But who didn't? Sitting me across the table from Muffin, Caleb placed a slightly overdone omelet in front of me. He then slid a fork next to the plate and grabbed Ollie to take him into the living room. I thought that last step was unnecessary. It wasn't like I was going to go on a muffin stabbing spree with the fork. My stomach flipped as I remembered the knife sticking out of Jack. It made me place the fork down and shove the plate away. Muffin swiped it over to her side of the table.
I'll eat it if you don't.
Leaning back with a defeated sigh, I watched Muffin inhale the food as if she hadn't eaten for a month. And maybe she hadn't. Even though her leggings stretched to capacity, her face didn't have the same apple cheeks that I remembered. The crazy in her eyes was still present, but her tightly wound hair hung limp. Do you know how to watch babies? I asked.
Of course. I had brothers and sisters growing up. I can wrap ass better than you.
And you know Ollie isn't an appetizer, right?
Stupid name,
she muttered between a giant bite of omelet.
But I'm not going to eat a baby. They have no meat on them. Best to get them in their fat toddler stage.
When I sucked in a breath, she laughed, egg spittle flying out of her open mouth.
Relax, Nikita. I was kidding.
I wasn't so sure about that. It's Nadia, I reminded her. Do you know how to hold them and protect their neck and head? She eyed me, and I saw the crazy flare.
I know everything about raising kids. When my mama passed out, I raised my brothers and sisters, and when my mama was a raging drunk, I protected them.
She rolled up her sleeve to reveal faint scars on her upper arm and shoulder.
Hot oil from the frying pan I was using to make the only can of ham we had left in the house. Mama used the pan to beat me for taking her food, but I got the ham, and I fed those kids. And Mama never raised a hand at me again. I kicked her out and told her never to come back.
She listened?
Not the first time, but the second time stuck, and we were happier for it.
Have you seen your mom since? She nodded.
Had to ID her at the morgue. She got so drunk she didn't have a good death.
Muffin, I'm sorry you had to go through that. Muffin's past answered some questions I had, but it didn't soften me enough to leave my 2-month-old baby in her care. The woman was a brute who shouldn't handle fragile items. Standing, I took the cleaned-off bacon plate and rinsed it in the sink. When you're done eating, you can go. I'll let the nanny service know we didn't need you. The fire died in Muffin's eyes.
Give me a chance.
Muffin, you destroyed everything I owned and didn't care. I finally have a brand new home and a newborn to think about.
Give me a chance.
She said again. I gave you plenty of chances. Part of me felt bad for Muffin, but I also remembered what happened when I gave her an opening.
This is the first job I've had since I got back. I've got nothing. I've been sleeping in a box in a drug alley. I need this. I won't screw up. I promise.
What happens if you screw up?
I'll leave. You won't see me again.
I knew not to trust her. If you have a car, why are you sleeping in a box?
I borrowed the car, remember?
Since I knew she would fail my test, I said, I don't have to leave for a couple of hours. If you can prove you can gently care for Ollie, you can keep the job. She bolted to her feet, rattling the table and omelet plate.
You won't regret this.
She hurried out of the room and over to Ollie, who was napping on Caleb's chest. I thought for sure both were about to be flattened as she charged over to them, but she stopped and reached down to pluck Ollie away from Caleb.
You got a lot of nice territory,
Muffin said to Caleb as she eyed him.
Just say the word and I'll get rid of Natalie.
I sprinted over to make sure Ollie hadn't been hurt in the exchange, but he seemed to have slept through it. In fact, he looked peaceful in the crook of her arm.
See? I'm a baby whisperer.
I wouldn't go that far, but the fact that she held him properly made me feel a little better.
I'll get dressed,
Caleb said, and then eyed me for confirmation that he should go. When I gave a nod, he headed out of the living room.
Don't you got a rocker, or is your house too grandiose to have one?
There is one in Ollie's room. I can show you. I figured giving her a quick tour wouldn't harm anything. It's not like we had much to steal or break anyway. Taking peeks at Muffin as I led her down the hall, I showed her the bathroom and then went over to Ollie's room.
What fabric store threw up in here?
She walked into the room filled with quilted animals. Part of me wished Muffin would destroy them as they stared at me from every corner, but I'd feel bad. Mark had good intentions, and the little animals were cute. There were just so many. I feared the therapy bills Ollie might have in the future. Mark likes to quilt.
Likes to quilt? This looks like Quilter's gone wild. I ain't rocking the kid in here.
She left the room and then pointed to a closed door.
What's in there?
A closet. She flung open the door, revealing a spare bedroom.
This don't look like a closet to me.
We're having it converted, I lied. She walked inside the room and turned. The look in her eye was unmistakable as she scanned the space. I'll show you around the kitchen.
I've seen it.
The patio.
Too hot?
Then let's head back to the living room.
You got a tape measure?
Nope.
That's okay. I can measure with my feet.
Muffin, there is no reason to measure this room. You aren't moving in.
You always say that, but we were good roommates before.
You took over my apartment and tossed me out.
I remember it differently. Anyway, you need me here. Poker players like to play at night. I can be here for Ollie. However, we need to come up with a better name for him.
She studied the baby in her arm.
How about Howard?
Why Howard?
Sturdy name, and he already looks like an old man.
I took Ollie from her. He doesn't look like an old man, and I'm not changing his name. When I walked out of the room, I noticed Muffin didn't follow right away. She was most likely measuring the room. I had known having her sit for Ollie would be a mistake, but now I had to worry about her taking over my home. When she finally appeared in the living room, I headed to the entry and opened the door. Muffin, thank you for coming. I lied. I will pay you for a full day. She stood her ground.
I promise I will do a good job with Howard.
Ollie, I said, and I appreciate your promise, but this won't work. I don't trust you. Generally, I wasn't a brutally honest person, but with Muffin it was the only way I could get the point across. And even that didn't work sometimes. She frowned at the ground, looking more vulnerable than I had seen her. With a silent curse, I closed the door with Muffin still inside the house and placed Ollie in his swing. I then found my phone in the kitchen and texted Remy to see if he had any surveillance cameras he could install before work. His response was immediate.
Do not tell me you're already in trouble.
No, Muffin is here. She's begging me to hire her as a nanny.
That's an easy answer. No.
Ollie cried out. I went to get him, but Muffin swooped him up and had him pacified in a second. Returning to the text, I replied, I already said no. She's not the kind of person who listens.
Give me 10 minutes. I'll be over to tell her no.
I set the phone back down and then watched Muffin as she paced the room with Ollie. Her brutishness had softened around the edges, and she actually cooed to Ollie. Not knowing what to think, I gave her space and retreated to the bedroom as I listened for sounds of her returning to beast mode. It didn't happen. In fact, she sang a lullaby. Sure, she sounded like a howling dog, but Ollie didn't cry. Caleb found me spying out the bedroom door.
Should I ask what you're doing?
With the towel slung around his hips and water droplets kissing his skin, I momentarily forgot my mission. Ripping my gaze from him, I said, I'm spying on Muffin.
What's the verdict?
I sighed. She's fine for now. I just don't know what will happen if I leave. So Remy is coming over.
To babysit?
No, to install cameras. He said he'd reason with her, but we know that won't happen.
If it makes you feel better, install 100 cameras, but maybe not in our bedroom.
He said with a wink. When I playfully swatted his toweled backside, he closed the door and then pinned me against it. There is no time for that, I said.
We have a sitter.
An untrustworthy sitter. And Remy will be here soon. He placed a kiss on my forehead and then backed away.
I suppose I can wait until tonight.
Good. Hurry and dress. As he proceeded to the closet, I peeked out. I couldn't hear anything. No visual on Muffin. Where had she gone with Ollie? Chapter 4. I dashed from the bedroom and into the living room. Muffin wasn't there, nor was she in the kitchen. I raced out the front door. A banged-up car leaking fluid on our driveway made me breathe a little easier. She was still here. But where? Heading inside, I called for her. Was she measuring the room again? As I passed through the living room, I caught a muffled sound. Turning to pinpoint the location, I stopped when I faced the back of the house. She was on the patio. Hurrying through the living room and out to the backyard, I found Muffin pointing to something.
It's a dove. Can you make a dove noise?
Ollie cooed, which had to be a coincidence since a 2-month-old couldn't make animal noises on command.
You did it. You must get your smart brain from your dad.
I rolled my eyes. Instead of alerting her to my presence, I watched her. Had I not known about her beastly ways, I might have believed she was a good caretaker. As I scrutinized every action, arms wrapped around my waist.
Has she passed the test yet?
Caleb asked. Not yet. She's on her best behavior right now.
I'll take over watching Muffin. Get ready before Remy arrives.
I turned and kissed him on the cheek. Don't take your eyes off her for a second.
I won't.
I eyed him to make sure he knew I was serious. He smiled and turned me toward the bedroom. I grudgingly left, but I kept the bedroom door open so I could hear if Muffin went on a rampage. After I showered and changed, Remy arrived with cameras. He had them installed and ready to view on my phone by the time we had to leave. I stared at my phone and then at Muffin, who sat on the couch, still holding Ollie. Even with the cameras, I couldn't go to the tournament. There was no way I could watch Muffin while playing in a hand. Remy saw my concern.
What's wrong?
I took him aside. I can't watch the cameras and play in the tournament. I'm sorry I wasted your time.
It's not a waste of time. I wanted to install these for a housewarming gift anyway. And since I'm going to toss Muffin out, you won't have to worry about her.
I glanced at Muffin, who softly babbled to Ollie and held him like he was porcelain. She's doing really well with him, I said.
Do you want her to stay?
No, but
But
I sighed. Am I a bad parent for even thinking of letting her watch Ollie? Remy shrugged.
I can hardly judge. She seems like she's doing okay. But if your gut is telling you something, you should listen.
My gut said that she was good with kids, but not with adults, houses, or any of my personal belongings. I had a greater fear that she'd take over my house than harm Ollie. My gut says she won't harm Ollie, but I don't want to take the chance and find out I'm wrong. A tournament is not worth it.
Then you have two choices. Either I'll kick her out or I'll have my guys on security monitor her.
Would there be eyes on Muffin at all times? I asked. He nodded.
It will be on the monitor feed.
What if they blink and miss something?
My team is the best. They miss nothing.
They missed a murder yesterday. Remy scowled.
It was an unfortunate blind spot we fixed last night.
Are there blind spots here? I asked.
Your bedroom and the bathroom.
I sighed and rubbed my forehead, hoping to keep a headache from setting in.
Ava can swing by as well. Her security firm has open slots available.
That made me feel a little better, but not enough. Maybe I can get Maya and Mark to stop by as well, I said.
I bet you can twist David's arm too. It's not like he's far away from Maya at any given time.
I supposed I could do that. I only needed coverage for 2 days, and if I lost the tournament, I could be home in an hour. Eyeing Muffin, I wondered what trouble she could get into in an hour. Probably a ton. With a sigh, I acknowledged that even with her brutish ways, she had never killed anyone. Roughed them up, yes. Left me homeless, yes. But she protected me when I needed it. I knew she would do the same for Ollie. Attempting to put the past behind me, I decided to give her a chance. Please tell your staff I will hunt them down if they don't keep their eyes glued to the monitor, I said. Remy chuckled.
I'll tell them, but they already know I'll hunt them down myself.
Thanks. Did you figure out anything about Jack Hennison?
How do you know his name?
He was the talk of the table yesterday.
Anything interesting?
I'll tell you one thing interesting if you tell me one. He eyed me and then nodded.
You go first.
They said he made meth.
I already know that. Anything else?
No.
Then I need to get to work.
Remy, you said you would tell me something interesting.
Only if you did. Since you got nothing, I'm leaving.
I frowned at him, but then showed him to the door and thanked him for the cameras. When I turned, I saw Caleb tuck his phone into his pocket and grab his keys from the hook.
I need to get going. What's the verdict on Muffin?
I caved. She can stay for the day. Remy said his team would monitor her and Ava will stop by. I'll ask Maya and Mark to drop in on her as well.
Do you want to drive to the casino together?
No, you go ahead. I'll follow in a little while. I didn't want to leave until the very last second. I didn't care about missed blinds. I would lose the game and head home. Jessica couldn't get on my case if it looked like a legitimate loss. All would be well. He placed a kiss on my head and then smiled at me.
Ollie will be fine. Muffin was humming to him when I passed by. This might be a good thing for her and for you.
I let his comment flitter between my ears before pushing it out. This was not a good thing for me. Closing the door behind him, I locked it and returned to the living room to find Ollie sleeping in his swing. Rustling sounds came from the kitchen. I followed the sounds to find Muffin foraging in our cupboards.
This is all you got?
She asked when she saw me. There's an order coming tomorrow, I said.
That does me no good today. Leave your credit card here so I can get delivery for lunch.
I'm not leaving my credit card here, I said, but I will order you something.
Good. I'll text my order. Don't go cheap on me.
If it meant she would eat food and not my baby, I'd buy as much as she wanted. Ava is going to stop by. Remy will monitor the cameras. I'll have Maya and Mark stop by as well.
Stop freaking out. I got this.
You understand why I'm concerned, don't you? She waved me off and turned her search to the refrigerator.
Don't worry about a thing. I'm a baby whisperer.
With a sigh, I fetched my backpack in the front closet and then paused. Hey, Muffin. Since you said you're staying in Drug Alley, have you heard of a guy named Jack Hennison? His nickname is.
The Jackal,
She finished.
Yeah, I've heard of him. Hear lots of stuff while people are tripping out.
What do they say?
That he's a bad dude, but they all are.
Would anyone want him dead?
Everyone wants him dead. Why?
Someone killed him at the casino yesterday.
No kidding. Who?
No one knows. Remy said it happened in a camera blind spot, so no one saw it.
Damn, that's going to cause some issues in the alley.
Like what? She pulled out a box of leftovers, sniffed it, and then chucked it into the garbage.
The alley belongs to the Jackal and his crew. Now that he's gone, there'll probably be a turf war. Anyone who gets in there will make bank.
Is it enough to kill over? I asked.
Please. They kill each other for standing on the wrong side of the street. They'd kill their mama for a percentage of the money that funnels through the alley.
Interesting. Jack's death had to be because of the drug trade. That was as far as I was willing to investigate. While I might be curious, I wasn't stupid enough to search for clues in Drug Alley. Instead, I hitched on my backpack, kissed Ollie, and told Muffin to hold him as gentle as an egg. Maybe I shouldn't have compared holding him to food, but it got my point across. I think. Sitting in my car, I turned on the app to watch the cameras. Muffin continued to forage until I ran out of time. I either had to go to the tournament or forfeit. With a muttered curse, I texted Maya and Mark and then backed out of the driveway. Keeping the app running, I listened for sounds. Whenever I came to a stoplight, I glanced at the cameras, making sure Ollie was still sleeping peacefully in his swing. Once I parked at the casino, I headed inside and continued monitoring as I walked to the tournament room. Nearly colliding with a cardboard sign, I veered at the last minute and bumped into a woman instead. Blondie, actually. Oh, sorry, I wasn't paying attention. I showed her my screen. New babysitter. Blondie spread a hand along her tight shirt, even though there wasn't a crease in the fabric.
Now I'm even more late.
She dashed away as fast as her 4-inch heels would allow. Perhaps she was short-stacked and fearful they would take her blinds. Either way, I followed her at a slower pace and kept aware of my surroundings. Finding my table in the tournament room, it was clear the number of players had dwindled. The tables were half of what they had been at the start of the tournament. Shoving my backpack under my chair, I sat at the table and placed the phone on my knee. As I waited for a new hand, I peeked at the phone and then at the surrounding players. Blondie was at a table to the right of me. Caleb sat across the room. A camera guy was already recording Caleb for extra footage. Pike sat at my table. He glanced at me before tossing chips into the pile. There was something different about him. He didn't look as bored as he had before. In fact, the way his darted gaze moved through the room had me suspecting he was nervous about something. His chip stack was average. He could easily loosen his play for a few hands without issue. So, what was he nervous about? Glancing at my phone, I saw Muffin sprawl on the couch. She passed out before I looked away. Ollie peacefully slept in his swing. When a new hand was dealt, I glanced at my king-queen offsuit and tossed in chips when it was my turn. Pike raised. I pondered for a second before calling his bet. Hoping to get a pair on the flop or river, I wound up with nothing and lost the hand. As I waited, I glanced at the phone again and saw they were both still sleeping. Leaning back in the chair, I let go of some of the tension that coiled inside. Ollie was fine. By the time the first break rolled around, Muffin had dragged the rocker from Ollie's room and into the living room where she rocked him. Perhaps giving Muffin another chance was the right thing to do. Grabbing my backpack, I headed to the lobby where a line for the men's room snaked out the door, but not for the women's room. At times, it helped to be a woman in a male-dominated sport. Blondie and I entered at the same time. She frowned at me. Sorry about running into you earlier. I apologized again.
It's fine,
She said, and then hurried into a stall. Using the stall at the end, I hung my backpack on the hook and pulled out my gear. The bathroom door opened again, and more stalls filled. Just as I hooked myself up, a hand reached over the stall door and snagged my backpack. "Hey!" I shouted and grappled for the backpack, but it was gone. Pulling my shirt down over my gear, I raced out of the bathroom and into the lobby. Players funneled into the tournament room, but I didn't see anyone with my backpack. Turning to the casino doors, I saw one close. Running to the door, I opened it and scanned the main casino floor. With a sea of slot machines and tourists, there was no way I'd find the thief. Frustrated, I returned to my table and sat down just in time for the first hand.
"What is that noise?"
The guy next to me asked. When his scanning eyes stopped at my chest, he blushed. Looking down, I realized my pumps were still active. With my adrenaline spiked, I had forgotten. Would I ever stop embarrassing myself? I left the table to return to the bathroom. Just as I reached the door, a hand stopped me. I turned to find Caleb.
"Are you okay? I saw you leave the table."
I pointed to my chest. "I forgot the pumps." He grinned.
"Did anyone notice?"
I nodded. "I'm sure this will make the rounds for a year."
"Sorry, kitten."
"It's okay. Did you bring your backpack?"
"Yeah, why?"
"Someone stole mine. I have to put my pump somewhere." He frowned.
"When did it get stolen?"
When I was in the bathroom, a hand reached over the stall door and took my backpack.
"Was there anything in there?"
"Just my hoodie and a couple of snacks."
"Oh, that's good."
"No, I should be able to hang my backpack without someone stealing it."
"I just meant that you lost nothing valuable."
He gave me a hug, but then laughed.
"Sorry, your pumps vibrated against me."
He pulled back.
"Do you want to go home?"
"No, I'll take these things off and go back to the table." "You better return before the camera misses you."
"You know I don't care about cameras. I care about you."
"Yeah, but the camera loved him." I glimpsed a camera guy inching closer to us. "You might not care about them, but they're following you." He glanced over with a sigh.
"Are you sure you're okay?"
I nodded. "I'm more frustrated than anything else. But I'll be fine."
"Text Remy to let him know what happened."
"I will." He leaned in and kissed me.
"For luck."
"I'll need a lot more than one kiss." He smirked.
"I could grab us a room."
Laughing, I backed away. "Your adoring fans would miss you. Go to your table before Jessica recites the contract to me."
"The contract."
He shuddered. Giving me one last kiss, he headed back to the table. Escaping to the bathroom, I disassembled the pump and rinsed it off. I didn't have the carrying pouch that came with it since it was in my backpack, so I wrapped it in paper towels and took the bundle to Caleb's table. Trying to be as inconspicuous as possible, I reached for the backpack hung on his chair and placed the pump into the bag. As I zipped it, I caught sight of a photo nestled in a fold of his hoodie. Pulling it out, I stalled when I saw it was of Caleb and the woman with the laser gaze from yesterday. While I didn't know who she was, it was clear Caleb did, especially since the golden-haired beauty was sitting on his lap. Stealing the photo to inspect later, I slipped it into my pocket and returned to my table. Were the stories true? Did Caleb have a side piece? No, he wouldn't. Shoving insecurities out of my mind, I texted Remy to let him know about the theft, and then returned to my spot to find my stack of chips had been lowered because of the blinds. I was still okay, but not for long. Remy texted back a minute later. He would search surveillance and let me know what he found. Not caring about my backpack, just the fact that it was stolen, I turned my focus on the game. But there was no focusing when my pocket held a photo that could ruin my life. Chapter 5. Even though my concentration pulled in several directions, I made it through day 2 of the tournament, and Ollie was still safe and sound. Muffin kept her word and took care of Ollie like the precious baby he was. I'd owe her an apology later. Maybe. As I reached down to retrieve my backpack from under the chair, I stalled, remembering it had been stolen.
Good playing.
Pike said as he stood with a stretch.
I guess we're officially down to the last 3 tables tomorrow.
I nodded. You played well too,
Not sure how long I'll last.
he said, eyeing his stack of chips.
Caleb has 20 times this.
I've beaten him with less, I said. Keep your head in the game and you'll be fine.
What was your name again?
Nadia Wolf.
That name is familiar. Do I know you?
I probably did something embarrassing, I said. I'm known to do that,
Like earlier today.
he said with a smirk. In my defense, my backpack was stolen and I wasn't thinking.
Your backpack was stolen?
I nodded. From the women's room.
Do you know who took it?
I pushed back from the table and stood. No, but security is looking at footage. I should check if they found anything.
Did you lose anything valuable?
Nothing that I can't easily replace. I'm more surprised someone would steal it. He nodded.
It's a crazy world we live in. Yesterday Jack died and today your bag gets stolen. What's next?
Nothing. We'll finish the tournament at the final table,
I'll drink to that.
he said, hitching his bag onto his shoulder.
Have a good night.
You too. He gave a nod and left the table. Pocketing my phone, I paused when I felt something brush my hand. I pulled it out and stared at the photo. Perhaps this was an old picture. But no. Caleb wore his wedding ring.
Nadia.
Remy called to me from the lobby door. Shoving the photo into my pocket, I hurried over. Did you find out who stole my bag? He nodded.
Yeah, I think so. Can you come to the security office with me?
Sure. Let me tell Caleb where I'm going. However, when I turned toward his table, I saw the golden-haired woman in the photo standing next to him. Where had she come from? She flipped her wavy hair over her shoulder and flashed a brilliant smile at Caleb. Remy, who is that woman? I asked.
Her name is Carmela.
Is she a poker player?
I've seen her in a few hands.
At the high-stakes table?
Yeah, she hangs around there.
Hangs around there, or hangs around Caleb? He scratched his jaw.
I have noticed she's relentless when it comes to Caleb.
Why hasn't Caleb told me? Remy frowned.
I don't know, but it's nothing you should worry about. Caleb is polite to her, but he won't throw you overboard for her. I would have had words with him if I thought he was going to stray.
I pulled the photo out of my pocket and handed it to Remy. Are you sure about that? He looked at the photo.
Have you been spying on him?
No, I went to put my stuff into his backpack and this photo was inside. Remy's frown deepened.
Don't read into this.
His words said one thing, but his narrowed eyes said another. Pocketing the photo again, I said, I'll look at the footage now. Remy gave a nod and led me to the security office, which was at the back of the casino and down a long stretch of hallways. He stopped at a station filled with monitors.
Play the clip,
He said to the employee sitting at the desk. The man took the mouse and clicked a video on his computer. The recording showed many people bustling around the lobby and going in and out of the restrooms.
Here.
Remy pointed to the women's restroom door. Blondie exited the restroom with a backpack. I couldn't make out the details on the backpack since I only saw the strap as she walked out, but I knew for sure she didn't have one when she entered the bathroom with me.
Do you know her?
Remy asked. Not really. We sat at the same table yesterday. Then I accidentally bumped into her today and I apologized twice.
Play the other clip,
Remy said to the security officer. The man clicked on the next video, which showed the back of Blondie as she left the casino with my backpack. She hurried over to a dark SUV pulled alongside the entryway. When the back door opened, she thrust the bag at whoever was inside. However, instead of grabbing the bag, the person caught Blondie's wrist and dragged her inside along with my bag. The door shut, and the SUV drove away. Did she get abducted? I asked, not trusting my eyes.
Looks that way. I've already contacted the police. What did you have in your bag?
Only my hoodie and snacks. It's hardly something to get abducted over.
Blondie knew the people in the SUV. Since she was handing over the bag, I suspect she was under orders to steal it.
But why? I have nothing.
Maybe nothing in your bag, but what might she think you have?
I was at a loss. I don't know. My pumps had been in there. Hardly something someone would want to steal. Nothing else was in my bag. Not even money or my phone. I keep those in my pocket.
It's possible she stole from the wrong person.
Maybe. However, doubt chilled me. Was bad luck Vegas rearing its ugly head again? But even if someone thought I had money in the backpack, it'd hardly be worth the effort. Petty theft normally didn't involve SUVs and accomplices.
Until we figure this out, I'll assign a security officer to bring you home and return you to the casino tomorrow.
That's unnecessary, I said. Once they realize I have no valuables, they'll move on to the next person.
It is necessary. Until we know what they want, I'm not taking chances.
Arguing with Remy was useless, so I nodded. All right. I'm heading home now. I've trusted Muffin as long as humanly possible. Remy grinned and pointed to a monitor that showed her dancing.
I'm not sure what she's doing now, but she has been doing a good job with Ollie otherwise.
Looks like she's entertaining a fussy baby, I said with a laugh. Remy flagged an officer. As the man headed over, Remy said,
Stern is one of my best officers. He'll get you home safely and we'll pick you up in the morning. Ava has you scheduled for monitoring tonight.
A little over the top, but thank you.
We both know it takes over the top to keep you safe.
I acknowledged with a nod and followed Stern to a company car. The officer was in his late 20s and pulled off the shaved head look nearly as well as Remy. In fact, this guy could be Remy's son, with the way he held himself rigid and unapproachable. Stern's name fit him. I have my car here, I said to Stern. Can you follow me home?
Remy told me he'd keep your car here overnight. We'll monitor it.
Sitting in the company car, I was about to text Caleb to let him know what had happened, but then I remember the photo of him and Carmela and decided I'd rather pout. Stern must have taken my silence to mean I was concerned about the theft.
We'll find the thief,
he informed me.
Don't worry about a thing.
Thank you, I said, and let the conversation fall back to silence, which suited my mood. I watched Muffin on the footage instead. Muffin had stopped dancing and was in Ollie's room, stuffing the quilted animals into the closet. I smirked, having wanted to do that once or twice in the middle of the night when I was sure they were alive and watching me. Still, it was light outside. The animals were hardly sinister enough to hide them. Stern pulled into the driveway behind Muffin's leaking car.
Stay inside until I secure the area.
I raised a brow at him, but sat quietly and waited. He walked around the house and then opened the car door for me. Stepping out, I led the way to the front door with him following me. Off-pitch singing greeted us when we walked inside. His eyes widened as Muffin hit a crescendo that set off the neighbor's dog. How did Ollie stand it? Unless? I ran through the house to find Ollie in his bed. He stared up at his mobile as Muffin continued to butcher every note. Muffin! I hollered, gaining her attention. She peeked out of the closet.
Oh, you're home. Where's dinner?
Caleb and I normally eat a late dinner.
I suppose I can stay until then,
she said as she tossed the last of the animals into the closet and shut it.
But it better be good.
Actually, I need some quiet time with Ollie. It's been a stressful day.
What about dinner? You said you'd feed me. Dinner is included in that promise.
I'll give you extra money and you can buy something. She frowned.
I want the bucket at Cluckety Chicken.
I'll give you enough money for 2 buckets. That appeased her. She glanced down at Ollie.
See you tomorrow, Chubs.
Chubs? You can't call kids fat.
It's short for cherub. Stop putting ideas into poor Ollie's head. Are you trying to scar him? You're not that good of a mom.
Relieved she was leaving, I let the comment slide. On her way out, she took a filled grocery bag from the kitchen. She then slapped a confused Stern on the butt.
Come back tomorrow, sweet cheeks.
His face stained pink as he followed her out.
I have to move the car.
He said to me, "You can go. I'll lock up behind you."
Are you sure?
Remy has the cameras being monitored. I'll be fine. Uncertain, he paused until Muffin started the sputtering car and blasted the horn.
Come on, sweet cheeks. Put that perky backside into motion.
He ran to his car.
Lock the door.
He yelled to me. I did as he requested and then watched from the window as he swung into his car and backed out. Muffin reversed the car so fast I thought they were going to collide, but she missed him by an inch. She thundered down the road, leaving skid marks, black smoke, and more fluid. Hoping the condo association was lenient about annoying and destructive guests, I headed to the bedroom to get Ollie. Before picking him up, I inspected him and didn't find a mark or any sign that Muffin used her gorilla strength on him. He was perfect. Snuggling him to me, I walked back to the living room and sunk into the couch, relieved to be home. My phone dinged with a text. Using one hand to keep Ollie secure, I fished out my phone with the other hand.
Do you mind if I play a few rounds at the high-stakes table before I come home? The guys want to win their money back.
They never win it back, I responded. Go ahead. I'm home with Ollie.
Give him a kiss for me. I'll be home soon. I'll give you a kiss then.
I smiled, wondering why I was worried about a woman who flirted with Caleb. Plenty of women did, and he never paid them much attention. Even when Jessica played him off as a celebrity bachelor and hired models to drape on his arm, his focus had always been on the game. Still, as a married man, he shouldn't allow women on his lap, and he definitely shouldn't have photographic evidence in his backpack for his wife to find. I smiled at Ollie. At least I got you. I played with his small fingers and toes until the phone rang. Not recognizing the number, I ignored the call. A few moments later, my phone chirped with a voicemail. It was from Officer Montagues from the Las Vegas police, asking for me to return his phone call. Placing Ollie in his swing, I returned the call. Officer Montague was quick to the point.
I was informed your backpack was stolen and then involved in a possible abduction. Is this correct?
Yes.
Do you have time to answer a few questions to help in our investigation?
I'm not sure how helpful I will be, but I'll answer what I can.
Before I start, why didn't you contact the police right away?
I let the casino security know about it. Since there wasn't anything worth value in the bag, I thought nothing more about it.
You thought nothing more about it even though it was involved in a possible abduction?
I just found that part out less than an hour ago.
And how did you find out?
Remy showed me surveillance footage.
I see. And what is your relationship with Remy?
He's like an overprotective brother.
I see. And what is your relationship with Blondie Carver?
I only met her yesterday. We played at the same table, and then I bumped into her today, but we didn't talk. I only apologized for running into her.
I see. Did you talk to her yesterday?
Only a little.
About what?
I thought back, and the only thing I remembered was her telling me about Jack. She told me who the dead guy was, Jack.
Did she know him personally?
I'm not sure. It's hard to know. Gossip at the tables can get out of control at times.
Tell me the gossip.
Just that Jack is known as the Jackal, and he makes meth.
Jack played in the tournament yesterday as well, didn't he?
Yes, he was at the table with me.
I see.
The officer paused for a moment.
Did you talk to him?
Not really. He got mad at me after a bad beat, but then he left.
I see.
He said again.
Did he speak to Blondie?
Not that I noticed. I was focused on the game. Do you think they knew each other?
I'm just trying to get the facts.
Oh, okay. Well, I can't tell you much more than that. But I will add that Blondie was fine at the table yesterday, but today she seemed off.
How so?
Just not as friendly. Like there was something on her mind. When I accidentally bumped into her today, I thought she'd just wave it off. But she seemed more upset than she should have been. It's not like I knocked her over or stepped on her foot.
Okay, is there anything else you can think of about Blondie or Jack?
Nothing comes to mind.
All right, thank you for answering my questions. I'll be in contact if I need more information. Please call me if you think of anything in the meantime.
I will. When we hung up, I placed Ollie in his bed and turned on the mobile while I showered and changed into pajamas. I'd worry about everything tomorrow. Tonight, it was just me and Ollie. Chapter 6. I blinked awake to the sounds of what was going to be full wailing in a few seconds. Trapped on the bed by Caleb's arm and leg, I wondered when he returned home. I must have been in a deep sleep because I heard nothing. Since Caleb wasn't here for Ollie's 2 o'clock feeding, I knew Caleb stayed out late. Annoyed, I shoved Caleb's muscled limbs from me. He groaned awake.
What time is it?
6. He groaned again.
I'll get Ollie.
Don't bother. With fury waking me more than caffeine ever could, I huffed out of the room and down the hall, pausing at the bathroom. The shower was on, and someone brutalized the cluckety chicken jingle.
Cluckety, cluckety, cluckety. I'm the tasty cluckety chicken. Cluckety, cluckety, cluckety. Your fingers you'll be licking.
I stopped at the guest room and opened the door. Ratty blankets clustered in a nest on the floor gave me the final clue I needed. Damn it. Muffin had infiltrated. It had taken less than 24 hours, but I wasn't surprised. What surprised me was that I didn't care as much as I should. Closing the door, I went to Ollie's room just as his wailing hit a peak. Murmuring soothing gibberish, I took him from the bed and checked his diaper. "Looks like you left me a present," I said. "Let's get you changed and then we'll get food." Changing his diaper took skill. I learned to keep a cloth over him so he wouldn't pee in my face. By the time I had him changed, Muffin emerged from the bathroom.
"Oh, you're awake,"
she said as she glanced between me and the guest room. "Did you stay here last night?"
"Just came early to shower."
"How did you get in?"
"I took the key you had on the hook."
"That's a spare key."
"Now it's my key. You wouldn't want me to bring Ollie outside and accidentally get locked out, would you?"
She opened the guest room door and disappeared inside, swinging the door closed. With a sigh, I brought Ollie to the living room and arranged us comfortably on the couch to feed him. When he settled, I turned on the television so I wouldn't fall asleep. The weather forecast flashed on the screen. It's going to be hellishly hot for the next 10 days, I said to the screen. I didn't need a forecast to tell me that. Before the forecast had completed, the camera cut to a news anchor.
"Breaking news,"
the anchor said.
"A fire erupted at a house early this morning."
A video of a house on fire rolled. Even before the reporter said it was a meth accident, I knew it wasn't an ordinary fire.
What's going on?
Caleb asked as he shuffled into the living room. He ran a hand through his messy hair. "A meth house is on fire," I said.
It's too early for this kind of news,
he said as he headed to the kitchen.
I'll make coffee.
"What time did you get home?" I asked, not sure if I wanted the answer.
Not until 3.
"Why so late? Were you on a hot streak?"
For a while, but when I went to leave, my car wouldn't start, so I got a ride home.
"Who gave you a ride home?"
Carmela.
My brain tweaked. "Carmela?"
She was heading out anyway, and I guess she lives close to us.
Had Ollie not been in my arms, I would have had Caleb in a headlock in 2 seconds. "Does she play in the high-stakes room?" I said, keeping my temper in check.
Sometimes. Mostly she hangs out.
Like a groupie?
I wouldn't say groupie, but she's nice.
I bet she was very nice when it suited her. "Does she flirt with the guys?" I asked.
Not really.
"What about with you?" He turned to look at me.
Are you concerned?
"Should I be?" He quirked a brow.
Do I tell you I love you every day?
"Yes."
Do you believe me?
"Yes."
Do you trust me?
"Yes, but—"
No buts. If you trust me, nothing else matters.
While I trusted Caleb, that didn't mean Carmela wouldn't take advantage if she could. I wasn't sure what to feel. Instead, I focused on the TV to see Blondie's picture.
Found dead at the scene.
The reporter said.
Cause of death is under investigation.
Jack died and now Blondie. Both were in the tournament. Was it a coincidence or something more? And why did Blondie steal my backpack? None of this made sense. And perhaps that was a good thing. I didn't want to get involved. This had danger written all over it. I turned off the TV and patted Ollie's back. One giant burp later, warm milk splattered on my neck. I wiped it off with a cloth, but I would need to wash my hair. Ollie sighed happily. When a tiny dimple played at his cheek, I knew I was in trouble. He was a copy of his father. Standing, I placed Ollie in his swing and then let Caleb know I was going to shower. He followed me into the bedroom.
Are we okay?
We're fine, I said.
No, fine is not okay. I've already learned that lesson.
I'm serious. I'm fine. Do I like that a groupie is hanging out in the high-stakes room and is flirting with you? No. But I trust you. However, that doesn't mean I have to trust her.
You have nothing to worry about. I love you and only you.
I pulled the photo from the nightstand and slapped it against his chest. Yeah. I see you love me enough to wear your wedding ring while another woman sits on your lap. As he took the photo, I went to the bathroom and locked the door.
What the hell is this?
He asked, but I turned on the shower, drowning out his voice. I didn't want to deal with this at 6 a.m. I also didn't want to think about the death of 2 strangers, and I didn't want Muffin in my house. But here I was, carefully peeling off my shirt to minimize the spread of spit up. I then tossed it in the sink to rinse out later. Stepping into the shower, I closed the glass door behind me and melted under the warm water. I let the water beat my tense muscles until they felt bruised. The bathroom door opened, casting a cool breeze along my skin. I locked the door, I said.
It's easy to open. Will you talk to me now?
I don't want to talk. I want my trustworthy husband to tell me why he has a groupie on his lap. The shower door opened, and he stepped inside with his pajama bottoms still on.
First, tell me where you got the picture.
I tipped my head to the side, letting water tap against my neck. When I put the pump in your backpack, I saw it.
And you thought I'm stupid enough to keep an incriminating photo in my backpack and then let you store things in it?
He stepped forward. While the shower was big, it wasn't big enough when he deliberately crowded my space. His hand came out as he leaned against the wall, trapping me. He looked down at me with an arched brow.
Am I that stupid?
No, but you could have forgotten about it.
Not only wouldn't I have a photo in my backpack, but I wouldn't have printed evidence either.
So you've thought about this?
No. But I've heard plenty of guys at the tables talking about how to hide photos. There are apps that can hide pictures so no wife or girlfriend could ever find them.
And do you have these apps?
You have access to my phone and the passcode to unlock it. You can look anytime you want.
But would I know how to find the app?
I only have a few apps, and you can look them up to make sure they are safe. What I want to know is why you didn't confront me about this right away.
You were in a hand.
What about after?
I came home, and you said you were going to play in the high-stakes room.
You could have told me about the picture.
Why? Then you wouldn't have gotten a ride home from Carmela, who is so nice. His jaw clenched, and I wondered at that. Caleb had never been the kind of guy to get overly upset about anything. He was the go-with-the-flow kind of guy who balanced out my crazy.
If you think I'm cheating on you, I want to know right away. It's easier to talk to you when you're angry than when you shut down.
I don't shut down.
No? What are you doing now? You toss a photo at me and then lock yourself into the bathroom. Were you going to hide in the shower so long that your skin wrinkles?
Do you have a problem with my wrinkly skin? Thinking that death do us part might not be worth... He silenced me with a kiss.
You're being stubborn.
He then backed away and flashed the photo at me.
Someone manipulated this. There is a spot missing here, and the lighting is wrong over here, and this isn't my right hand.
Now that he pointed it out, I saw the photo had many flaws. I didn't inspect it, I said. I only had time to put it in my pocket. If this is fake, why was it in your backpack?
I suspect Carmela put it in there when she was at the table.
For me to find? Caleb shrugged.
For you to find, or perhaps a new way to flirt. I don't know, but I will talk to her about it. And from now on, I want you to talk to me as well. Hell, yell at me. I just need communication.
When I nodded, he kissed me again.
Are we okay?
Yes, and I'm sorry I didn't put you into a headlock like I wanted to. He smirked.
Care to try now?
No, my muscles are tense. I think yesterday's stress knotted everything up.
Turn around.
Why?
I'll massage your shoulders.
Anything else? He kissed my forehead.
I'm yours to command.
In that case, can you make breakfast? He chuckled and turned me around.
Massage first, and if we work up an appetite, I'll make a lot of breakfast.
Make enough for me, too,
Muffin said as she barged in. Caleb scooted me behind him and then opened the glass door to look out.
There is another bathroom in the hall if you need it.
Some annoying person is here.
I'm not annoying.
Remy barked from somewhere behind Muffin. I silently groaned, knowing I would not get my massage, and breakfast looked like it might be amiss as well. We'll be out in a minute, I said, turning off the water.
Fine, but I get dibs on breakfast.
Muffin snapped the door closed.
Why is Remy here?
Caleb asked when we toweled off. I don't know. I suspect it has to do with my backpack and 2 dead people.
2?
Blondie was found dead this morning. It was on the news.
What does this have to do with you?
It shouldn't have anything to do with me. Remy thinks Blondie targeted the wrong backpack. Caleb's brow furrowed.
Why do these things happen to you?
Bad luck Vegas, baby. I gave him a kiss on the cheek and then headed to the closet to find clothes. But there were none. Only Caleb's clothes hung in a somewhat orderly fashion. My side was empty. While I didn't have a full wardrobe like Maya, I should have had a few shirts and jeans. I did laundry a couple days ago. Caleb reached around me and pulled out a shirt.
Where are your clothes?
I guess in the laundry. I could have sworn I had more clothes in here, though.
Why don't you go on a shopping trip with Maya after the tournament?
I leveled him with a flat gaze. My feet will fall off from her dragging me all over Vegas, and she'll make me buy things I'll never wear.
I like the things she picks out for you.
You mean like the stuff Carmela wears? He backed up a step.
I did not say that. Do not put words into my mouth.
I eyed him, but then decided to leave the poor guy alone. It wasn't his fault my anger had spiked. He did nothing wrong. When he realized I wouldn't maim him, he hugged me to him.
You know I love you no matter what clothes you wear.
But you prefer me in other clothes.
Again, I didn't say that. You could wear a garbage bag, and I'd still only have eyes for you.
Giving him a kiss to let him know I let him off the hook, I then secured my towel tighter while I went to the laundry room. Remy had been leaning against the wall in the hallway when I opened the door. He took one look at me in the towel, and then squeezed his eyes closed.
Jet, where are your clothes?
That's what I'm going to find out.
Oh, you mean those shabby things in your closet?
Muffin asked as she came out of the guest room. Dread filled me. Muffin, I gritted. What did you do to my clothes?
A guy came by yesterday looking for clothes donations for charity. I figured those were so ugly you wouldn't want them. But homeless people aren't that fussy.
My gaze swung to Remy as she shoved past me to go to the kitchen. I thought you were watching her.
My team watched her. I gave them specific instructions to make sure no harm came to Ollie. I didn't think to specify clothing as well.
When it comes to Muffin, nothing is safe, I said.
I heard that.
Muffin called. Rolling my eyes, I asked her, Did you donate my clothes in the laundry too?
Ew, they are homeless, not nasty.
I glanced at Remy. I'm going to look in the laundry room. Come with if you want to talk.
I'll wait in the living room while you sort yourself out.
Is this about Blondie? He nodded. All right, give me a few minutes. We parted ways, and I walked the short distance to the laundry room nestled between the hall bathroom and guest room. I was happy to find Muffin didn't disturb the dirty clothes. Digging through the basket, I found a shirt and jeans. They looked cleanish and didn't smell. No spit up on them either. As long as Muffin didn't get rid of my underwear, I was good for today. Heading to the bedroom with the outfit, I checked the dresser drawers to find them empty. "Muffin!" I shouted. "You gave my underwear to charity."
No one would want your nasty underwear,
she said, stepping into the doorway. Then where are they?
I spilled juice on the floor, but didn't want to ruin the towels. They've got cute ducks on them.
So you used my underwear?
They weren't that nice. Mostly just cotton, which is great at absorbing.
And then you threw them away?
What was I supposed to do with them?
My eye twitched. What garbage?
The kitchen garbage.
When I went to see if I could save any of them, she stopped me.
I tossed the bag into the dumpster. But if you want to go dumpster diving, I'll give you a boost.
Muffin, I gritted. You have 2 seconds to get out of my house before I call the police.
You're always threatening to call the police. Didn't I do a good job with Ollie?
Yes, but I also paid you extra for food, and now I have to replace my clothes. Again. She waved me off.
Those were cheap clothes anyway. Just go to Bargain Max and get some more.
Taking my phone from the nightstand, I dialed 911. I flashed the screen at her. I'm pressing send in 10 seconds.
That's mean.
She folded her arms.
Fine, I'm going. Let me get my stuff from my room.
Not your room. It's the guest room.
Whatever,
she said with a pout.
I thought we had gotten over the past and bonded, but you're just the same old stick in the mud.
And you're still the same gorilla who ruins everything.
Good luck finding a babysitter as good as me.
She headed to the room and shoved her blankets into a garbage bag. A flash of concern for her caught me off guard, but I shoved the feeling away. She put herself into her current situation. I would not weaken my resolve, or she'd take advantage of me. Muffin slowly made her way out of the house, taking pitiful glances at Caleb and Remy. When they didn't come to her aid, she targeted her woeful gaze at Ollie.
Goodbye, Howie. Auntie will always love you, even though your mommy threw her out onto the dark, cold streets.
It's 6 in the morning and already in the 80s, I said. Hardly dark and cold. She tisked at me.
It was a metaphor. I'll be on Drug Alley if you need to ID my body.
After one last forlorn glance at me that I refused to acknowledge, she headed to the car. I shut the door and locked it. Chapter 7. After locking the door behind Muffin, I went to the bedroom to change. Hurrying so Remy didn't have to wait too long, I used extra deodorant in case there were any lingering odors in the clothing. By the time I finished, a plate of eggs and toast sat in front of Remy at the table. Caleb placed a plate across from him and gestured for me to sit. Feeling guilty for slamming him this morning about Carmela's photo, I kissed Caleb on the cheek. Thank you. He gave me a wink to say it was no big deal and then returned to the stove. Sitting, I picked up the fork and poked at the scrambled eggs. So, what happened this time? I asked Remy.
I put out feelers as soon as she was abducted.
You found out information? He nodded.
You already know Jack was a meth manufacturer and was murdered. Blondie stole your backpack and was taken by a car registered to Manticore Corporation, which is a front to launder drug money.
So Blondie was working with Jack?
In a roundabout way. They might never have worked side by side, but she was involved in the trade somehow, possibly by force. Either way, you had contact with both of them. I believe there is something Manticore wants and will kill to get.
I have nothing, I said.
That is where the problem comes in. They must think you do. We need to figure it out before they send someone else after you.
This is crazy, I said. Blondie took the wrong backpack. The restroom was busy and she probably got confused.
She knew exactly the bag she wanted,
Remy said, taking out his phone. He navigated to a video and then passed it to me.
Do you see her?
Yes, she's at the table behind me.
Do you see what she's doing?
Caleb stepped over and glanced down.
Blondie keeps looking at your bag.
Exactly. She knew what she was going to steal before going into the restroom.
No longer hungry, I poked at the eggs. This doesn't make sense.
Not yet, but I'll figure it out. Until then, you're not safe. Pack a bag and come to the casino. I'll put you and Caleb in the penthouse. No one can access the floor without clearance. I'll assign extra security just in case.
I frowned at his offer. It's not that I didn't want his help. From past experiences, I knew things went from bad to worse, especially in Vegas. But when would this end? I finally got a home, and now I had to give it up. Before I had a chance to respond, Caleb nodded.
I'll start packing.
My packing would be easy. I had nothing. Again. What about the tournament? I asked.
Forget the tournament. Your safety is more important.
Are you going to say that to Jessica?
Yes, and if she causes problems, I will threaten to sign with a different agent.
He then turned off the stove and headed out of the kitchen. What can I do? I asked Remy.
Just stay safe.
I frowned at him. If you trap me in a hotel room, I'll go crazy. Anyway, this is my problem. Let me help.
The only way you can help is to keep out of sight. You can also help by remembering your conversations with Jack and Blondie. They might have said something that seemed insignificant but could be a clue.
I can't remember anything that stands out, but I'll think about it. Maybe I can talk to Pike, I said. He seemed to know them.
Pike?
I nodded. We sat at the same table the last 2 days. Wears a bored expression. He had spoken with Blondie and was the one who told me about Jack.
I'll check him out.
I can go to the table today and get more information from him.
No.
Why? The tournament will probably be the safest place, I said. The video crew will be there today. I doubt anyone would try anything. I'll talk to Pike without drawing attention. Remy paused as he thought, but then shook his head.
No, you still have Ollie. Who would watch him?
I'll ask Maya. She can stay in the penthouse with him. David will keep them safe. Remy sighed.
I'll talk to David, but if he's not on board, you agree to staying in the penthouse with Ollie.
I nodded. I agree. Ollie was my priority. He had to be safe no matter what. If David was at the hotel, I would feel better. As ex-military with many missions under his belt, David knew how to stay alive.
Get ready. I'll call David and then drive you to the casino.
Dumping my breakfast into the garbage since I had no stomach to eat it, I then quickly tidied the kitchen so we didn't come home to rotten egg stench. It also allowed me to eavesdrop on Remy's conversation with David. However, the conversation was less informative than I'd hoped. Remy didn't greet David. All he said was,
Red jet flying.
I eyed him. What did that mean?
Yeah, you available?
He paused as he listened.
Understood.
Remy disconnected, but then dialed another person. He brought the phone to his ear.
ETA 30.
When he disconnected, I asked, Does anyone know what gibberish you are speaking?
The people who need to understand me know what I'm saying. Everyone else needs to mind their own business.
Everyone meaning me? He stood.
Get ready.
Giving him a salute, I stepped over to Ollie, who fussed. Picking him up, I deposited him into Remy's arms.
What are you doing?
He asked. The squirming bundle looked like a peanut against his muscled arm. If I'm getting ready, you're on baby duty.
I don't know how.
I wiggled Ollie's toe. Looks like you're doing a good job so far. Remember to protect the neck and head.
Jet!
Ollie startled at his booming voice and then wailed. And don't yell at his mom, I added as I headed to the bedroom, leaving a flustered Remy with a crying baby. Knowing I threw Remy into the deep end, I felt slightly bad. Truth be told, Remy needed Ollie. Somewhere in his steel-guarded heart, Remy wanted a family. He married Ava, after all. Perhaps bonding with Ollie would give him the push. When I arrived in the bedroom, I saw a suitcase on the bed and heard Caleb rummaging in the closet. "I'll get the bathroom things," I said. He peeked out at me.
Did Remy say anything else?
"Yeah. I think we're playing in the tournament.
What about Ollie?
Maya and David will come over." Caleb pulled shirts from hangers. He then leaned against the bathroom doorframe.
I don't think you should compete.
"Afraid I might beat you?" I taunted.
You know I love when you dominate a table, but I don't like the thought of you in danger again. The tournament room has security, but not enough for murderers. I don't want to see you hurt, or worse.
Me neither. But there will be cameras everywhere, and Remy will add security. He didn't seem as unmovable by the idea as he normally would be, which makes me feel better about it.
I suppose.
He came over and hugged me to him, resting his chin on the top of my head.
Do you promise to always have someone with you, even to go to the bathroom?
"Yes, I promise. I will take this seriously." With a sigh, he let go and kissed my forehead.
Hopefully this will be over soon.
That was the hope. Only time would tell. With Ollie safely guarded by David and doted on by Maya, I allowed myself to focus on poker. Pike was at a table to the right of me, which didn't allow me to talk to him, but I listened for his low voice. Unfortunately, playing the role of a perpetually bored guy, he rarely spoke. The times he did, he only complimented a play. "Good hand," was spoken the most. As the hours ticked by, the blinds raised to a point where my stack was in jeopardy. Caleb sat at the table on the left. I heard him chuckle at something, but when I glanced over, his dimple was showing. That dimple was his only tell. Either he was unhappy or perhaps nervous. He glanced over at me and then flicked his eyes over at the door. Carmela stood at the doorway, curling chestnut brown hair around her finger. Her hair color was exactly my shade, and she wore a basic t-shirt and jeans. A copy of me. Was it coincidence or something else? Judging from Caleb's dimple, he didn't think it was a coincidence. She caught his gaze and waved her hand like an excited middle grader seeing her crush. Her green eyes lit up. Green? I swore she had brown eyes. And yet, even from this distance, I saw the brilliant green shade. Did she really change her appearance to look like me? I'd have to worry about Carmela later. Players were falling victim to the climbing blinds. Tables combined again, and Pike moved to my table. He gave me a nod but was otherwise expressionless. His stack was in trouble, as was the case for most of the players in the room. Only Caleb and his high-stakes friend had piles of chips. I recognized Sidepot by his trademark red, glittery sunglasses and matching hoodie. Would he have insight into Carmela's change in appearance? If we bumped into each other, I might ask him. Sidepot was normally a cheerful person. He was the one who instigated most of the side wagers that made high stakes interesting, especially if the loser had to do something embarrassing. Caleb never had to worry about embarrassing himself, but the side wagers were one of the reasons I stayed away from the high stakes room. I didn't need to embarrass myself more than I normally did. Feeling a prickle of awareness, I glanced up to find Pike's gaze on me. He immediately looked away. A couple hands later, I felt his gaze on me again. This time I didn't look at him. I kept my focus on the table. While I wanted to talk to Pike, his gaze made me nervous. Did he know something? With a pair of aces, I shoved my dwindling stack all in. 2 players called since they didn't have enough to make it through the next blind. We turned over our cards. I had the best hand that held through the flop, turn, and river. The chips were pushed to me, and the 2 players left the table.
Nice hand,
Pike said. Thanks. Braving another look at him, he flipped me a chip.
A bonus.
I caught it, wondering why he would give me a chip since he was short-stacked. Turning it over in my hand, I saw the reason staring back at me. Danger. Glancing from the message to him, he gave a slight nod but no other clues. Before I could get more information from him, the next blind knocked him out and he left the table. Now that our table and Caleb's table was down to 3 players each, the tournament director ended the play. Caleb came over to me.
Everything okay so far?
I'm not sure.
That's ominous. What's going on?
A couple of things, I said. First, what's up with Carmela? Did she change her appearance to look like me?
Looks that way. I'll talk to her.
I don't think I want you to. Changing your appearance to look like your crush's wife is a bit crazy, right?
I'm sure she has a reasonable explanation. Looks like she's trying to get my attention.
Carmela stood off to the side, waving and smiling. She tried for a cute pose, but was jostled to the side by a camera crew. Now that she resembled me, men didn't give her special treatment. I smirked.
Let me get this over with. Don't go anywhere until I get back.
I have to go to the bathroom.
Can you wait a few minutes?
My bladder isn't the problem. It's my upstairs plumbing.
Understood. Do you have enough time to make it to the penthouse?
I think so. We left through the back door, avoiding Carmela. The hallway led to a section for employees only. Remy had given us clearance so we could get to the penthouse with the least amount of people seeing us. A security guard moved from his post and followed us to the cargo elevator.
Green jet flying,
He said into his radio.
10-4.
Remy replied.
Station at the elevator.
10-4.
What's with green jet flying? I asked the guard. I assume I'm the jet since that's what Remy calls me. But he said red jet flying this morning. The guard nodded.
Red is typically our code for danger or emergency, but since you're fine right now, I used green, and flying means the subject is on the move.
We stepped on the elevator and the guard followed. He led us out on the top floor, unlocking the service entrance to the penthouse.
I'll be at this door when you want to return to the tournament room,
he said, and then closed the door. Hearing Ollie cry, I walked through the large living space decorated in silvers, whites, and glass. For Vegas, it was ostentatiously glitzy. For the rest of the world, it was gaudy. The space broke off into a gourmet kitchen, dining room, theater, party space with stereo speakers and lights, and 2 master bedrooms complete with hot tubs and a small country worth of mirrors to accentuate every flaw on my body. I found Ollie, Maya, and David in the living room, where more silver, white, and glass reigned. Maya paced the floor with Ollie, who fussed loudly.
I changed your diaper and you won't eat. Are you holding out for your mama? Do you want Uncle David to rock you?
I'll take him, I said. Maya glanced over at me.
Did you just get here? This place is so big, I didn't hear you.
We came through the back, I said. I have enough time to feed Ollie and relax for a little. Caleb and I'll have to go back soon.
Does that mean you made it to the final table?
I nodded. I'm not sure how. With the blinds climbing rapidly, I thought I'd be out by now.
You don't give yourself enough credit,
Caleb said, looking down at Ollie.
Who is hungry?
He cooed to the vocal baby.
I'd love to help you, buddy, but I don't have the equipment.
And the equipment is about to burst, I said, heading to the master bedroom with Caleb following. Finding a comfy chair, I sat in front of a TV.
I get hungry too.
Caleb said to Ollie, who continued to wail.
But I think you might take after your mom.
I'm not this loud when I'm hungry, I lightly scolded. But now that you mention it, can you call for room service? Caleb glanced at the time on his phone.
We might have enough time. I'll see if I can get a rush on it.
We're in the penthouse. I think they generally bend over backwards for rich guests.
Good point. I'll pretend to be rich.
I laughed and settled Ollie. You are rich.
Not penthouse rich.
Maybe Caleb couldn't live like a king for a lifetime, but he had enough money that an extravagant penthouse wouldn't break him. The fact that Caleb not only didn't think of himself in those terms, and also helped the contractors so that we could move into our house faster, made me love him all the more. With a phone to his ear, he gave me a questioning look.
Did you know we have a butler?
Before I could answer, he straightened.
Would we be able to get a rush on lunch? Yes, thank you.
He hung up and looked at me with an arched brow.
Apparently, we also have our own chef.
I smiled at him. Good. Tell the chef I'm eating for 2. Make that 3. Caleb's eyes rounded.
Are you trying to tell me you're pregnant?
No, I'm just eating for 3. He let out a breath. I thought you wanted more kids, I said when I saw his relieved expression. 3, if I remember correctly.
Yes. No. Yes.
It was my turn to raise a brow. So, yes? He dropped into the chair across from me.
We are sleep deprived and a killer is after something you may or may not have. It's hardly time to think about another kid.
I smiled. I know, I'm just teasing you. But I lost a wager, and I always settle my debts. Having 3 kids with Caleb was hardly a loss. He looked sheepishly at me through his eyelashes.
I didn't realize how much work babies are.
Says the man who goes to the high-stakes room and leaves me home. The sheepish look vanished.
Was I not supposed to? You said I could.
I'm just saying that I've been home with Ollie more than you, so I know how much work 1 kid is, let alone 3.
This feels like a discussion we need to have after the tournament, and when we aren't tired and hungry.
No discussion needed. He shook his head.
We'll talk. Think about what you want to do going forward, and we'll come up with a plan.
Caleb stood and kissed the top of my head.
I love you, kitten. I want this marriage to be equal. If I need to stay home, I will. It's not like we need the money right now. We can worry about income later.
Caleb lived and breathed poker. For him to stay home and not play would be a slow death that would kill our marriage. I smiled up at him, giving him the peace of mind that I wasn't angry. Just hungry, tired, and worried.
I'll see if the chef is here.
When I nodded, he tickled Ollie's cheek and then headed out of the room. Looks like I made Daddy nervous, I said to Ollie. What do you think? Ollie didn't answer. Instead, he fed like he had been starving, which made me suspect I'd need a large burping towel. After a few minutes, Ollie lost interest and passed out without a thank you. I see how this goes, I murmured to him. Straightening myself with one hand, I then lifted him to lean against me as I gently patted his back. There was a soft knock on the door, and then Maya peeked in.
Oh, good. You're here. Don't kill me.
What is it? She winced.
I was talking to Mark, and I might have let it slip that we were at the penthouse.
I take it he's on his way. She nodded.
He's still fighting with Frankie, and I could hardly say no.
No worries. The more people who can take care of Ollie, the better. Did the chef get here? Maya nodded.
He's making lunch right now.
Anything good?
He's a renowned chef. Of course it will be good.
Renowned? Maya smiled.
I met him once when he worked with Grayson.
So, renowned and expensive. What is he making?
Caleb requested grilled cheese.
I laughed. A renowned and expensive chef is making grilled cheese?
Caleb thought it would be the fastest thing to make.
With a chuckle, I placed Ollie in the hotel crib and headed to the kitchen to find a man in his early 40s. He wore a crisp white chef's coat, black pants, and shoes that looked like they would be comfortable and easy to clean. Each of his movements was executed with precision. It was as if his entire purpose for living was to create food art. And judging from the ingredients on the counter, this would be no mere grilled cheese. He glanced up at me and caught me staring at the goat cheese.
I hope you will like it, madam. If you wait in the dining room, I will serve it soon.
Maya and I left the kitchen to find Caleb and David already at the table. Where is Juliana? I asked.
We thought it best to leave her with family,
David said.
Ian is at home and wanted to see her.
A man in his 50s poured water into crystal goblets and served them with a crisp white cloth draped on his arm. From his starched suit and tie, I suspected he was the butler. He set the water glasses down and then pulled out a chair for both Maya and me. Thank you, I murmured, not quite knowing what to do with this level of service. When he went to the kitchen, I leaned over to Caleb. I didn't expect this,
He comes with the penthouse.
Remy said as he walked in and sat at the end of the table.
Caleb is enough of a name around here that I didn't have to pull many strings.
It didn't surprise me Remy used Caleb's name to pull strings. Any news? I asked.
Nothing right now. Were you able to speak to the guy you had mentioned this morning?
Pike? I asked. He nodded.
Who is Pike?
The guy I keep getting tabled with. He always wears a bored expression.
That description could apply to almost all poker players.
Did you get anything from him?
I nodded. He gave me a chip. When I turned it over, there was a message.
What message?
David asked. Danger. Remy and David shared a look.
Did Pike say anything after he gave you the chip?
Remy asked. No, just gave me the chip, and then he was knocked out of the tournament.
Was the message a threat from him or a warning?
I think it was a warning, I said. Pike has been friendly. Nothing about him sets off warning bells.
I'll see if I can track him down. If he gave you a warning, then he knows what's going on.
The butler returned to the dining room.
Mr. Mark Garza is here. Shall I let him in?
Yes, please, I said. If the chef has enough food to make another sandwich, please have him make one for Mark. The butler gave a slight bow of acknowledgement. Mark arrived, eyes wide as he scanned the dining room and the long glass table.
I think I've died and gone to heaven.
I wouldn't call this place heaven, but it sure felt heavenly getting waited on. The butler pulled out a chair for Mark and poured water into a crystal glass for him.
Lunch will be ready soon,
he said, and then exited. I wondered what else the butler did. Could he have my dirty clothes laundered? The butler reappeared a moment later, pushing a silver cart into the room. Plates covered with silver domes sat on top. One by one, he served us grilled cheese sandwiches that were made with goat cheese and tomato. The artesian bread had been crusted with parmesan and basil, drizzled with olive oil. He set a plate with 3 sandwiches in front of me.
as requested, madam.
Thank you, I said, keeping a laugh from bubbling to the surface. Both Caleb and the chef had taken my eating for 3 seriously.
Is there anything else I can get you?
He asked once everyone had been served and our water glasses topped off. When everyone shook their heads, he backed out of the dining room.
Ring the bell should you need me.
I scanned the table to find a service button had been placed close to Caleb.
Fancy,
Mark said as he picked up a wedge of his sandwich.
I'm so glad I called you, Maya.
When do you have to go back to the tournament room?
David asked me. 4 o'clock, I said. He glanced at the time on the rhinestone clock that hung above the door.
20 minutes. That doesn't give us a lot of time to figure out the meaning of the message.
No, but with cameras and security, I should be fairly safe. David and Remy shared a glance, but I decided I needed food more than a debate. I picked up a grilled cheese wedge and took a bite. As it melted in my mouth, I now understood why people spent a fortune on the chef. If the chef could make a sandwich this good, what other delicious food was he capable of making? Before I could finish the first sandwich, Caleb's phone rang. He looked at the screen and groaned.
Jessica.
You might as well answer it. She'll hunt you down, otherwise. He answered the call and brought the phone to his ear.
What's up?
While I didn't hear her words, the loud shrill of her demanding voice came through the speaker. Everyone stopped eating to stare at Caleb.
Jessica, slow down. What are you talking about?
He listened and then eyed me with an arched brow.
Nadia is not missing. She's sitting next to me.
He paused.
Hang on.
Holding the phone away from his ear, he said,
Check the news. They are saying Nadia was attacked and dead at the scene.
Chapter 8. Dead? Eyes flashed to me before fixating on their phone as everyone typed in a search.
It's true,
Maya said after a moment.
Authorities won't give out names since they are launching an investigation, but eyewitnesses say Nadia left the casino and was accosted by a man shortly after. She struggled and died.
Obviously, it wasn't me, I said.
No, but we know someone who looks like you.
Caleb said. Carmela? I closed my eyes as a wave of nausea passed through me. Carmela had died because someone thought she was me, which meant someone still wanted something from me. But what?
Where did it say this happened?
Remy asked.
After she left the casino.
My security would have seen it.
Maya handed her phone to Remy so he could read the article. David leaned over and looked.
It's down the strip, but not far from here.
Close enough that this can't be a coincidence. See if you can get any other media pictures. I'll have security get footage from nearby stores. Until then, Nadia stays here. Caleb, you stay here as well. I don't want anyone using you for leverage.
Caleb took his phone as he headed out of the dining room.
I'll relay this to Jessica. Might be loud.
I pitied Caleb, but Jessica would eventually calm down and do whatever she needed to do for her client. If Caleb was dead, she couldn't make money off him. Remy excused himself as well. Phone already brought to his ear, he assigned tasks to be carried out immediately. David leaned back.
Nadia, run me through this. How did this start?
I think with Jack, aka the Jackal. He was at my table the first day, and then later that day, I found him dead. Blondie and Pike told me he made meth. Next day, Blondie stole my backpack. She was abducted right after and then found dead this morning at a meth house that was on fire. Pike gave me the danger message not too long ago, and Carmela changed her appearance to look like me and is now dead. David ran a hand through his dark hair.
They are after something and willing to kill to get it. If this all started with Jack, it means he had something they wanted.
But what? I asked.
Did he give you anything, even insignificant?
Just a charm from the gift shop.
Where is it?
I bit my lip as I thought. Jack had clipped it on my backpack when I didn't want to take it. Later, I put it in my pocket. I had it in my pocket, I said.
Where is it now?
Probably still in the pocket. I didn't do laundry.
Is it at your house?
No, in my suitcase. Muffin gave my clean clothes to charity. All I could bring are dirty clothes.
It's here?
When I nodded, David shoved back from the table and gestured for me to follow him to the master bedroom. I don't think it's the charm. It's a cheap plastic poker chip.
Let's make sure. I don't want you dying over it.
I supposed he was right. I didn't want to die, especially not over a cheap charm. Digging through the suitcase, I found the jeans. David took them and slipped his hand in each pocket but came up empty. Maybe it fell into the suitcase. Shaking out each piece of clothing before placing it on the bed, I scoured the suitcase but didn't find the charm. And then I realized I hadn't been wearing jeans on the first day of the tournament. I wore the outfit Mark and Maya had created. It must be in the laundry room.
It's not safe to check there. If your house hasn't been broken into yet, it will be once they realize they got you and Carmela mixed up.
But why kill Carmela if they are after something? If they thought she was me, they'd keep her alive until they found whatever they're looking for.
Unless they realize too late that they accosted the wrong person and needed to cover their tracks.
Hardly covering their tracks when there were witnesses.
That means they are desperate.
I rubbed my stomach as another wave of nausea hit me. What should I do?
You will stay here and not leave, understand?
I nodded. What about the charm?
Give me your key and I'll get it.
Absolutely not.
Nadia, I'll be fine.
3 people are already dead, and a meth house burned to the ground. I'm not giving you the key so you can get yourself killed. Anyway, you promised Maya you wouldn't get into any more trouble.
I meant my own trouble, not when others are in trouble.
I'm not sending you there. I'll figure out a way to get the charm.
How?
I thought for a moment and then groaned. I'll ask Muffin. He raised a brow but didn't say no to the idea.
She'd be able to deal with a thug or two.
Exactly. I'll pay her to get the charm and bring it here. No one in their right mind would mess with her.
How much do you think it will cost you?
Some dignity and a couple buckets of chicken. He smirked.
If that's all it will take, call her.
With a sigh, I pulled out my phone and found her number. She didn't answer, so I left a message. Muffin, it's Nadia. I need a favor and I'm willing to pay for it. I'll even throw in a bucket of chicken as a bonus. Call me back as soon as you can.
How fast do you think she'll respond?
Not sure. She's mad at me, but there's also chicken involved. She'll call in a minute or never. It was 30 seconds later when my phone rang.
How can you ask me for favors after you tossed me out onto the cold streets?
Muffin demanded. The streets aren't cold. They are currently buckling from the heat.
What do you want? And it better be worth the money.
I just need you to go to my house and bring something to me.
I don't have a key.
Muffin, we both know you made a copy of the spare key, I said, guessing. I knew I'd never be truly rid of her.
I only made a copy so I didn't get locked out, and it's a good thing I did. You already need me to get into your house. Now let's talk fees. Your bourgeois home is far from my alley, so I think $500 should cover travel time. As for a transportation fee, since I have to borrow a car again, that will cost you another $500.
1,000? I questioned.
I'm not done. You had mentioned a chicken bucket bonus. For my services, I want the elite membership for the Bucket of the Month Club.
That would add another $200 onto the fees. If sending her to the house put no one else in danger, it was worth the money. But since Muffin would smell something fishy if I didn't complain about her outrageous fees, I said, Muffin, this is extortion. I gave a wink to David to play it cool.
Extortion? Who is the one who kicked me out and is now demanding my highly sought-after services?
It will take you an hour at the most, I argued. It's hardly worth $1,200.
Then get it yourself.
I have a tournament.
Which means you'll make over $1,200.
Only if I win.
Caleb will win. What's the prize amount?
It's a small tournament.
How much?
That backfired on me. Never mind. I'll pay your stupid fees.
Oh, hell no. That means he's going to rake in bank. I want 50% of the winnings.
And if he doesn't win?
He'll win. And if he doesn't, I still want my elite Cluckety Bucket membership.
Deal, I said, since Caleb and I couldn't finish the tournament. If greed came with a slot machine bell, I would have heard Muffin's siren through the phone.
Now that we have a deal, what do you want me to pick up?
There's a charm in one of my pockets. It should be in the laundry room.
What kind of charm?
It's a poker chip. Bring it to the Tropical Rain Casino. Message when you're on your way, and I'll have Remy meet you at the front.
He's a delicious man. If he was a bucket of...
Muffin, I'm in a hurry.
Yeah, I'm on my way.
I disconnected, but not before I heard her shouting at someone for car keys. She's on her way, I said to David.
I heard the terms. Are you sure you want to give Muffin 50% of the winnings?
Since Caleb and I can't play in the tournament, there will be no winnings. The most I'll be out is a Cluckety Bucket membership. Let's go back to the dining room. My stomach is feeling better, and I have 2 more sandwiches to eat.
I'll be there in a few minutes.
Returning to the dining room, I found Maya and Mark were alone and in a whispered conversation. What's going on? I asked. They looked at me with rounded eyes.
We were just talking about the poor girl who died. I think I remember Carmela from when I was a cocktail server. She had hosted a few events with her husband, but I don't remember her with brown hair.
And her clothes are dreadful,
Mark said, and then quickly added,
Not to speak ill of the dead or anything, but I wouldn't want that to be my last outfit.
I believe Carmela was trying to look like me so Caleb would notice her. I sat at the table and stared at my 2 sandwiches that were now cold.
So that's why she looked like you. I thought something was odd, but the resemblance is amazing. No wonder the attacker got confused.
If she's married, why is she after my husband? I asked. Maya pressed her lips together in thought.
I want to say her husband died. Not too long ago, either.
What a tragedy. Carmela was killed for nothing.
I groaned. What do they want? If they are after the charm Jack gave me, is there something inside of it? And what would they need that is so small it can fit inside a charm? Maya shook her head.
I don't know, and I'm sure I don't want to know.
You might not want to know, but I do. Did you find the charm?
I shook my head. Muffin is going to look in the laundry room for it. She'll bring it here.
Here?
Mark squawked.
You're bringing the devil to our door.
Maya patted his arm.
It's okay. We're safe here. No one can access the floor.
Actually, quite a few people could access the floor. Security, the butler, the chef, housekeeping. When the butler returned to clear the dishes, I asked, "How many people have access to the penthouse?"
I have access along with 2 cleaners, 1 maintenance man, your chef, and the casino owner.
What about security?
The security director and 3 of his guards have access too.
Anyone else?
No, madam.
It was more people than I had originally thought, but less than I feared.
Please ring should you need me.
He gathered the plates and left.
What should we do now?
Maya asked.
Let's take a dip in the pool.
I can't leave, I said.
Who said anything about leaving? There is a penthouse pool.
Quirking a brow. Where? He tisked at me.
Didn't you explore when you got here?
No, I had to get to the tournament. Mark stood and flagged for us to follow. Passing the kitchen where the chef was cleaning his knives, we then headed through the living room, past a theater, took a right at the game room where I could order a private dealer, and onto a terrace with large potted palms and thickly padded lounge chairs. A shimmering pool sparkled under the blistering sun. How did you know this was here? I asked.
I watch all the trendy rich influencers. One of them stayed here and had a pool party. Let's just say his guests were hotness personified, and now I'm here. Swimming is a must.
You don't have a suit, I said. He tisked.
Please. As soon as I spoke to Maya, I had mine on quicker than a runway model's wardrobe change.
I suppose I could ask the butler if there is a way to get a swimsuit without leaving, I said. Maya nodded.
Count me in.
Swimming while people were dying didn't feel right, but my nerves were shot, and I wanted to think about something else. I'll ask the butler about suits, I said. But let's wait until after Muffin brings the charm. If she finds out this place has a pool, we'll never get rid of her. Mark nodded.
1 cannonball from her and there'd be a tsunami.
Mark!
Maya scolded.
That's not nice.
I didn't mean because she's a hefty girl. I just meant because she causes chaos wherever she goes. In fact, I don't think you should allow her to come to the penthouse at all.
I wasn't going to, I said. I told her Remy would meet her at the front. But knowing her, she'll somehow strong-arm someone into letting her in. Which made me worry all over again about the safety of the penthouse. Chapter 9. While Mark and Maya returned to the living room, I checked on Ollie to find he was still sleeping. A hint of a smile pulled on his lips that melted my heart. Heaven help me if he turned out to be a girl magnet like his father. Quietly leaving the room, I went to the living room and pressed the butler bell on the coffee table. He arrived moments later.
How may I assist you, madam?
Is there a store that I can buy clothes from without leaving the penthouse? Most of my clothes have met an unfortunate fate.
If you will allow me to speak frankly, I am adequate at purchasing an outfit for a gentleman, but I wouldn't be suitable for a lady's wardrobe.
It's okay. I'm just looking for a swimsuit and possibly jeans, shirts, and underthings. He gave a small cough at the mention of underthings.
I have a solution that might meet with your approval. The casino has a personal shopper on retainer. I could call them on your behalf.
As long as I don't have to leave the penthouse, that sounds perfect. Remy was strict about not leaving. He gave a small nod.
Of course. I will contact them immediately.
He was about to turn, but I put out my hand to stop him.
Do you require something else?
What is your name? You've been very helpful, and I feel weird referring to you as the butler. He gave a small smile.
You may call me Edward, madam.
Thank you, Edward. Can you make sure to clear the shopper with Remy? After another slight nod, he left.
Personal shopper?
Mark asked, having walked into the living room with Maya.
This is exciting.
I have a feeling it will be expensive, and they won't get me anything comfortable, I said, wondering if I should place an online order instead.
The shopper will get you through a couple days like you wanted.
Caleb plopped down on the couch and groaned.
I got chewed out by Jessica.
You didn't cave and say you'd be at the final table, did you? I asked as I sat near him.
No, but she said she's going to make calls and get the tournament postponed.
She can't do that, I said. Caleb raised a brow at me.
Can't she?
Considering it was Jessica, I suspected that if she had to move the Hoover Dam to get her way, she would.
Anyway, Jessica said she's going to stop by after she talks to the tournament director.
Here? I asked. Remy won't let her inside.
Then she can battle Remy,
Caleb said, and relaxed into the couch. He threaded his fingers with mine.
Until then, I'm ignoring my phone. Have I missed anything important?
We are waiting for Muffin to bring the charm, and Edward is going to get a personal shopper for me.
Edward?
The butler. Caleb nodded.
And we're going swimming later,
Mark said.
I want to see you in the pool as well.
I didn't think to bring a swimsuit.
Mark smiled slyly.
You don't need one.
If you don't want to swim, we can twist Remy's arm to get us a dealer for the game room, I said.
We have a game room?
I nodded. Remy should know someone who is trustworthy.
Count me out. Anytime I play poker, I end up losing everything. And I mean everything.
Mark gestured to his pants.
I'm horrible at poker,
Maya said.
I can't keep a straight face. I'm either frowning at a bad hand or smiling at a good one.
That's okay. My head really isn't into the game right now.
Worried? I asked.
Aren't you? A woman just died because she looked like you.
I feel horrible about it. But if Carmela wouldn't have been trying to get your attention, she'd still be alive. Silence ballooned until I said, I just don't understand what they want. If it's the charm Jack gave me, what is the significance of it?
Well,
Caleb said thoughtfully.
We know he made meth. What if he stole something important?
And hid it in the charm? I asked.
Maybe not the item, but a clue to it.
What if it's a treasure map?
Mark gasped.
That would be exciting.
Hardly exciting with so many people dying, I said. But it's too small to be a map.
A code?
Maya suggested.
Like GPS coordinates.
I like where you're going with this. That would easily fit inside a charm.
Okay, so let's say there is a coordinate, I said. What would be at the spot worth killing over?
Money.
Drugs.
Evidence.
It could be anything, and until we had the charm, we had no way of knowing. I'll call Muffin to see if she found it, I said. Pulling out my phone, I saw I missed a message from Frankie, who was looking for Mark. I replied and let him know Mark was with me.
Tell him I'm drowning here.
Frankie texted.
One day off is bad enough, but I have a backup and people are getting mad.
Mark, did you know Frankie needs help? Mark gave a single shrug.
He did this to himself. I'm on strike.
What happened now? I asked.
Same old thing. He's all business all the time. I understood when we were establishing the business, but now we are the biggest chapel in Vegas with more themes than my Aunt Sharon's cosplay outfits. And he still won't take a break. I'm exhausted. And I swear if I have to play a prince one more time for some handsy woman, I'm going to explode.
You make a handsome prince.
I know. It's how I made all of my money before Frankie and I combined our businesses. But I'm just done.
If business is so good, why not hire someone?
Caleb asked.
We have a few times. No one stays long. Working long nights, weekends, and having to clean up after drunks is brutal. The job isn't suited for everyone.
Keep trying, I said. You'll find your perfect employee eventually. Maya nodded.
I can help a couple of nights a week. I just need to coordinate with David.
You would do that?
Maya nodded.
Of course. Being at home all the time makes me a little squirrely. It would be nice to get out and a bonus to help you.
Mark reached over the couch and hugged her. He then glanced expectantly at me. Good luck, I said. Caleb poked me in the side, and I swatted his hand away. There was no way anyone could sway me into working at the chapel again. I squeaked when Mark swooped down to his knees in front of me.
Please, you've worked with Frankie. You'd easily slip back into working at the chapel, and it would only be temporary.
I can't, I said. I'm stuck here until it's safe.
And then you'll help?
He looked at me with gorgeous eyes fringed with lashes women paid money to duplicate. I silently groaned, knowing there was no way I'd get out of it. He would pester me until I finally submitted. However, Jessica was my agent. Ultimately, she kept my schedule. Talk to Jessica, I said. If she can find time for me when Caleb isn't working, I'll help, but only temporary. Mark grabbed my hand and clutched it in his.
Thank you. Between you and Maya, I feel better.
Muffin is available for work as well, I said with a smirk. He dropped my hand.
I don't like your humor.
I laughed and then held up my phone. What do you want me to say to Frankie? Mark sighed dramatically.
Tell him I'll be back to help with the rush tonight.
I texted Frankie with Mark's response and then called Muffin. She answered after a few rings. Did you find it? I asked.
Yes, and you owe me. When I dumped out the laundry basket, it slid under the washing machine. I had to move the machine, and then the hose broke.
I winced. Did you turn off the water? Caleb raised a brow.
Of course I did. I know you think I ruin everything I touch, but I at least know to turn off the water if it is bursting from the pipe.
Pipe? I thought you said it was the hose.
The pipe cracked when the hose yanked on it.
I didn't think a pipe could crack that easily, but knowing Muffin, she used her gorilla strength. Caleb can look at it when we get home, I said. How far away are you?
I'm parking right now. I'll be there in a few minutes.
I'll let Remy know. Stay by the front door.
But how am I going to get my Cluckety Bucket membership?
I'll buy it online and text you the information.
I better have that information by the time I get to Cluckety.
As soon as I call Remy, I'll buy the membership.
Hurry!
She disconnected. Letting Remy know she had arrived, I navigated to Cluckety's website. Caleb shifted so he could see what I was doing.
I didn't think people actually belonged to the Cluckety Bucket Club.
Apparently the CBC is all the rage, I said with a laugh. Amazingly, Muffin pulled through. Pausing, I looked at him. Do you really think Jessica can delay the tournament?
She's determined, and since 2 players at the table can't play, she might actually get them to postpone it.
Then Muffin is going to be rich.
What do you mean?
I made a deal with her thinking that there was no way we could play.
What deal?
She wants 50% of the winnings. He opened his mouth and then closed it, then opened it again. Sorry, I said. He shook his head.
No, it's fine. If we play and win, I'll have Jessica send over the money.
You're not mad? His befuddled expression cleared.
I've lost more than that on side wagers with you.
Thank you for understanding. He nodded and then pulled me to him.
Just think, if she gets $250,000, she might be out of your hair for a while.
That would be worth the money alone. When Ollie cried a moment later, Caleb stood.
I'll get him. I doubt he's hungry since he just ate.
By the time Caleb carried Ollie into the living room, Ollie had calmed. Caleb slowly paced the floor as he cooed to Ollie.
Aw,
Maya said.
you're just like David is with Juliana.
Edward walked into the living room.
A personal shopper will be here within the hour.
Thank you, Edward, I said. He stepped back and nearly collided with David and Remy as they walked inside. Do you have it? I asked Remy. Remy nodded and then glanced at Edward.
You can take a break.
Thank you. You know how to reach me, should you need me.
Remy gave a nod and then headed to the dining room. I hurried after him. Well, is there anything in it?
That's what we're going to find out.
He took the charm out of his pocket and placed it on the table. David picked it up.
Looks solid.
He played with it for a bit.
Doesn't open, no latches or buttons.
Break it,
Mark said.
If we break it, we might ruin whatever is inside.
David said.
But if you don't, you'll never know what is inside.
Maya said. David glanced at Remy.
Your call.
Remy nodded.
I'll get something from the kitchen to open it.
When he left, Maya took the charm and inspected it.
It's super cute. I hate to think this has been used for criminal purposes.
It is cute.
Mark said.
I've been asking Frankie to buy something similar for our wedding packages.
Why would anyone want this in their wedding package? I asked.
Because it's distinctly Vegas-themed, and the ones I looked at had a spot to view a picture.
Oh, that would be adorable. A memento and a picture.
Frankie didn't think it was adorable. He thought it would take more time that we don't have.
I took the charm. Where would the picture be placed? Mark pointed to the side ridge.
This is where you'll look through, and then light would come from the other side, like a 3D viewer.
Oh, I loved those as a kid.
I didn't see anywhere to look through. This was just a plain charm, a simple token of Jack's apology. Remy returned with a knife and cutting board. He placed it on the table and then sat down. Once I handed him the charm, he attempted to cut through it, but the knife barely scratched it. He attempted several times, but with no luck. No matter what he did, the charm held firm.
We need a hammer.
David said after Remy sawed on it with no success.
I'll call maintenance.
Remy pushed back from the table.
It might take a few minutes. I'll be back.
Picking up the charm, I inspected the slight scarring from the knife. It hadn't dug down far enough to tell what was inside. But I suspected the charm had a solid core. Even hitting it with a hammer wouldn't do anything to it.
We could dip it into acid,
Mark suggested.
It will eat away the outside.
Let's save that for a last resort,
David said. A doorbell rang. We have a doorbell? I asked.
There's a front door at the elevator,
Mark said.
How did you get in?
Through the service entrance. Remy didn't want anyone to see us.
I'll get it. It's probably the shopper.
David stopped Mark.
You stay here, I'll get it.
He then looked at me.
Did you clear this with Remy?
I thought Edward spoke with Remy. David frowned.
I've been with Remy most of the time, and I don't remember him getting a call like that. I'm positive he would have said no.
Do you think Edward would have gone around Remy? I asked. David frowned again.
I wouldn't have thought so. Just stay here and let me talk to the shopper.
When David left, Maya said,
I hate this. He always puts himself on the front line.
I don't think you'll ever get him to change, I said. He's a protector at heart.
But it's always my heart on the line when he puts himself in danger.
I hugged her to me, patting her back. Let's go listen. If David's in danger, we have a weapon. I picked up the knife. Caleb took the knife from me.
Listen, killer, you'll end up impaling yourself if you try to use it as a weapon.
Not if I throw it. He held the knife away from me. David returned before I could retrieve the knife.
The shopper is clear. It's Tiffany. I showed her to the living room if you want to go out there.
Maya and Mark squealed at the same time.
Tiffany!
When Mark sprinted out the door, Caleb set the knife down on the table and scooted me out of the dining room. Maya held David back, possibly for a scolding. The shopper looked barely out of high school and definitely had a finer taste in fashion than I did. Her fingers and ears sparkled, and the material of her short skirt and designer blouse were high quality. I suppose no one would hire her if she dressed like I did. But it also made me nervous since I didn't want her fashion. I wanted mine. Mark gushed.
I've been dying to meet you, Tiffany. Maya told me all about her fashion consultation with you. I've been envious ever since.
Tiffany smiled at him, but no warmth passed through her eyes.
Are you my client?
She asked him.
No, but can I add on?
If I have time.
Tiffany turned to me.
I suppose you are my client?
Yes, I'm Nadia.
I had to drop a valuable client to be here, but since you can afford the penthouse, I assume you will make it worth my while.
Before I could answer, she pulled out a tape measurer.
I'll ask you a few questions about your tastes and requirements, and then get measurements.
Tiffany!
Maya squealed as she raced into the room. They air-kissed.
I want in on this too.
David said to Maya.
Get whatever you want.
I eyed him. With an entire bedroom filled with clothes, Maya didn't even need accessories, especially not at the prices Tiffany was going to charge. But I suspected this was his way of letting Maya cool down when she got miffed at him. This is how you apologize? I asked David as Maya and Mark gushed over Tiffany. David grinned.
She's happy and has already forgotten that I made her mad.
How about not putting yourself in danger? It's cheaper, safer, and won't make her mad.
Rather hard not to put myself in danger when you keep getting into trouble.
I frowned at him, which only made his grin grow wider. By the time Tiffany took our measurements, Remy returned with the hammer. He took one look at the personal shopper and leveled me with a dark brow. I wasn't sure what that look was for, but I knew I'd find out soon since he pointed me to the kitchen. David and I followed him.
Who is that?
Remy demanded when we were out of earshot. Didn't Edward talk to you about it?
I've heard nothing. Who is she?
A personal shopper. If Remy could produce steam from his ears, they would whistle right now. He pressed his lips together and then growled.
Do you think this is an appropriate time for shopping?
No, but I need clothes. Edward said he would talk to you about getting the personal shopper.
He didn't.
It concerned me that Edward didn't speak to Remy, especially since he said he would. Did he forget? Or did I need to keep a wary eye on Edward? Chapter 10. Worry over why Edward didn't get Remy's approval before making the appointment with Tiffany concerned me. But Edward had done nothing to make me suspect him of being a murderer, so I chalked it up to being a memory slip instead. I'm not sure why Edward didn't talk to you, I said to Remy. But Maya already knows Tiffany. She's safe. Remy let out a growl of impatience.
I'm 2 seconds away from locking down the entire floor with no access to anyone. That means no food. Do you understand?
I nodded. I didn't mean to let it spiral into a shopping adventure. I just need some things to get me through.
I can vouch for Tiffany,
David said.
Otherwise, I wouldn't have let her inside.
Remy stretched his neck, muttering a curse.
Where's the charm?
When David pulled it from his pocket, Remy took it and placed it on the edge of the counter, giving it a light tap with the hammer. Nothing happened, so he tapped it harder. Hang on. I don't want the counter damaged. Retrieving the cutting board from the dining room, I brought it into the kitchen and set it in front of him.
Thank you,
Remy said, placing the charm on the cutting board and giving it a whack with the hammer.
Nothing,
David said.
Not even a dent.
What do we do with it now? Remy scowled at the charm as if it offended him.
I'm not sure.
We forget about the charm for now. Put it in the safe and we'll switch gears. Time to go on the offensive.
No offensive, I snapped, knowing their plan of attack was always life-threatening.
We can't hole up here forever,
David said.
And I don't mean charging into a drug house, I mean we gather intel and make them sweat a little.
Remy nodded.
Whoever is behind this will make a mistake, and that's when we'll figure out what's going on. David, get Grayson on board. He's the best at gathering intel.
And Ava is the best at tracking. Will she be willing to go on the hunt for us?
She's in the loop. Once we give her a target, she'll start.
What should I do? I asked.
Stay here and shop. Do not leave for even a second, do you hear me?
Yes, I said, annoyed that I was only useful for shopping. And honestly, I wasn't even useful for that either. Remy took the hammer.
I'm going to speak to Edward. Put the charm in the safe while I'm gone.
Picking up the charm, I headed to the master bedroom where I had seen a safe in the closet. Hating that my only mission was to secure the charm and shop, I plopped onto the bed and pouted for a few minutes. I wasn't sure what I pouted about. Was it because I was forever being told to stay put and be safe? Not really. I didn't have a death wish. So was it because once again bad luck Vegas struck? Most likely. Either way, I needed a moment to regroup. Caleb wandered in with Ollie.
I think he's hungry.
I wanted to cry. Not because I was nothing more than a feed bag, but I was tired. Tired because I wasn't sleeping. Tired because once again my life and the lives of my family and friends were in danger. Let's get out of here, I said, sitting up with determination.
We can't. You know it's not safe.
I didn't mean the hotel. I meant the city. Let's get on a plane to go anywhere but here.
We couldn't get out of here even if we wanted to. Carmela only got a block or two before she was attacked. I'm not taking that risk with you.
I'll wear a wig and have Maya dress me up, I said. Caleb shook his head.
We'll stay the night. Remy can lock down the floor and we'll lock the bedroom door as well.
Remy and David are talking about going on the offensive, I said. Caleb raised a brow as he gently bounced Ollie in his arms.
What happened to make them go on the offensive?
They can't break the charm, so they're going to Plan B. Grayson will get intel, and Ava will track. I fell back to the bed in defeat. This is getting out of hand. If I leave, then life will go back to normal for everyone. I'll stay away until I'm forgotten about.
Criminals have a long memory. Let's see what information Grayson comes up with first.
I sighed and held out my arms for Ollie. Caleb set him into my arms. Can you check on Tiffany? I don't want Maya and Mark in charge of my clothes. Caleb gave a small salute and then leaned down to give me a kiss.
I know you're worried, kitten. I am too. We'll figure this out together. And if you want to leave tomorrow, I'll buy tickets to wherever you want to go.
Thank you. Once Caleb left, I took Ollie to the comfy chair and sat down. Flipping on the TV to see if there was any more news coverage about the fire or Carmela, I found a local station with a reporter on the screen. He stood on a crumbling sidewalk in front of a home reduced to charred sticks.
I swear I didn't suspect a thing,
A woman said. Her bright red hair was the only color against the backdrop of the burned house.
Jack was such a nice guy. He made me coffee from time to time. To think it came from a drug kitchen.
A map flashed on the screen. It showed the drug house where Blondie had died. Tucked on the outskirts of Vegas, not much else dwelled. Just a few homes and abandoned trailers.
A second body was found in the home only hours ago. Initial speculation has authorities looking at rival drug dealers.
The reporter said.
An investigative report at 10 o'clock.
I looked at Ollie. I guess I know what I'm doing at 10 o'clock. His fisted hand punched in the air. You're feisty today, I said.
Nadia?
Tiffany called.
I'm heading out. Do you need...
She halted when she saw me with Ollie. Quickly turning, she said,
I didn't know you were indisposed. Did you want to add anything to the list before I leave?
No. As long as I have comfortable clothes and a swimsuit, I'm fine. Oh, and I need a hoodie. She spun around.
A hoodie?
From the way her eyes rounded, a hoodie was not acceptable in Tiffany's world. I need it for when I go to the casino.
How about a jacket? I can pick out a few that will keep you warm and won't sacrifice style.
I silently sighed, knowing I would never get a hoodie from Miss Fashion. Bring something that is comfortable. I'd just have to pick up a hoodie when this was over. Until then, I wouldn't worry about it. Tiffany donned sunglasses.
I'll be back tomorrow. I'll need at least an hour of your time so you can try everything on.
An hour? With a nervous cough, I said, I'll have time. She flicked her gaze to Ollie, and I detected a shiver. As long as she could bring me underwear that wouldn't give me a permanent wedgie, I wouldn't judge her distaste for precious babies. As Tiffany's heels clicked through the penthouse, I looked at Ollie. Don't take it personally. I don't think I liked babies at her age either. After a few pats on the back, I took Ollie to the living room and found everyone but Remy accounted for. What's going on? I asked.
Tiffany just left.
Mark said.
She found you, right?
I nodded. And I doubt my hoodie order will be fulfilled. Caleb reached up from the couch for Ollie. When I handed him off, I curled up next to Caleb. I saw a bit of the news, I said. The authorities think it could be a rival drug dealer behind the fire and murders. There will be a special report at 10.
I'll let Grayson know,
David said.
He said he would call in a few minutes.
We didn't have to wait long. Only a moment later, David's phone rang. When he answered the call, Maya scooted behind David and waved at the phone.
Hi, Grayson. How are you?
Good.
Grayson said.
What is going on? I thought we put the Ortugas family behind us.
We did, but Nadia can't seem to stay out of trouble.
Hey! I straightened. I can hardly be at fault.
Hello, Nadia?
Grayson said. I stood and squeezed in by the phone. Grayson's face was bearded and as handsome as ever. Steel gray eyes cut through the screen with concern. Hello, I said. And sorry. I swear all I did was play in a tournament. That's it.
Grayson, I sent you the information we have so far. It's not much.
Yeah, I got that. There's a reason many detectives follow the money trail first. I'll see where it leads. Once we get a motive, we can go from there.
Sounds good.
Do you want me to come over?
No, the fewer people here, the better. Stay where it's safe.
Okay. Give me an hour to see what I can come up with. I'll check in either way.
Thank you, I said.
You know I got your back.
He smiled and then disconnected. I pondered for a moment. If Grayson is going to follow the money trail, I think we should look at Jack's personal life and Blondie's as well.
I could search for social media profiles on Jack.
Mark said.
Maya, do you want to do Blondie's?
She nodded.
I'll pull up court records for both of them.
I'm going to see if I can find his neighbor's contact information, I said. She was on the news saying Jack was a nice guy who made her coffee. If he made her coffee, they might have talked.
If you reach out to her, don't give any information about yourself or where you are.
I won't. Placing Caleb in charge of Ollie, we got to work. Checking the media news, I found the map shown earlier and then cross-referenced with GPS to find the address. An internet search listed the residence as belonging to Paula Wilk. If she had been a resident long enough, there should be a record of her information. The internet was wonderfully intrusive like that. Just as I found Paula's phone number, Jessica's name popped on my screen. Jessica, I groaned.
I think she's been trying to reach me,
Caleb said.
but my hands are occupied.
Knowing it would annoy her, I answered the call in an obnoxiously cheerful tone. Hello, Jessica.
Stop being weird,
she snapped.
Where is Caleb?
He's taking care of Ollie. Can I give him a message?
Tell him he has the best manager in the world.
Don't I have the best manager in the world too? I asked. She tisked.
Don't push your luck. I'm one more problem away from dropping you as a client.
You really know how to sweet-talk a girl. With a cluck of her tongue, she said,
Tell Caleb I pulled off a miracle. The tournament director agreed to postpone for 2 days.
Only 2 days?
What do you mean, only?
She snapped.
Do you know what I had to do just to get it pushed back?
I'm afraid to find out. What did you promise?
Nothing that concerns you. Tell Caleb to call me soon.
She disconnected. I looked at Caleb. I think she sold your soul to the devil.
Since I already signed a contract with her, it's already been sold,
he said with a wink.
What did she want?
I think she made promises that revolve around you.
It will be fine, but you said the tournament is in 2 days?
I nodded. He blew out a breath.
I guess we'll wait and see what happens.
2 days could be enough, but I doubted it. Even with the police investigating, this wasn't a problem that would go away in a mere 48 hours. Shaking off worries as they crept in, I focused on the things I could do, and that was researching. Taking my phone, I dialed Paula's number and walked to the bedroom. After a few rings, my call went to a generic voicemail, giving me no information that I had the right person. Leaving a message to call me, I went back to the living room to wait.
Anything?
Caleb asked. I shook my head. Voicemail,
I think I found something,
Maya said.
Thank Lord Elvis.
Mark said.
Jack is like a ghost, no profiles at all.
David looked up from his phone.
I doubt a guy neck deep in the drug trade would want social profiles for law enforcement to find.
Blondie has a few profiles,
Maya said.
but only one that she is active on.
Anything good?
Mark asked.
Looks like she went to nearly every party in Vegas. Her feed is picture after picture of her at different parties.
David held out his hand for the phone. Since I was curious, I looked over his shoulder. Every picture was of Blondie dolled up in dark makeup, full-bodied hair, and tight dresses. Backgrounds were all different. It didn't look like any of the parties were held in the same location.
She gets around,
Mark said as he pushed in next to me. David nodded.
Which gives us a loose connection.
She could have stumbled into a drug dealer's party.
Or she could have been the dealer. Well, even in Sin City, no one gets invited to this many parties unless they have celebrity status or have something people want.
If she was the dealer, she wouldn't have told me Jack makes meth. Mark shrugged.
Throwing shade on someone to make her look innocent isn't a new thing.
There was no reason for her to look innocent. We were just playing poker.
But Jack was murdered. Maybe she murdered him.
It could happen,
David said, earning him a smile from Maya. Did you find any court records? I asked.
Nothing for Jack. He's squeaky clean, which bothers me.
Why?
I doubt a guy making meth has no records, which means his name could be an alias.
What about Blondie? I asked.
She's a different story. A few petty thefts, bribing, fleeing, and obstruction. However, there is nothing that would tie her to the drug trade.
That's frustrating, I said. It would be good if we could find more information on Jack. Maybe Pike knows his real name.
Do you have Pike's information or real name?
David asked with a smirk, knowing I didn't.
Don't worry, Remy can easily look him up with the tournament director's help. I'll text him.
As David texted Remy, I peeked at my phone to find Paula had not called me back. With a sigh, I shoved the phone into my pocket and wondered what else I should investigate. Until we could talk to Pike, that path was a dead end. Maya, did you find anything else about Blondie?
No, just a lot of party pictures.
Do you recognize anyone in the pictures? She shook her head.
We were obviously in different social circles.
When I frowned, Mark patted me on the shoulder.
Don't worry about it. You're safe and have a butler and chef. Things could be worse. Anyway, the police will figure it out soon. But I have to get going before Frankie makes good on his threat.
What was his threat?
To divorce me.
He threatened that? Mark smirked.
He threatens divorce once a day. I love riling him up, but it's all in fun. However, this last week, I don't know.
Mark shrugged. Maya hugged him.
You'll feel better once you see what Tiffany picks out for you.
Thank you. I'll be back tomorrow.
Aren't you needed at the chapel tomorrow? I asked. His brows arched.
Be careful, or I'll return with my suitcase.
With a huff, he headed for the front door. After he left, the rest of us waited, not knowing what else to do. However, when it grew late, we called it quits for the night. As soon as Remy locked down the penthouse floor, Caleb and I locked ourselves in the master bedroom with Ollie. We glanced uneasily at each other as we climbed into bed. Are you worried? I asked. He nodded.
It wasn't so bad with everyone in the penthouse, but now it's kind of creepy.
Creepy enough to jump on an airplane and escape?
Let's see what happens tomorrow.
We could be dead tomorrow. He frowned as he eyed the door.
I'll never be able to sleep if you talk like that.
I'm sorry, I said, scooting to the middle of the bed and stretching my arms out to him. I'll take your mind off everything. He smirked.
You should have led with that.
Chapter 11. Dragging my head off the pillow, I sat up on the bed, attempting to recall where I was. Ollie's demand for food shrilled through the dark space. Hotel. I was in the penthouse. Between the fitful sleep and then Ollie's midnight and 3 o'clock snacks, my mind was now the consistency of watery oatmeal.
What time is it?
Caleb asked. I turned my blurry gaze to an alarm clock sitting on the nightstand. 7, I said, flipping back the covers and pressing the button for the curtains. They slid open, flooding the room in light. Caleb and I groaned at the same time.
These blackout curtains are great for sleeping, but not to wake up.
As I shuffled to Ollie, Caleb sat at the edge of the bed like a sleepy child with ruffled hair. His hard physique and morning stubble balanced that look. I'll feed Ollie. Can you see about breakfast? I'm starving. Caleb nodded and then pushed off from the bed. Before he made it 2 steps, we heard a noise. What was that? I asked. Caleb walked to the door and pressed his ear against it.
Someone is here.
Call Remy, I said. Since Ollie was hungry, I nursed him to keep him quiet. Hopefully, it was just Edward or the chef in the penthouse. But I didn't want to take chances, especially since I wasn't too sure about Edward to begin with. After all, he did bypass Remy to hire the personal shopper. Who else might he let in without Remy's knowledge? As Caleb called Remy, I stared at the door with wide eyes, fearing it would be kicked in.
It's Caleb,
he said into the phone.
It sounds like someone is in the penthouse. Do you know who it is?
He paused.
Yeah, we're locked in the bedroom.
Another pause.
Thanks.
When he disconnected, I asked, What did Remy say?
There shouldn't be anyone here. He didn't unlock the floor.
Someone broke in?
Remy is on his way up to check.
Suddenly, the bedroom didn't seem so safe, but there was no way out except the one door, which led straight to the intruder. We were stuck.
We're safe in here,
Caleb said as if he read my mind. For how long?
Remy will be here before anyone can harm us.
Even though Caleb sounded unfazed, his eyes scanned the room. He picked up a heavy glass vase from a side table and positioned himself in front of the door. Move back, I said. If they shoot at the door lock, you'll get hit. Caleb stepped over, but not far enough away for my liking. We watched the door for what seemed like an eternity until someone knocked, making us both jump. Ollie startled at the movement.
Who is it?
Caleb called.
Remy, it's safe to come out.
I shifted my shirt to cover any bits while Caleb opened the door.
Was there someone here?
Yes, that was my fault. Night shift ended and I didn't give the day shift the same assignment for full lockdown. Edward came to set up for breakfast.
Caleb's stiff shoulders relaxed.
Oh, okay. Thank you for letting me know. I didn't think about the day shift.
My fault,
Remy said again. Caleb shook his head.
No, thank you for keeping us safe. Have you heard anything since we last spoke?
Nothing yet, but David is coming over and Grayson is supposed to call. We'll regroup in about 30 minutes.
I'll shower and be ready.
When Caleb closed the door, I watched as he retreated to the bathroom. His shoulders were rigid again. Glancing down at Ollie, I tickled his cheek. I think Daddy will need a vacation after this. What do you think? Should we head out of Bad Luck Vegas? He didn't respond, but he was motivated by food, which I had, so I took it as a yes. I smiled at him, but the smile faded. Having to keep myself safe was one thing. Having to keep my baby safe was a whole different level of stress. Once Caleb finished in the bathroom, he took over Ollie's care. I was free to wilt under the multiple shower heads in the master bathroom. The waterfall soothed my clenched muscles. Once I was fully pruned, I stepped out of the shower and dug through my suitcase, looking for the least dirty clothes. I thought about calling Tiffany to find out her progress with shopping, but I knew whatever she brought would be nothing I'd want to wear anyway. I pulled out a pair of jeans that were okay, but the shirts were wrinkly, and one had a stain. Looking in the closet where Caleb had hung his clothes, I found he had plenty of shirts. Taking one, I slipped it on. The soft cotton material hung too loose on me, but not loose enough for me to change. Just as I was about to leave the closet, my gaze caught on the safe. Opening it, I took out the charm and stared at it. "Are you holding a secret?" Flipping it around provided no clues, so I returned it to the safe and locked it. I then headed out to find Caleb. Voices drifted from the dining room, and I quickly found Caleb, Remy, David, Maya, and Mark. Ollie was asleep in Caleb's arms. A laptop sat in the middle of the table, and everyone gathered to look at it.
There is a money trail,
Grayson's voice came from the laptop.
but it's not clear where it's coming from or where it's going.
I stepped over to find Grayson's face on the screen. He wore glasses that made him look like a sexy professor. Reflections from his screen bounced off the glasses, and I suspected he wasn't looking at our faces, but at a spreadsheet.
Did you get anything?
David asked.
Yes and no. The house that burned down is owned by someone named H.W. Manticore. However, that name leads to a dead end.
Why did Manticore sound familiar?
It's possible it's a fictitious name.
Did you find anything else?
Remy asked.
Property taxes are paid by Centaur Incorporated. I looked them up and found an address, but nothing more.
What's the address?
I'll send it to you, but I've already looked it up. It's an abandoned property. No real estate listing either.
An abandoned property with no one to sell it is a perfect place to hide things,
Remy said.
Ava and I will check it out.
I'll go too.
Remy shook his head.
Stay here. You're my eyes and ears.
Remy, before you go.
Grayson said.
There is a fence line at the property. It looks in disrepair. You should easily get in. But on the satellite image, there is a building that looks like it was camouflaged. Be careful if you go near it.
Can you show me?
Grayson flipped the computer camera to show his screen. The mouse arrow moved to the top left side of the screen.
Do you see this spot?
Yeah. Looks like either a hobbit is living there, or someone is trying to hide a building.
A building that could have a bunch of drug dealers inside.
Grayson warned.
Don't go there without an exit plan.
Don't worry about me. Ava and I have gotten out of worse. Send me the location. I'll go there now and see what I can find.
Remy stood and headed to the door. He paused before leaving.
The chef is scheduled to come in about 5 minutes. He is under instructions to knock.
Wait, I called. Did you find out Pike's name?
Still waiting to hear from the tournament director. I'll stop by his office on my way out.
When Remy left, David looked at the screen.
Grayson, is there any other information you can give us that will help?
Grayson shook his head.
I'll keep looking on my end. But what's going on with you? Did you find out anything about Jack or Blondie?
Jack is squeaky clean.
David said.
No arrests. No social media sites. Blondie has a few dings on her record. Nothing major. Her social media site is filled with pictures of her at parties.
Too many parties,
Maya said.
No one can be that active without a reason.
Do you think she's selling?
David nodded.
It would solve how she's involved. What else?
I left a message for Jack's neighbor, I said. She hasn't called back, but I'm not even sure if I have the right number.
Do you have her address?
Grayson asked. When I nodded, he said,
Send it to me. I'll go over. I need to stop at the hardware store anyway.
Do rich people go to the hardware store?
Mark asked.
Yes, and if I don't go soon, the manager will be breathing down my neck.
Considering Jenna was the manager, I doubted he'd mind her breathing down his neck. Be safe. Her name is Paula, and she was happy to speak with the media.
Good to know. I'll check back soon.
Once Grayson disconnected, Maya asked,
What do we do now?
We wait,
David said. I hated waiting. Not that I wanted to leave the safety of my tower, but I knew if I sat here I'd go crazy. To walk off some of my nerves, I headed to the kitchen to get a glass of water. Opening the cupboard, I grabbed a glass and used the water system on the refrigerator to fill it.
Can I get you anything, madam?
I jumped, sloshing water on the floor.
I didn't mean to startle you.
Edward said as he rounded the island counter and took a towel to wipe the floor. I can do that, I said.
It is my job.
He said. easily wiping up the liquid before I could stop him. When he straightened, he asked,
Should I check on the chef for you?
"If he's not here in a few minutes, then check." Edward gave a nod and then excused himself. My phone buzzed. I pulled it out as I headed to the living room. A group text from Remy popped up.
Pike's name is Mike Wilk.
As in someone who might be related to Paula Wilk? What were the chances of that? Remy also added Mike's phone number. I replied to the group, "I'll call him." I was about to press the phone number, but then stopped. It wasn't even 8 yet. If I woke him, I wouldn't get any information out of him.
I'll look at his social media,
Maya replied.
I'll get court records.
David added. Content that we had something to do while we waited, I plopped down on the couch and placed my water on the coffee table. I'd have to call Mike and Paula later, but until then, I would research the charm. Even though the charm angle hadn't been helpful, I wanted to make sure it wasn't a dead end. The search result on charms was numerous. There were many pictures of the different styles. As I scrolled through, I couldn't find one that looked like mine. However, I stumbled onto a few tutorials about how to make them. Some repurposed used materials while others used items from hobby stores. Those didn't help me. I was about to give up my search when I scrolled a little further and found a crafter who made custom charms. Even though I thought it was a long shot, I retrieved the charm from the safe and snapped a picture. I then messaged it to the crafter, asking if they had made it. Locking the charm in the safe, I returned to the living room to find the chef had arrived with a metal cart topped with ingredients. Edward closed the door behind him, and both men went to the kitchen. My stomach growled, impatient for breakfast. Sitting on the couch, I propped up my feet and leaned my head back. I wasn't sure if I was more hungry or tired, but both made me wish there was a method to eat and sleep at the same time. With blonde ringlets bouncing, Maya entered the living room in a bundle of energy. I eyed her with disdain.
What's that look for?
Because I hate you. She swatted my arm as she sat next to me.
Try again.
How is it that your hair, makeup, and outfit are perfect, and you don't look tired? You have an 8-month-old. You should look rougher than me.
It will get better. Juliana is finally sleeping through the night.
Sleeping through the night? What is that like?
Heaven. Ollie will get there before you know it. Naps help.
Naps sounded like a wish from a genie.
In fact, you should take a nap now.
Breakfast will be done soon, and I'm waiting for Paula to get back to me, and I need to call Pike. I didn't want to call at this hour, so I'll wait a little while.
Give me your phone, and I'll let you know if anyone calls.
No, I'll be fine.
Give me your phone or prepare yourself.
I eyed her. Prepare myself for what?
My super attack. Not even David can stop me.
Super attack? I laughed. There is no way you can stop David. He lets you win because he doesn't want to sleep on the couch.
Perhaps, but my methods are effective.
Either way, I'm not taking a nap.
Give me the phone.
When I shook my head, she shifted on the couch, facing me. I only had a second of warning before she attacked. What are you doing? I asked as I fended her off from my pockets.
Getting your phone.
Stop it, I said, unable to halt my laughter when she pushed me over and went pro wrestler on me.
Give me your phone and I will.
Petite Mia piled on me. Her hands flew at me faster than hummingbird wings. She hit every ticklish spot until I couldn't take it anymore. Uncle! I yelped as we both fell to the floor.
What is going on here?
Mark asked. Maya grinned as she held up my phone.
Victory!
Both David and Caleb stepped on either side of Mark and looked down at us sprawled on the couch. Caleb grinned as he watched me struggle to free myself from Maya. Get your wife off me, I said to David.
Don't be such a poop. I have your phone, and you won't get it back until you take a 20-minute nap.
I glared at David, but the traitor shook his head and turned, heading to the dining room. Maya stood and shooed me to the bedroom.
20 minutes. You'll feel better. and I swear I'll let you know if you get a call or breakfast is ready.
Since no one came to my rescue, I did as she said and retreated to the bedroom. However, I didn't go to bed. Instead, I sat in front of the TV and turned it on with the volume set at low. Perhaps there was more information on the news. Waiting for a commercial to end, I attempted to check messages on my phone. No phone. With a sigh, I grudgingly watched the dog food commercial until it ended, and a perky anchor grinned at the camera. Her blindingly white teeth dazzled as she spoke, but the news was nothing of interest. At least nothing that pertained to Jack, Blondie, or the drug house. Just as I was about to flip to a different station, the woman paused in mid-sentence and placed the tips of her fingers to her ear.
"We have breaking news,"
she said.
"4 are dead after a fatal attack. We'll head over to John Cluster with more on this developing story."
The camera cut to a man standing outside of a fenced property. The background flashed with emergency vehicle lights.
"As you can see, this story is in progress,"
the reporter said.
"At this time, we know an armed suspect forced their way in. 4 are dead, but no word yet who the victims are or what provoked this attack. Early speculation suggests this could be tied to yesterday's fire, which left one dead at the scene and another body discovered only a short while ago. We will keep you up to date as the story unfolds. This is John Cluster. Back to you, Renee."
Before the camera cut to the anchor, the reporter moved slightly to the side, giving me a split-second glimpse of the building. It was enough for me to see the roof wasn't an average industrial building roof, but instead grass-topped. A hobbit dwelling. Nearly tripping over myself, I scrambled out the door. Chapter 12. I raced through the living room where Maya and Mark were sitting on the couch, then jogged past the kitchen where the chef was at work. Rounding into the dining area, I nearly collided with Edward. David and Caleb looked up at me with raised brows.
"You okay?"
David asked. "Have you heard from Remy?"
"Not yet. Why?"
"Call him. I think the place he and Ava went to are on the news. 4 are dead." When David picked up his phone, Caleb said,
"I doubt Remy would have made it there by now. With Vegas commute traffic, he's probably in a backup."
David pressed Remy's number and then brought it to his ear.
"I'll find out either way."
My breath caught until David's features relaxed.
"Remy, are you and Ava safe?"
When David gave a nod to me, I let out a gusted breath of relief.
"No, don't go. There's a news story. 4 are dead."
He paused as he listened.
"Yeah. I'll let you know what we find out."
David disconnected.
Remy had just made it home to pick up Ava.
I sank into a chair. Thank goodness. I was so afraid when I saw the news.
"What exactly did they say?"
Caleb asked. I relayed the small amount of what I knew. It sounds like they don't know what's going on either, but we can watch the reports as they happen. What got me was the 4 dead, and then I caught a glimpse of the camouflaged roof. It has to be the same place, right?
It's likely, but until we know for sure, let's not jump to conclusions.
Even so, 8 people have died within 3 days, I said. Something big is happening.
I agree.
David said as he focused on his phone.
I'm texting Grayson to let him know.
Edward walked in with the silver cart.
Breakfast is ready.
With the news scare, I had forgotten I was hungry, but now my stomach grumbled in anticipation. I'll get Maya and Mark, I said.
No need. I already let them know.
By the time he finished serving breakfast, Maya and Mark had sat at the table. Edward went around with beverage selections. Hot coffee, ice water, and juice were poured. Not being able to wait, I dug into the eggs Benedict with sliced avocados and groaned.
I think that's a thumbs up,
Caleb said with a laugh. Is it horrible that I'm thoroughly happy even though people are dying and we're stuck here? I wondered aloud.
If there is any place to be stuck, this is the place to be.
Mark said. I eyed Mark. Speaking of which, Did you and Frankie make up, or did you escape from the chapel again? Mark tisked.
Don't spoil the most important meal of the day, but if you must know, we argued for a bit last night and then passed out. We were booked solid for the night, so neither of us had the energy for much more than a squabble.
He took a sip of coffee and sighed.
Anyway, Tiffany will be here this morning, and I don't want to miss that.
I didn't want to think about Tiffany. Fashion was the furthest thing from my mind at the moment. It was an hour after breakfast when Tiffany arrived. By that time, I had already called Paula and Pike with no answer from either of them.
We have about an hour, so I brought my 2 assistants,
Tiffany said. The female assistant looked like a carbon copy of the overly fashioned Tiffany, and the male reminded me of Mark. I was afraid quilted animals would spring from the clothes rack they wheeled in. I wondered if having assistants inflated the personal shopping fees. Tiffany and Maya air-kissed in greeting. Tiffany eyed my baggy shirt.
Are you wearing a men's t-shirt?
Yes. The determination in her eyes withered.
I'll take Nadia since she needs the most help. You 2 will take Maya and Mark.
Tiffany pulled clothes from hangers and handed them to me.
Try these on first.
Maya and Mark had the same assignment, but the orders were issued less gruffly. Taking our clothes, Maya and I went to the master bedroom while Mark took the second room.
This is so much fun.
Sure. She swatted me with fabric that had way too many sequins. Careful. That could maim a person.
Don't be silly.
I laid the outfit on the bed and eyed it. It wasn't the flirtatious outfits Maya tried to dress me in, but the skinny pants didn't stretch, and the shirt was too cropped. There would be inches of skin showing. I'm going to pass on this. Maya's eyes rounded.
You can't pass on it unless you try it. Those are Tiffany's rules.
I'm the client who is paying her. I should have a say. Maya shook her head.
Just try it on unless you want a full diva uproar. I've seen it once and I never want to see it again.
Since it would only take a few minutes of my time, I sucked it up and dealt with it. The last thing I needed was diva drama. I had enough of it when I was neighbors with Frankie. The fabric squeezed all the joy from my world as I tugged and pulled until it encased me like a sausage. I didn't bother glancing in the mirror. It would only show me horrifying things. Maya slipped on a dress that barely hung lower than her butt. However, she looked adorable in it. As long as she didn't sit down, she'd be safe. Maya scanned me.
You look like you have long legs in those pants.
I had to squish my fat to get into them. Instead of being horizontally fat, I'm vertically fat.
You're being silly,
she admonished with a laugh.
The pants look good on you.
Yeah? How about this muffin top that is bulging between my pants and shirt?
Your skin is just a little loose from pregnancy.
Loose? Is that what the young kids are calling it these days? She stuck her tongue out at me and flounced out of the room. I was pretty sure I won that battle. But the fact that I was wearing skin-tight pants meant I didn't win the war.
Nadia?
Tiffany called.
We're waiting for you.
While I didn't want to parade my looseness through the penthouse, I kept Maya's warning to heart. I didn't need diva drama. Coming, I said, attempting to be cheerful, but the word came out sounding more like a curse. Caleb and David had lingered outside of the living room, watching as the assistants worked with Maya and Mark. However, when they saw me, their eyebrows raised in synchronization. I wrapped an arm around my waist, covering my imperfections. Normally, I was at peace with being imperfect, but now I wanted to hide. Tiffany frowned.
This won't work.
She handed me the next outfit to try. Thankful to escape, I took the outfit and hurried away. Unfortunately, I found it was more of the same torture, this time in the shape of a mermaid-cut dress. How did people move in these things? The snug fabric wrapped around my thighs with no way to use my legs for walking. I toddled out to the living room where eyebrows raised again. Tiffany's frown turned into a glower. She sent me back to the bedroom with another outfit. Just like the first two, every outfit she gave me to try was a travesty to human functionality. After the 10th outfit, The vein in Tiffany's neck throbbed, and her eye developed a twitch.
This is impossible. I've never had a problem matching fashion with a person before.
It's not your fault, I said, attempting to calm what was brewing into a diva moment. My body likes jeans and hoodies. Her glower deepened.
You must be sabotaging my work. I will be a laughingstock if this gets out.
Don't worry, Tiffany. I'll take pictures of my outfits and post them online.
Maya said to appease her.
We won't say anything about the bad luck with Nadia.
I do tend to attract bad luck in Vegas.
You are like overalls and a trucker hat to my career,
Tiffany said, packing up the items that I wouldn't be purchasing, which was all of them. Only Maya and Mark had found items, making the rolling clothes rack more manageable. Tiffany snapped her fingers for the assistants to push it out the door. With one glance back at me, she said,
I expect payment for my services by the end of the day.
Shading her eyes with sunglasses, she marched out the door.
That was interesting,
Caleb said with a laugh. He hugged me and whispered,
Don't worry about clothes. I prefer you naked anyway.
I lightly smacked his chest and attempted not to laugh. However, all laughter died when Remy returned. His brow was furrowed. What happened? I asked.
Mike Wilk is dead.
Pike? I gasped. Remy nodded. When? How? Why? I sputtered my questions.
They haven't officially released the names of the guys at the shootout, but word is spreading that Mike was caught in it. I'm not sure about the details yet.
This is getting out of hand.
My stomach turned sour as fear crept through me. Were we next?
I'll find out what I can,
David said, pulling his phone from his pocket.
I'll let Grayson know what's going on as well.
I did on the way up here. He said he'd look into it from the financial angle.
Good, I'll be in the dining room. I need to make a phone call.
When he left, Remy said,
I'm going back to the casino to see if I can learn anything else. Call me if you need me.
Maya and Mark sank to the couch with the same sigh. Where is Ollie? I asked.
He's sleeping.
Caleb said, stroking my back as if knowing I was 1 second away from a meltdown. Out of the people who were in contact with Jack, I was the only one left standing. Nope. I was no longer standing. I slid down as my knees gave up. Caleb caught me before I landed on the floor.
Did you almost pass out?
He asked, bringing me up against him. No, but my knees did. He helped me to a chair positioned across from Maya and Mark. He then sat on the coffee table facing me. Taking my hands, he held them as he peered into my eyes. I'm fine, I lied. I was just taken by surprise.
Are you worried?
I nodded. Out of everyone who talked to Jack at the table, I'm the only one alive.
I'll buy plane tickets. We'll leave today.
I shook my head. I think we're too late. I don't want to go outside. If anything happened to Ollie... I couldn't finish the sentence.
We can get costumes,
Mark said.
I'll get Frankie over here and we'll disguise everyone and then head off to a vacation. I need one anyway.
Maya nodded.
You know they have an entire inventory of costumes.
If anyone could disguise me, it was Frankie and Mark. But fear stole my courage. I had Ollie to think about. What if? Nope. I would not think of what ifs. They were too horrible to contemplate. I would freeze up, I said. Instead of leaving, let's completely lock down this floor again. Caleb nodded.
That's fine. We don't need any of the services anyway.
I still think you should leave. This floor might be safe, but for how long?
Caleb rubbed his jaw.
What if I buy the tickets and we can wait and see what you feel like doing after you calm down a bit?
Sure, I said, knowing I wouldn't change my mind. It won't hurt to have a backup plan. When he stood and pulled out his phone, I leaned my head back against the chair and willed the tears not to roll down my face. I didn't want to cry. There was nothing to cry about. We were still safe for now, and the guys were working to figure out what was happening. Mark flipped on the TV and navigated to the news, but I couldn't stand to watch it. Instead, I took my phone and headed to the bedroom to call Paula. She was the only one who might have a lead. Unfortunately, the call went to voicemail. Either I didn't have the right number, or she was ignoring me. Since Paula had been in contact with Jack, I worried about her. Could someone want her dead as well? Chapter 13. Knowing Grayson had intended to go to Paula's house, I called him.
Everything okay?
Grayson asked when he answered. I have a bad feeling, I said. Everyone who has been in contact with Jack is dead. I haven't been able to reach Jack's neighbor. What if she's dead?
I'm almost to her house.
I don't think you should go. I'll call the police to do a wellness check on her.
Don't worry. I'll drive by the place and see if I notice anything. If something looks suspicious, I'll call the police.
I'll send David or Remy over. I don't want you to do this alone.
No need. I doubt there will be a problem with Paula, but I will be safe.
How far away are you?
I'm turning onto the road right now.
Put me on speaker so I can listen, I said. If I hear anything that sounds like you're in trouble, I'm calling the police.
Deal. I see the house. It's in rough shape.
Do you see anyone?
No. The street is mostly abandoned. The house to the left was the one that was on fire, and the house to the right has a caved roof. I'm getting out of the car now.
Be safe.
I will. Keep quiet so no one hears you.
If he made any noise while walking to the house, I didn't hear. The silence had me checking to see if the phone was still connected. Then I heard a knock. Another knock.
Paula Wilk?
Grayson called.
I'm going to peek in the window.
Grayson whispered. My heart thudded and my ears strained for any sound. But he was silent. And then he cursed.
There's a body on the floor. I'm going to hang up so I can call the police. I'll be in touch.
And then he was gone, and my knees wouldn't support me to warn the others. Everyone connected to Jack was dead. And for what? My eyes trailed to the closet, and then back at my phone. Did this have anything to do with the charm? Quickly checking to see if I got a message from the charm crafter, I saw he had replied.
Hello, I'm sorry to say that I don't recognize the design, but it looks like it is made with the same materials I use. If you want a replica, I can make one. I just need more information.
An online icon was lit by his name, showing he was still in the messaging system. I quickly typed a reply. If there is something inside of the charm that I want to get out, is there an easy way to do it? My eyes remained glued to the screen, hoping he didn't wander away. After a minute, a message chimed.
It's impossible to open and keep the charm. But if you don't care about the charm, you can melt it with a torch. As long as whatever is inside is protected, you should be able to get it out. This is a hard plastic to work with. Protect any surfaces you don't want damaged. Careful not to burn yourself either.
I wrote a thank you reply and then took the charm out of the safe. Returning to the living room, I announced, I need a torch. Several pairs of eyes targeted me, brows raised. I found out how to open this, I said, holding up the charm. We melt it.
Do you really think something is inside of it?
Maya asked. I don't know, but everyone who knows Jack is dead, I said. The latest to die is Paula Wilk.
The neighbor?
Caleb asked. I nodded. Grayson is over there now. When she didn't answer the door, he peeked through the window and saw a body.
How does he know she's dead and not passed out?
David asked. I hesitated, not knowing the answer. He sounded convinced that she was dead, so I didn't question it.
I'll call him in a few minutes.
Crossing over to me, David took the charm and felt the material.
I suppose it could melt. Maintenance should have a torch here.
Should I text Remy? I asked. Edward appeared behind Caleb, startling him.
No need, madam. I can have maintenance bring it here.
Don't go to the trouble. Remy should return soon anyway. Edward gave a nod.
If you should need anything, you know how to reach me.
Thank you. I waited until he was gone before I called Remy. Remy answered on the first ring.
Anything new?
Paula Wilk is dead. Grayson will touch base later with more details. And I need a torch to melt the charm.
I'm on my way back now. I'll stop at the maintenance department and pick one up.
When we disconnected, Caleb took me aside as the others inspected the charm. He said,
I got us a flight going out this evening.
"Where?"
Does it matter?
I shook my head. No, I was just curious.
I'll give you a hint. It's a place where you don't have to worry about clothes.
I stared flatly at him. Did you sign us up for a nudist camp?
Only I get to see you nude,
He said, and then ruffled my hair until I swatted him away. If I didn't have to worry about clothes, it was probably a low-key beach destination somewhere. And that sounded like a slice of heaven to me. However, the plane wouldn't leave until much later, and I wanted to know what was inside of the charm. There had to be something. Why else would people be dying left and right? Someone was desperately looking for something, and I had a gut feeling that it was hidden in the charm. Hands trembling, I shoved them into my pockets so no one would notice. However, that was the time when Ollie cried. "Can you get him?" I asked Caleb, not trusting my shaking hands or jelly knees. He placed a kiss on my forehead.
I got him. Don't worry.
Saying not to worry was one thing, but I had a lot of worry inside of me. When Remy arrived with the torch, he brought it to the kitchen and took out a skillet from the cupboard. David placed the charm in the skillet as Remy slipped on a pair of safety glasses. We surrounded the island.
Back up a bit.
Remy said.
I only have one pair of safety glasses.
Since the crafter had warned me about melting it, I took a large step back and watched as Remy lit the torch. When he touched the flame to the charm, nothing happened right away, but soon a little melted, dripping a bead of liquid into the pan. And then another. Remy lifted the flame to check the progress.
A little more, but it's working.
My hands clenched as I waited. After Remy worked on the charm a little longer, he turned off the flame.
There's something here.
What is it?
Not sure. It's tiny. I'll have to let it cool before touching it.
He took off his safety glasses and then opened the silverware drawer and found a shrimp fork.
Don't break it,
Maya said when he poked the charm with the fork.
I won't. I just want to move away some of the plastic.
He pulled out a black square.
I think it's a coating.
How could anything be inside of it? I asked. It's tiny. Using his phone to zoom into the details, Remy pressed the square between his fingers. A popping noise startled him, and he juggled to keep it from falling.
It opened,
Remy said when he finally caught it.
What's inside?
Caleb asked, swaying back and forth with Ollie in his arms. Remy held up a scrap of paper. He carefully unfolded it.
There is something written on it.
Taking his phone to zoom in, he frowned.
I think it's a formula.
Take a picture.
Remy snapped a picture and then handed his phone to David.
What do you think?
It's definitely a formula.
What would the killer want with a formula?
Maya asked.
Since we're working with drug dealers, this could be a formula for a new drug, and if it's worth killing to get, then it must be groundbreaking.
How do we find out?
We don't. We contact the DEA and hand it off to them. Most likely they've already been pulled into the investigation regarding the meth house. And once it's out of our hands, we can put this behind us.
Even if we gave the formula to the DEA, I wasn't as confident as David that this would be behind us. Unless arrests were made, someone was still out there who wanted the information. Chapter 14. We had finished lunch when 2 agents from the DEA arrived. They looked the part with their black attire and sunglasses hanging on their collars. The female agent eyed us, getting a full analysis report from one scan. Her partner didn't have the same no-nonsense demeanor. He greeted us each with a handshake and a warm smile.
I'm Agent Estes, and this is Agent Sutton.
He then stepped back as Agent Sutton took over.
We received a report that you found a formula for what you think is a new drug.
Agent Sutton said.
Which one of you is David Miller?
I am.
Let me see the formula,
she said, holding out her hand. When David handed her the scrap of paper, she frowned.
This is it?
David nodded.
We found it inside a charm that was given to Nadia.
Which one of you is Nadia?
I raised my hand.
How did you come across the charm? And what made you suspect there was something inside of it?
Since I knew there would be follow-up questions, I said, I'll start from the beginning. Many things have happened. Agent Sutton gave me a nod to proceed. Agent Este scribbled notes as I told them about how I met Jack and Blondie, how there was the fire, and now Paula was dead as well. I even included the shootout that killed Pike since it might be related.
You've been busy. Did you go to the police with this information?
When I shook my head, she narrowed her eyes at me.
Are you saying all of these people have died, and you didn't call the police with information that might lead to arrests?
What would I say? I asked. All I had was a charm. We only figured out it contained a formula a little while ago. When Blondie stole my bag, there was nothing in it except for my hoodie and some snacks. She stepped around the living room as she eyed every single piece of furniture and glitzy decor with her sharp gaze. She then turned to me.
So, you fear for your life enough to lock yourself in a penthouse that costs $10,000 a night, but not enough to call the police?
I glanced at Remy for confirmation on the cost, but he avoided eye contact.
And you didn't go to the police for help, even though you are clearly afraid someone will come after you.
I nodded meekly. That sums it up.
It doesn't sum up anything. It only puts you in a suspicious light.
How? I asked. We are giving you the formula.
Until the lab verifies this, for all I know, this could be a few scribbles of rubbish.
Why would we waste your time?
I don't know. You tell me.
There was no talking to this woman. I glanced at David and Remy, who both wore scowls on their faces. They were not fans of the agent either.
Do you want the formula or not?
David finally asked.
We'll have it analyzed.
Este stepped forward and handed me his business card.
In the meantime, if you need anything, let us know.
Before they could leave, I asked, Did you know? Sutton eyed me.
Know what?
About what Jack was up to?
Whether or not we know is confidential information.
What about Blondie and Pike? I asked. Did you know about them?
Again, classified.
Once the agents left, Mark clucked his tongue.
That was completely useless. Not only did we turn over evidence to them, but they won't give us any information.
Remy crossed his arms and looked at David.
If word gets out that we turned over the evidence, we might be looking at...
He stopped and then flicked his finger for David to follow him out of earshot. Maya frowned.
They're doing it again. Every time I think I can get David to settle down, he's off to another battle.
Once they were on a mission, there was no stopping them. I half cheered them on to get this over with, and I half feared they would wind up dead like all the others. Let them do their thing. We'll do ours. Does anyone know a chemist? Maya, Mark, and Caleb all shook their heads.
What would a chemist do for us anyway? The DEA will have the formula analyzed.
Yes, but they won't tell us the results, I said.
We don't need to know the results,
Caleb said.
There's a high chance Jack either came up with a new drug or stole it. He paid for it with his life.
But why give it to me?
Maybe he felt the heat and thought if he gave it to you, then he could retrieve it later. The only good thing is that whoever killed Jack and the others hasn't found you yet.
They will soon enough. They are running out of people to kill. Maya nodded.
I'm afraid they won't stop until they get what they want.
I fear that as well.
So let's give it to them. They blinked at me. What? I asked. We have something they want. None of us are willing to die for it. Let's give it to them.
This could be a drug that kills people. We can't just hand it to them.
Most drugs can kill people, I said. But I hear what you are saying. There is a risk to the public if they make it. However, there are always new drugs being made. Whether or not we give this to them, they will eventually get another formula. With a frustrated sigh, Caleb ran his fingers through his hair.
If we can get them off our backs, I say we attempt to give it to them. I just wouldn't know how to do that safely.
My phone rang. It's Grayson, I said, looking at the caller ID. I tapped to answer it. Hey, Grayson.
Are you sure this house belongs to Paula Wilk?
Yeah, I looked her up online. Didn't you say you found her there? Was she really dead?
After I called the police, I was able to get inside the house. It wasn't Paula who died. It was a man with long hair. I don't think this is her house. It reminds me of a bachelor pad, so I checked the bathroom and bedroom for makeup or clothes, but I came up dry.
That's odd. I saw her on TV. When I checked the map, I found her name and address.
It might be another fictitious name. Since it's so close to the meth house, I wonder if this was a place to crash or hide.
It's possible. Did you find out anything else?
Yeah. There was a note on the dead guy. Said they wanted the formula or more people will die.
Did the police see it?
I'm pretty sure they did. Hard to miss when it was pinned to the guy with a knife.
I sat before my knees turned gooey. Do you have any thoughts about how we can get the formula to them?
You have the formula?
Yeah, it was in the charm. We've already turned it over to the DEA, but Remy has a photo.
What did the DEA say?
Nothing helpful.
Did they say anything about giving you protection?
No, they were in and out.
That makes me nervous.
Me too. David and Remy are about to go full tilt, I said. I was hoping you might have a better solution.
Give me a few minutes. I'm almost home. I'll look up a few things and then call you.
Okay. Thank you. Before I hung up, he said,
Make sure they wait for me and don't do anything stupid.
I'll tell them, but we both know they won't listen. When we disconnected, I let David and Remy know what Grayson had said.
This confirms it.
Remy said.
They will kill anyone who might have the formula.
It's kill first, check later.
David added. We need to give it to them before anyone else dies, I said.
More might die from an untested drug.
Then can we change it so it's a formula for something non-lethal?
As soon as they figure it out, they'll be breathing down our necks again.
If we give them the wrong formula, it will give us enough time to get Nadia out of here.
Caleb said.
It's worth the risk.
I shook my head. They are killing everyone who knew Jack. Since he gave me the charm, what's stopping them from hunting the rest of you down? We're all in this together. David nodded.
She's right. We only have one option.
Remy scrubbed a hand along the side of his face and then sighed.
We give them the formula and hope they walk away.
Almost.
David said.
We give them the formula and trap them.
But who do we trap? I asked. We still don't know who we are dealing with. Once again, we were back at square one. Not that we ever left it to begin with. It was hopeless, and I knew the others were as stressed as I was. It was my fault they were in the predicament with me. I should have never allowed their help. Since I couldn't change what had happened, I could only go forward. And that meant luring the killer and sending them off to jail. As Remy, David, and Caleb talked in hushed whispers, I sat on the couch and stared at the wall as I thought. If we had a way to communicate with the killer, that would be helpful. But if I didn't have a name, I couldn't very well message them. My phone rang, startling me from my thoughts. Jessie, my favorite person, I said in a sickly sweet tone when I answered.
I don't have time for whatever you're up to.
Then what can I do for you?
Gossip is running wild through the casinos that you hired a hitman to kill Carmela.
I snorted. That's absurd.
You don't have to tell me that, but gossip is spreading whether or not it's true. We need to stop it dead in its tracks. I'm going to set up a tell-all interview, and I want you to be there.
Would anyone care about the interview?
Many, especially sponsors. If this gossip gets to them, Caleb could lose his backing. Do you understand?
Yes, your commission would tank.
I swear when we redo the contract, I'm going to drop you.
I can only hope. Listen, I can't do an interview. There is a murderer out there who probably wants to kill me, and possibly Caleb as well. We're hiding until the heat dies, which, judging from the traction we are getting, will be never.
Managing you and Caleb is like herding cats. I can't extend the final table any longer, but let me see what I can do. I'll send you the details once I have them, and I'm adding an extra fee for my services. Just be ready for the interview.
I'm not leaving the penthouse.
I'll have them come to you, or we can do it remotely if we have to. I'll work it out. Just keep Caleb safe.
Before I could get in another word, she disconnected. If there was going to be an interview, I wondered if I could somehow sneak the formula into the conversation for the right person to hear. But no, that might make me sound crazy. Plus, I didn't want the formula in more hands. I'd have to wait for a better opportunity. Chapter 15. The next morning, it wasn't Ollie who woke me, but instead my phone buzzed on the nightstand. I picked it up and groaned at the caller ID. Jessica. Yesterday, not only didn't we get any further into figuring out what to do about the formula, but Caleb and I purposely missed our flight, knowing we couldn't leave everyone. Morning, sunshine, I muttered into the phone.
I'm not your sunshine. Your interview is at 9.
9? This morning?
Yes, 9 this morning. Do I need to talk to you like a 3-year-old?
I glanced at the alarm clock. It's in 2 hours.
I'm glad you can count. Wear something nice and be polite.
Jessica, I can't leave.
I know. That's why the interviewer is coming to you.
Can't this be done online? I thought you said it was an option.
He didn't want to. He said something about interviews feeling more natural when he's in the same room with the person. Anyway, you don't have to leave.
But Remy doesn't want anyone in the penthouse. Of course, we did have Edward, the chef, and Tiffany. I supposed an interviewer wouldn't be a problem as long as Remy gave him the green light. Send me his information so I can give it to Remy.
I will, and I've figured out a solution to your problem with the formula.
I sat up, sleep forgotten. What is it?
I'll do a social media post.
I choked. You can't put it on a social media post.
Not the whole thing. I'll post some boring tidbit about your life. It will look like a typo, which does not thrill me. But anyone who is looking for it will notice it for what it is and message. I'll handle it from there.
Handle it from there? I questioned. People are dying.
Not me. Send me the formula so I can get this over with. And make sure to brush your hair and teeth for the interview. Don't skimp on deodorant. The fans might not be able to smell you, but the interviewer needs to focus on the job.
When she disconnected, I glanced over at Caleb, who somehow slept through the conversation. Since both he and Ollie were asleep, I trudged to the bathroom to get ready for the day. However, I wasn't sure what I'd wear for the interview. I was still down to dirty clothes. Perhaps Maya could help me. I sent a text to her for conservative fashion help, then another text to Remy to give the formula to Jessica and to also inform him about the interview. By the time I was done with my shower, I had replies from both of them. Remy's message was one word. No. I didn't know if that meant no to giving Jessica the formula or no to the interview. Either way, I wasn't accepting no for an answer. Maya's text was much more helpful. She said she'd be over with David in a few minutes. Until she arrived, I wrapped a robe around me and checked in on Ollie, who began to stir. His face scrunched as if he tasted sour candy. And then I smelled something so horrible it had to come from a barnyard animal. Whew, I gasped, waving a hand in front of my nose. You really know how to wake a person. After I changed his diaper and clothes, I then sat on the chair to feed him. Getting comfortable, I turned on the TV, hoping to get an update on the news. There had been only tidbits on the evening news. Nothing in depth that would give us names or any helpful information. By the time I finished feeding Ollie, the only thing I learned was that the weather was going to be hot. I didn't have to turn on the news to learn that. Annoyed, I headed to the kitchen with Ollie to get a glass of water. A knock on the door startled me, nearly causing me to drop the glass. "Who is it?" I called.
Grayson.
I let go of a breath and opened the door for him. "How did you get access up here?"
Remy. He told me about Jessica's plan.
"Are you here to tell me no as well?" He shook his head.
I actually think it's a good idea. We need to give them the information without physically handing it to them. The likelihood that they would let you walk away is a small percentage.
"But if I give it to them electronically, my survival percentage goes up." He shrugged.
I'm just saying it's easier to kill you if you were right in front of them. But after everything that has happened, there is bound to be heat on them. If they're smart, they'll take the formula and forget about you.
I can only hope. So, did you pass on your thoughts to Remy?
Yes, he's still against it, but he knows something needs to be done. If I can get David on our side, Remy will agree.
Want some water while you wait? Coffee?
Whatever you have is fine.
Since I didn't feel like figuring out the coffee machine, I got him a glass of water. Just as we were about to sit in the living room and wait for the others, Caleb appeared in a pair of lounge pants and nothing else.
"Oh,
Caleb said, stopping mid-stride when he saw Grayson.
I wasn't expecting anyone to be here."
Grayson came to help us, and Jessica called this morning with a plan. I think it's the best one we have so far. We're just waiting for Remy and David.
"Then I'll get ready."
He retreated. When Caleb was gone, Grayson looked at Ollie. "Do you want to hold him?" Grayson hesitated for a moment but then gave a nod. When I placed Ollie into his arms, Grayson said,
"He's cute."
"Like a cute old man," I said as Ollie scrunched his face. Grayson smirked.
That could be said of all babies.
He dipped a finger under Ollie's hand.
So small.
"It's a good thing. Otherwise, no woman would ever have a baby." He smiled.
Thankfully, Jenna isn't afraid of that.
I paused, blinked. "Are you saying?" He gave a nod.
She's due in October.
"Grayson, congratulations. I'm surprised Maya didn't tell me."
She doesn't know.
I opened my mouth and then closed it. "Wait, why are you telling me first?" He gave a shrug.
We've been through a lot together. I know hearing you were pregnant was a shock to me.
"Sorry. It was a shock to everyone, including me."
I know. You don't have to apologize. I didn't think we would have a moment alone, so I took advantage of it.
I smiled at him. "I'm happy for you and Jenna."
Thank you. We are happy too.
Before we could talk more, Remy strode into the room and took one look at Grayson holding the baby. A flash of emotion crossed his features, but I couldn't peg what emotion. It was gone before I could dissect it.
David and Maya should be here soon. I have security watching for them. But why are you here, Grayson?
I already told you.
You could have said the same thing over the phone.
And then you would have hung up and done whatever you wanted to anyway. We've worked together too long for me not to know how you operate.
Remy grumbled under his breath and then sat down on the couch.
We'll wait for David and then make a decision.
While you wait, I'm going to watch the news. I swear if there is another death, I'm going to post the formula on a billboard. Remy frowned but remained silent. Flipping on the TV, I clicked to a news station and waited through the commercials.
I listened to the news on the way here. I don't think anyone else died.
The TV cut to an anchor.
The identity of the second victim who died in the house fire has been confirmed by officials.
They flashed a picture of a haggard woman with red hair. The banner at the bottom of the screen listed her name as Paula Wilk.
No word yet as to why she was in the home or if the fire was the cause of death. We will keep you up to date as the story develops.
Paula Wilk? I questioned the TV. That wasn't the same woman they interviewed after the fire.
What did the other Paula look like?
She had red hair but seemed younger.
Go to the station website and see if you can find a clip of the report. We'll compare.
By the time I found the interview with Paula Wilk, David and Maya had arrived. Maya placed 2 dresses next to me. "Thank you," I said.
I'm happy to help.
Maya said as she made herself comfortable next to me.
What are you doing?
"Looking for the original Paula Wilk," I said. "I think I found the clip." As I watched the video, I knew for sure the 2 Paulas were not the same. "This is not the same person," I said, handing the phone to Remy. Remy looked at it and held it for Grayson to see.
Someone was posing as her.
David said.
But why?
Maya took the phone and looked at the image of the fake Paula Wilk.
I've seen this woman before.
Where?
Maya pressed her lips together as she thought.
I don't know, but she's familiar. I know for sure this is a wig. The quality is horrible.
She was trying to disguise herself?
Maybe, but why do the news interview if she didn't want to be seen?
So no one suspected that the real Paula was the woman in the fire.
Remy said.
Or at least not right away. Maybe it bought them time.
The other body was still Blondie, right? I asked, wondering what was real anymore.
Her signature necklace was found next to the body.
Not on the body?
I don't think so.
Maya frowned and took out her phone.
What are you thinking?
David asked her.
Blondie never takes off the necklace. Every picture of her is of her wearing it.
It could have broken off in a struggle,
Remy said. Maya took both phones and put them side by side.
It's definitely her necklace.
I looked to find she was right. The shape of the stones were exact. Perhaps Paula attacked her. If Paula's home is just a hangout place, she might be involved in the meth distribution.
We'll figure that out. This information gives us a little more to go on.
Worry about that later. Nadia needs to get dressed.
How was I supposed to do an interview when so many questions swirled through my mind? Since the interviewer would arrive soon, I took the dresses and headed to the bedroom to find Caleb pulling on a shirt.
Where's Ollie?
Grayson has him. A slight frown appeared on Caleb's face, but then he nodded.
I'll get him.
Are you upset that I let Grayson hold Ollie?
No.
You're upset about something else, then. Your dimple is starting to show. He rubbed a hand along his face.
I'm not upset. I just...
Just? He sighed and let his hand drop.
It's stupid.
What is stupid?
You're going to make me say it, aren't you?
Yes.
I had a spark of jealousy.
About what?
I don't know. I guess because I had to steal you away from Grayson. Seeing him with Ollie just freaks me out a bit. He could easily slip into the role of a dad and replace me.
Caleb avoided eye contact.
Like I said, it was stupid.
I suppressed a smile. For Caleb to get jealous was uncharacteristic, and I enjoyed it for a moment. You didn't steal me. I chose you because I love you. And Grayson will slip into the role of being a dad because he's going to be one. Caleb eyed me.
What do you mean?
Grayson told me he's going to be a dad in October. Caleb let out a breath and then hugged me to him, burying his face into my neck. What is going on? Did you really think I would go back to Grayson?
No, it was a moment of panic.
Is the panic over? He let go of me and moved back a step.
For now.
How about forever? I don't plan on giving you up. He smiled.
And I'm never letting you go.
Then we're in agreement. Now, onto a very serious subject. I lifted the dresses. Which too short dress will I wear? He laughed.
More of Maya clothes?
I nodded. He eyed them and then picked the green dress.
It matches your eyes.
No one will be looking at my eyes with so much cleavage showing.
I certainly won't be.
When I smacked his arm, he clamped my hand to him and wouldn't let go until I looked up at him.
I love you.
I love you too. I bounced up on my toes and kissed him. He held me to him and kissed me until I forgot about the dress.
There's no time for that.
Maya scolded from the doorway. Mark stood next to her, fanning himself. Caleb's lips turned into a grin under mine. He gave me one last kiss and then let me go.
Can men get hot flashes?
Mark asked.
Because that was spicy.
Maya grinned and then looked at the dresses.
Which one do you want to try first?
Caleb picked the green dress.
Spicy and tasteful. I agree with the choice. Put it on and then we'll do your hair.
I don't need my hair done. It will just be an interview about poker. Hardly anything to get bothered about.
You can't wear that dress with limp hair.
Maya nodded as she wheeled in a suitcase.
We'll just do a quick style. Nothing crazy.
I fled to the bathroom with the dress. By the time I returned to the bedroom, Caleb had escaped, and Maya had the suitcase opened, revealing hair products and enough makeup to paint the bedroom. She sat me on a chair and wrapped a towel around my shoulders. That should have been my warning. There would be nothing quick about this style. It was a full hair and makeup session where even my cleavage got a dusting of shimmery powder. Was that necessary? I asked. They nodded and proceeded with the finishing touches, which included fake lashes that could start a dust storm with one bat of my eyes. I don't look like myself, I said.
You look like an upgraded version, Nadia 2.0.
Having my makeup and hair done always gives me a boost of confidence. You might need it for the interview.
I suppose she could be right. If the interviewer steered the conversation toward Caleb's groupies, I'd want to at least look like I wouldn't be jealous of pretty fangirls. Am I ready? I asked. Maya nodded and took the towel from my shoulders.
You are officially done by M&M.
Oh, I like that. We should get business cards with that on it.
Standing, I straightened the dress to make sure I wasn't showing any private parts. Maya handed me a pair of strappy heels. I don't need those, I said.
You can't go barefoot. It will completely ruin the look.
With a sigh, I slipped on the shoes, making me feel like I grew a foot. I'm on stilts.
Hardly. It's just for looks. You'll be sitting for your interview.
Speaking of which,
Mark said, looking at his watch.
It's nearly showtime.
I blew out a breath and walked to the living room with them. Heads swiveled in our direction. Apparently, I cleaned up well. The fact that my husband's mouth gaped open was telling. Perhaps I wore so many t-shirts and hoodies that he forgot I could be pretty on occasion. What's the latest? I asked, ignoring the stares. Did you figure out anything more on Paula? Remy shrugged.
Paula and Blondie are dead, that's all we know.
So, what now? I asked.
You do your interview and pretend like nothing has happened.
And what will you do? I asked.
We search for more clues. Now that the scene is cleared, Ava is going to look at the meth house. We'll wait to see what she finds.
Once we figured out the Paula situation, it might open more clues. Edward arrived in his starched and spotless uniform.
Breakfast is ready in the dining room.
I had forgotten all about breakfast, but now that he mentioned it, my stomach reminded me that I was starving. However, I was stopped by Maya and Mark. They blocked my way.
No breakfast for you.
But I'm hungry.
You can eat after the interview.
We glammed you up. You'll wear your lipstick off and get food in your teeth and on your dress.
I don't eat like a troll. The lipstick is easy to reapply.
How many shirts do you own?
Now that Muffin gave away my clothes, I probably have 4 shirts.
And how many of those have food stains?
I pressed my lips together.
How many?
3, I said with a pout, knowing I wasn't getting food.
Exactly. You eat like a troll.
That's not fair, I said. Most of those stains are from not eating at the table. I don't multitask well. Maya patted my arm.
We'll save food for you. Just sit here and relax.
Relax? My stomach clenched as it revolted against me. I glanced at the clock, wondering how long I would have to suffer. Only another 10 minutes before the interviewer arrived. Maybe 20 minutes for the interview. If I had any good karma, I'd have food in my belly in 30. To pass the time and focus on something other than hunger, I sat on the couch and scrolled through my phone, deleting spam. Just as I was about to delete an email, I paused. I didn't recognize the email address, but the subject line said, Jack. Opening the message, I read, I know Jack gave you something. I'm coming for it. Edward escorted a man into the living room, startling me.
Mr. Farrow is here to see you.
Ethan Farrow from Poker Insider Daily.
He said with a wide smile that made his brown eyes crinkle at the corners.
Nadia Wolf Usher, I presume.
I nodded. Please come in. I'll just be a moment.
Take your time. It will take a few minutes to get set up.
Hurrying to the dining room where the others were still eating, Caleb looked up at me.
Are you okay? You look like you've seen a ghost.
Is the dress too tight?
Maya asked.
I sometimes forget to breathe if it's too tight.
It's worse than a tight dress. I heard from the killer. They are coming for the formula. Chapter 16.
What do you mean they're coming?
David shoved from the table, food forgotten.
How did they contact you?
I handed my phone to him. By email. He took the phone and then showed it to Remy.
Send the formula by email.
David said to Remy.
This might be our only opportunity.
Remy pulled up the formula on his phone and copied the information in a reply email. When he pressed send, glances were exchanged. Would this be enough for them to leave us alone? Or did we have to brace ourselves?
I'm ready whenever.
Ethan stopped in his tracks, seeing that there were more people than just me.
Oh, I'm sorry. I didn't know you had guests.
It's okay, I said. I'll be out in a minute. Ethan retreated to the living room, but not before his gaze caught on Caleb. I knew right then he'd want to interview Caleb as well, but at least he was gone for now. When Remy's phone rang, he answered it.
Ava, did you find anything?
Whatever she said turned his face to stone. His hard gaze targeted me, and I had a moment of panic.
Understood.
He said to Ava.
We're working on something on our end. We'll give you an update when we can.
When he disconnected, I asked, What happened?
Nothing.
Remy, something happened.
I'll tell you later. Go to the interview and leave your phone here in case we get a reply.
I glanced at my phone as it buzzed in my hand, alerting me to an incoming email. Looks like there might be a reply already. But when I saw the email, my heart fell. It bounced back. Grayson held out his hand.
Let me see it.
When I handed it to him, he scanned the email.
They shut down the account.
Why would they do that?
Maya asked.
Maybe so no one traces it back to them,
David said. Grayson frowned.
Even deleting the account there will still be information that can be traced, but it's nothing we would have access to either way. Deleting the account serves them no purpose, which means they are either new to this or they don't want a reply by email.
This could have been over with if they didn't delete the account.
They obviously don't want it to be over. This reeks of retaliation, which means they don't just want the formula. They are looking to kill again.
Maya smacked David on the arm.
Ow! Nadia, you're not going to die. I'm just saying they haven't spared anyone. We'll figure this out.
We can still try Jessica's method.
Go to your interview for now.
Grayson said to me, returning my phone. Go to the interview? While a madman was out to get the formula and kill everyone in his path? Caleb picked up his phone.
I'll contact Jessica right now. Don't worry about anything.
How could I not worry? Even the interviewer could be the killer, and we just let him inside our walls. The interview had been lackluster. Ethan's questions had been mostly about women in poker. The questions were always the same. Was it difficult to be in a male-dominated sport? What about being married to a poker player who dominated the tables? Did it affect our marriage? And then the interview steered completely to Caleb. What were his hobbies outside of poker? Did he prefer to play in tournaments or one-on-one? When it was time to end the interview, Ethan asked,
Is there anything you would like to share with our viewers?
He gave me a perfect opportunity. Yes, head to my page. I will have a giveaway.
What is the prize?
I smiled. A formula. One that someone will really want.
A formula? Like for strategies?
It will be a surprise, but the lucky winner will find the formula useful. Ethan forced a smile and then looked at the camera.
You heard her. Check out Nadia's page for a giveaway. And that does it for this round of Poker Insider Daily. I'm your host, Ethan Farrow, and I hope you will join us next time.
He then cut the camera and stood. When is this going to air? I asked.
It already did. Didn't Jessica tell you it's a live stream interview?
No, I didn't know.
It will replay on our sister web station tonight as well if you want to watch.
Thank you. He gave a nod.
Is Caleb still here? I was hoping to speak to him.
Yeah, I can get him. I headed to the dining room where breakfast was long gone. Caleb, the interviewer wants to speak to you.
Now?
I nodded. I can tell him you're busy. Caleb stood with Ollie.
No, I'll talk to him.
He was about to hand Ollie to me, but then eyed the dress.
Maybe you should change first.
I'll take Ollie,
Grayson said.
Sure.
Caleb handed Ollie off to Grayson. I watched the exchange with interest. Grayson didn't notice Caleb's slight hesitation, but I did. Still, Caleb handed off Ollie without issues. When he left, I picked up his phone and called Jessica, knowing she was more likely to answer his call than mine.
Caleb, I'm glad you called.
It's Nadia, she tisked.
Stop doing that.
I would, but there are times when you are too busy to take my call, and yet you'll take Caleb's every time.
What do you want?
I just finished the interview.
How did it go? How much PR cleanup do I have?
Not much. But I mentioned there's a giveaway on my page and the winner will get a formula.
What about the social media post?
The giveaway will work as well. Can you add it to my page?
Now, I can't drop everything.
The interview was live streamed. We'll have a ton of people saying I don't have a giveaway on my page.
I swear I'm going to drop you.
Promises, promises. Thank you, Jessica. She disconnected and I smiled at the phone.
I guess we wait and see what happens,
David said.
It's a long shot that the killer saw the interview,
Remy said.
but I suppose if the giveaway is on Nadia's page, the person might see it eventually.
What did you hear from Ava? I asked.
Ava went to the meth house. Not much is left from the crime scene, but she went to Blondie's apartment, and it appears like Blondie hadn't been home in over a month. The mail was piled up and the food in the refrigerator was molded.
Was she hiding from someone? I wondered.
I'm not sure, but it does raise more questions. If she was hiding from someone, why go to the tournament?
Will you continue looking? He nodded.
I suspect we won't find much, but we have to turn over every stone.
Can I help?
Not yet. I'll let you know.
I nodded. Then I'll go change. Heading out of the room, I veered toward the kitchen. The chef had already left, but Edward was tidying up. When he saw me, he straightened.
Do you require anything, madam?
Are there leftovers?
Maya put a plate away for you. Shall I reheat it?
No, I can do it, but I'll change first.
Very well. Let me know if I can be of any help.
Thank you. With a slight nod, he returned to his task of refilling sugar packets, and I headed to the bedroom. Stripping off the tight material, I veered for the shower, knowing I wouldn't be comfortable until all the makeup and hair products were washed away. Hurrying so I could eat breakfast, I scrubbed and lathered until I felt like I was me again. Deciding a robe was good enough to eat breakfast in, I wrapped myself up and headed to the kitchen. Edward was gone, so I peeked into the refrigerator to find a well-prepared slice of quiche. Taking it out, I popped it into the microwave and then leaned against the counter as I waited.
Nadia,
David said as he walked over.
you got a message.
Who is it from?
I'm not sure. Your phone is locked.
When he handed me the phone, I unlocked it. The text was from an unknown number. Saw the interview. You looked pretty. I wonder what you'll look like dead. I'll find out soon enough. I'm coming for you, and no one can stop me. The microwave beeped, startling me. I handed the phone to David. He looked at it and then retreated to the dining room. I followed, but my footsteps felt wrong, like I was on an uneven surface.
Send the formula,
David said, thrusting the phone to Remy. As Remy took both his phone and mine, Grayson pulled out a chair and directed me to sit in it. Thankful I didn't have to depend on my knees, I sank to the chair. We stared at the phone after Remy sent the text. It chimed a moment later. What does it say? I asked, hoping this would be the end of it.
This is only part of what I want.
Remy read.
I'm coming for what you stole. Stakes are high. I've decided to go all in.
Chapter 17.
Why did they use a poker reference?
David questioned.
And what else would Nadia have stolen?
Grayson asked. I shook my head. I didn't steal anything, and I have nothing anyone would want.
You must have something.
What would I have that a drug dealer would want? No one seemed to have any ideas.
Grayson, see if you can trace the phone number.
Remy said as he stood.
I'm going to check in on security.
Before Grayson could use my phone, it rang. He slid it over to me. My hand shook as I reached over. Whatever fear I had dissipated when I saw the caller ID. Jessica. Hello? I answered.
What? No fake voice to annoy me? No snarky hello?
Did you want something?
I put the giveaway on your page.
Oh, I'm not going to need that anymore. At least not the one for the formula.
Are you kidding me?
She shouted. I held the phone away from my ear as she listed all of the things she could have done instead of creating a giveaway. When she paused to take a breath, I said, I'm sorry. I got a text from the person. The formula is not enough.
How can it not be enough? That's what they wanted.
I know. Something has changed. They said they're going all in. I have something they want.
What? You don't have anything.
I know.
If they were going to steal anything, it should be from Caleb.
My mind couldn't focus. It sputtered and raced all at the same time. It was looking for something, searching the cobwebbed corners of my mind.
Are you listening to me?
Sorry. What did you say?
That we don't have time to deal with someone with a vendetta against you. The tournament resumes tomorrow. You have to be there.
Jessica, there is a killer.
I gave the tournament director my word that you and Caleb would be there if they postponed. They kept up their end of the deal. If you don't go, you could be blacklisted. While it wouldn't matter for you, think about what it would do to Caleb's career.
I'm thinking about his life right now.
Only you are in danger. Send Caleb to the tournament and stay home. The tournament director won't care about you as much as Caleb.
Thanks.
It's the truth. He better be there, or I will drag him there myself.
She disconnected.
What was that about?
Grayson asked. Jessica said Caleb and I need to be at the tournament, or we risk getting blacklisted.
They can't do that, can they?
David asked.
They aren't supposed to, but if you've burned a director before, they won't call you back for invitational tournaments.
I wouldn't care for myself, but Caleb is another story.
How am I another story?
Caleb asked as he walked in. Jessica called and said we, or rather you, have to play in the tournament tomorrow or risk being blacklisted. He shrugged.
I don't care about being blacklisted.
I admired his no-care attitude at the moment, but I cared.
While you figure out the tournament, I'll call the DEA agents.
Grayson said.
We have more information to give them, and maybe they can provide extra security detail for the tournament.
Worth a shot,
David said.
But they're going to be furious when they find out we handed over the formula.
I'll deal with them.
Grayson said as he stood, giving Ollie back to Caleb.
I'll place the call and then talk to the tournament director. When I have an update, I'll let you know.
Thank you. He gave a nod and exited the dining room.
Have you eaten yet?
Caleb asked me. No, I forgot the plate in the microwave.
Go get dressed. I'll get your food.
Heading to the bedroom, I wondered what I would wear from my sparse selection. But ultimately, I didn't care. My mind kept circling back to the text. Why were they using a poker reference? Was it because they knew I was a poker player? Or because they also played poker? Seeing as we were in Vegas, it wasn't a stretch to say the person probably played. Still, it bothered me. Jack, Blondie, and Pike were at the tournament. All were dead. Not knowing what the killer wanted beyond the formula was torture. I would gladly give them anything they wanted to make them go away. Well, within reason. If they asked for Ollie or Caleb, that would be a definite no. They wouldn't ask for something like that, would they? While we waited for information, Maya and Mark did their best to distract me. But eventually, Mark had to leave, and Maya turned her attention to social media, stating she might stumble on a clue. Ava arrived just after lunch. With her dark brown hair pulled into a low ponytail and dressed in cargo shorts and a fitted button-down sleeveless shirt, she looked like she could drop into any action-adventure movie. Ava sat at the dining room table next to Remy, which was becoming our central intelligence room. Notepads with questions and leads scribbled on them covered the table.
Grayson, what did you find so far?
Remy asked.
I gave the DEA the updated information. As for them helping us protect Nadia, I think it's a long shot. They are tied by rules. They did say they are in contact with LVPD, and they are working on their end. By the time they get their ducks in a row, it will be too late.
We're on our own,
Ava said.
I'm not surprised.
Did they say anything about the formula?
David asked.
Nothing. I didn't tell them about texting it.
They wouldn't tell us either way. If they run like other agencies, it will take them months just to get it processed. What about the phone number? Did you trace it?
It's a throwaway number from an online site.
Grayson said.
There's no way we can get the information from the site without a lot of paperwork. It will be too late by then.
So we are still in the dark, I said.
Yes, but it's not hopeless. We wait them out. Eventually, the person will get impatient and make a mistake.
Wait it out? But for how long?
Grayson, did you speak to the tournament director?
Grayson nodded.
He's being overly rigid and said he gave Caleb and Nadia enough time. I think he's being pressured by whoever is televising the tournament.
Then we'll have to get blacklisted. It's not worth the risk.
There's a little more to it than that. Since this is an invitational tournament, a contract was made by the casino. Did you sign anything before the tournament?
Caleb frowned.
Not that I recall. I've never had to sign a contract for a tournament. Jessica always handles.
Caleb and I shared a concerned glance. Did Jessica sign a contract for us? I asked Caleb.
It's possible, but she didn't say anything to me about it. Even so, whatever the penalty is, we'll pay it.
Grayson slid a paper over to Caleb.
It will hurt.
Caleb glanced down and scanned the paper.
100,000 in damages? That's ridiculous.
Per person. That would total 200,000 for both you and Nadia.
I'm going to be sick, I said, leaning back in the chair as a wave of nausea twisted my stomach.
There has to be a clause to let them out.
David said.
What if they were both sick and in the hospital?
From what I read, there is nothing that protects the player once they get to the final table. The only way out is to pay for damages or to get knocked out at the table.
And here Jessica said I caused issues for her. If Jessica signed it, I said, would it come back to us?
Jessica could be legally liable for this, but since you have a contract with her, giving her responsibility to manage your careers, it would be a messy lawsuit. You might spend a lot on legal fees, depending on how much the casino and Jessica want to fight.
You were a CEO at Lost City Casino,
David said to Grayson.
How hard would you come down on a player?
. Grayson leaned back.
Hard. This isn't just about poker. The casino's name and brand are plastered everywhere for the televised final hand. If 2 of the 6 players are out of the game, especially ones like Caleb who are heavily sponsored, it would look bad for the casino. I'd do whatever it takes to get the players at the table.
I understood Grayson's side of the situation, but were our lives worth it?
What if I play and Nadia stays here? It would be half the penalty. We could deal with the repercussions for Nadia later.
I shook my head. It's too dangerous. The director can't seriously think we would put our lives on the line. Grayson, did you explain what was happening?
Yes. He said his hands were tied. I can try to speak to the CEO and see if he can do anything.
Do you think he'll be swayed?
Grayson shook his head.
Probably not. He might be too busy to talk to me. However, Remy might be able to sway him. After all, Remy's the security director and can press upon him what will happen if the killer decides to show up to a televised event.
Remy rubbed his head.
I'm already under fire for Jack's death. I'll talk to him, but it's unlikely he will bend. But what I can ask for is a lockdown on the event room so only required people are allowed inside. No audience.
Give it a try. Let him know it could be a PR nightmare if anything happens to Caleb and Nadia, and he did nothing to prevent it.
If he is willing to lock the room, I will go.
Caleb said.
But I still don't want Nadia anywhere near the event.
It would be no different than staying in the penthouse. If Remy has the same security in place, then I'll go too.
Nadia?
I placed a hand on Caleb's arm. I know you're concerned. We all are. I'm not going to do this without protective measures in place. But thousands in damages, plus a possible lawsuit, would hurt us as well. Let's just wait to see what the CEO has to say first. Caleb glanced at Remy. There was meaning in his gaze. Remy caught it and then gave a nod.
I'll see if he's free right now. The sooner we can plan, the better.
Ava stood with him and then looked at me.
I have a few things I need to do, but if you're going to play in the tournament, I'll be your bodyguard.
Thank you.
Ava gave a nod and walked out with Remy. Both had long strides and rigid shoulders. She was like a smaller version of Remy, but with pretty hair. If she was our bodyguard, playing at the final table might be okay. Chapter 18. The next morning, Maya set a pair of jeans, t-shirt, and a hoodie on the bed. Nothing feminine or sparkly, just my usual style of clothing that I preferred. It made me uneasy, like an offering before the execution.
You'll be fine,
she said, as if she could read my thoughts.
Now that the CEO agreed with Remy, the room will be secure. The guards will monitor everything outside of the room. Ava and Remy will be inside with you and Caleb. Only the TV crew will be there as well.
And you'll be okay? I asked, knowing I gave her and David the most important job. She nodded.
Remy will put us in lockdown as well. Not even Edward can come up here. Ollie will be fine. I promise.
My heart constricted, knowing anything could go wrong. The killer could be anywhere. They had gone silent. No threatening messages. Nothing to give us clues. Caleb appeared at the door.
Breakfast is ready.
I'm not hungry. You go ahead.
Nadia, you should eat something.
Maya straightened as if she remembered something important.
I'll just leave you two alone.
She flew out the door. Caleb crossed over to me and hugged me to him.
Are you nervous?
Aren't you?
Nervous is an understatement, but we'll be fine.
I wasn't sure how he could be so calm. Ollie could end up an orphan in one shot. I cringed at the word choice, but it was accurate. What happens to Ollie if we're dead? I asked. Do we even have a will? He pulled back to look at me with a frown.
I didn't even think about that. Should I call Jessica?
No, I don't want to talk to Jessica. We're in this mess because of her and the stupid contract.
It's not her fault. She still hasn't learned that anything that has to do with you could become life-threatening.
I heard the teasing in his tone, but his weary eyes told me something else.
We stick to the plan we came up with last night. Push all in on a bad hand. I'll knock you out. Ava will get you to safety.
It's a good plan, but what about you? You'll be there until the end.
I'll be fine. Just get in and get out.
When I nodded, he placed a kiss on top of my head.
We're in this together, kitten.
As I finished getting ready, Caleb stayed in the room with Ollie and me. He didn't talk much after that, just wiggled Ollie's toes and smiled at him. When it was time, I gave Ollie a kiss and then put him in the crib. Caleb and I headed to the living room. David, Maya, Remy, and Ava were assembled.
Everyone is in place,
Remy said.
Security has their orders. Grayson, Mark, and Frankie are watching the doors. David, did you sweep the penthouse?
It's clear.
Good. Maya, go ahead and lock yourself in the bedroom with Ollie.
David gave her a kiss before she left.
Be safe,
she ordered to David.
I will.
When Maya left, Remy glanced at me.
You ready, Jed?
As ready as I can be. We proceeded to the service elevator. Ava made sure the area was clear before we stepped inside.
David, the floor is yours. Once we are off the elevator, the floor will be on full lockdown.
Understood. Good luck.
David shut the door and locked it. The four of us rode down to the main floor in silence with Remy and Ava standing in front. When the doors opened, Ava walked out first. Caleb and I followed in a single file row with Remy bringing up the rear.
Lock it down,
Remy said into the radio. The hallway was eerily quiet. No service people or carts to make noise. Thankfully, it was a short walk, and we arrived at event room doors that had 2 guards stationed in front of them. When they saw it was Remy, they opened the door and then closed it after we walked through. The event room wasn't the same one we had used for the main tournament. This one was smaller. Beyond the security guards stationed at the doors, there was a camera crew. 2 men stood behind mounted cameras, and 1 man had a camera hoisted on his shoulder. 4 players and the dealer stood near the table, waiting for the play to begin. A woman wearing black pants and a white dress shirt stood off to the side with a beverage cart.
Secure the event room doors,
Remy said into the radio. This was it. I let out a breath and headed to the table with Caleb. Remy and Ava stood just out of camera range, but close enough to help us if needed. A man with glittery red glasses stepped away from the others and clapped Caleb on the shoulder.
Only for you would they make this place into Fort Knox.
Nice to see you, side pot,
Caleb said, ignoring the comment.
Why haven't I seen you in the high-stakes room recently?
New wife, new laws.
What number wife are you on now?
Only my 4th.
I neared the table, not wanting to partake in small talk. The dealer pointed me to the end corner of the table. The woman with the beverage cart came over and asked for my order. Her satin black hair stood out against her white dress shirt. Side Pot sat next to me and eyed the woman appreciatively. Just water, please, I said, hoping Side Pot didn't make a move on her, especially after acquiring wife number 4.
And for you, sir?
What are you offering?
He asked, making my skin crawl. I could only imagine what she had to go through on a daily basis, let alone with men who were clearly only after one thing.
I can make almost anything.
His gaze drifted along her.
I bet you can. You look familiar.
She ducked her head.
I've served you drinks before.
Did you serve me anything else?
I pretended to stretch, elbowing him in the ribs. Side Pot groaned and then said,
I'll take a whiskey, neat.
Are you sure you want a drink at the final table when you're playing against Caleb? I asked him.
Takes the edge off.
Taking the edge off a knife makes it dull,
Caleb said, as he sat across the table from me.
Don't worry. You might have more luck than the average person, but you're not infallible.
Care to make it interesting?
Caleb asked with a twinkle in his eyes. I leveled him with a stern gaze. Now was not the time for side wagers. But that would be like telling Caleb not to be himself. He was the king of side wagers.
I'm listening,
Side Pot said.
Loser has to do something embarrassing. Winner's choice.
Side Pot's lips pressed together, but he nodded.
Deal. Anyone else want in on this?
I shook my head since I would ultimately be the loser.
We're on in 5.
A cameraman said. The remaining players sat. I recognized most of them as being on the poker circuit. They were the players that frequented final tables or the high-stakes room. To find myself at the final table with any of them, including Caleb, meant that I was either improving my game or I had a streak of luck. There was only one person I didn't recognize. He sat on the other side of me.
Good luck,
he said. His blue eyes crinkled at the corners when he smiled at me. Between his styled hair and clothing that looked like it was selected by Tiffany, I knew he had money. Good luck to you, too.
Thanks. I've never been at a final table before.
Congrats on making it.
I'm Ezra, by the way.
Nadia.
You're married to Caleb, right?
I nodded.
I've always wanted to be at a table with him. I entered the tournament because of him. Eventually, I want to play at his level.
You must be pretty good already. You were invited to the tournament and are at the final table. He shrugged.
They only invited me because I'm a sponsor. Luck got me to the final table.
He glanced around him.
I didn't expect the final table to be so secure.
I gave a nod, not wanting to get into the reason. I wasn't sure if it had been explained to the other players, and I didn't want to make him nervous.
I guess they had to secure the room, especially with all the deaths.
Did you know any of the people? I asked. He nodded.
I've played poker with Jack before.
Since I had been with Jack at the tournament table, I knew for sure Ezra didn't play him then. It must have been at a different time. When did you play Jack?
A private game. Jack was there. So was Blondie.
You knew Blondie? He nodded.
Not well, but I've seen her at parties.
If Ezra moved in the same social circles, he might know something about their deaths. Or maybe he was the killer. I inched closer to Sidepot. Does that mean you know Pike as well? I asked.
Name doesn't sound familiar.
What about Paula Wilk?
Sounds familiar. Wasn't she on the news recently?
She died. He frowned.
So many deaths. I guess that's Sin City for you.
1 minute.
The camera guy said.
Here we go.
Ezra said, nervously wiping his hands along his thighs. Do you know who Blondie and Jack worked for? I asked softly.
No, but at parties there was always a woman not too far away from Blondie. I think they worked together.
A woman? He nodded.
Pretty.
I hurried to send a text to Maya, hoping she could look through Blondie's social media for a picture of the other woman. I then tucked the phone under my leg as the camera guy counted down.
In 5, 4, 3.
He gave the dealer the cue. The first hand was dealt. Barely glancing at my hand, I saw it was a low offsuit. When it was my turn, I shoved all in and then sat back, waiting for Caleb to call. He knew I'd go in on the first hand if they were bad cards. He called and we flipped over our cards. His only helpful card was an ace. Worst case scenario, he would win with a high card. However, I made a pair on the flop. Damn. He still had time to win. The river always changed fortunes. But not this time. I won with a pair of threes. The chips were shoved to me. Caleb still had more chips than I did, so he wasn't knocked out. Still, it annoyed me. Every time I wanted to quit the game, that's when luck was on my side. If I attempted to play in earnest, that's when I'd lose. With a new plan to play like I meant to win, I waited for the next hand. Pair of kings. Perfect. I raised the pot and waited as the dealer turned over the cards. No kings, but I still had a decent pair. It was only me and one other player by the time the river was dealt. The new cards didn't help me, but the guy grinned and turned over 2 tens. A third 10 was displayed on the table, giving him a 3 of a kind. He won, and the chips were shoved to him. Perfect. I just needed to keep this up, and I'd be out of here. However, after an hour of me winning and losing, my chip stack remained exactly the same.
Break.
The cameraman called after a hand ended.
Take 5.
Those who needed to use the restroom were escorted out by a guard. Caleb and I remained inside the room, having agreed to only take sips of beverages to reduce the amount of time out of the room. Sidepot struck up a conversation with Caleb, and Ezra left to use the restroom. With a few minutes to myself, I peeked at my phone and found a message from Maya. She sent pictures of a woman who appeared behind or near Blondie. The woman's short hair was as dark as a raven's feather. Her makeup was dark as well, giving her the appearance of being a fashionable mistress of the night. Looking off to the side, her gaze was laser-focused. I scrolled over to find what she was looking at so intently. My finger still at Caleb's image. He was in the background, nearly unnoticeable. When had this picture been taken? Had Caleb met Blondie before, or was this just a case of being at the same place at the same time? The one thing I knew was that the raven-haired woman only had eyes for Caleb. Since Caleb was still in conversation with Sidepot, I crossed over to him and placed my hand on his shoulder. "Sorry, Sidepot," I said. "I need my husband for a second."
Still in the honeymoon stage, huh? That's the best part. It all ends, though.
He headed over to the beverage cart. The woman smiled at Sidepot, but then peeked over at Caleb. Was there no woman immune to Caleb? Showing Caleb the picture, I asked, "Do you know this woman?"
No, should I?
"You're in the picture," I said, zooming in so he could see. He took the phone.
I don't remember this. Must have been a while ago.
"This woman has been in pictures with Blondie."
Is she significant?
"I'm not sure. The guy sitting next to me told me about her, just that she was always around Blondie. I had Maya check Blondie's social media pages again, and she found this woman in several photos." Caleb frowned.
I wish I could remember, but
He zoomed into the woman's face.
there is something familiar about her.
"What about her is familiar?"
1 minute.
the camera guy announced.
Players take their seats.
I don't know what's familiar.
Caleb said, handing my phone back.
I feel like I've seen her before, but something isn't right.
"Let me know if you remember," I said, and then whispered, "I'm going to go all in again. Call it." He gave a nod, and we returned to our seats. Ezra took a drink from the server and then sat next to me.
Good luck again.
He said. "You too."
Thanks. I'll need it. My stack is nearly gone.
He would have to go all in when the big blind hit him. There was no way he'd survive. When I had the perfect terrible hand, I wanted to shove all in, but Ezra didn't have the stack to wipe me out. Only Caleb and Sidepot did. If I couldn't lose to Caleb, I would try to get Sidepot to go all in with me on the next horrible hand. I hated to give Sidepot more chips to use against Caleb, but I wanted to get back to Ollie. As I waited, I noticed the server watching the game, but mostly watching Caleb. Her blue gaze drifted to him more than anyone else. Not that it was unusual. Women's gazes tended to linger on him. But this was more. I could bet money that at the end of the tournament she would slip him her phone number if she hadn't already. Glancing at the cocktail napkin under his water glass, I wondered if it had her phone number. Finally, I found my opportunity to go all in against Sidepot. He eyed me, trying to see if I was bluffing. Whatever he saw, he decided to take a chance. He pushed all in. So did Caleb. Damn. We turned over our cards. Caleb had pocket aces. Sidepot had a king and queen of diamonds. I only had a 4 and 5 offsuit. I was set up to fail, but now that Caleb was in the hand, I didn't know what to expect. A king, jack, and 4 came on the flop. That helped Sidepot, and it gave me a small pair. Nothing to worry about. The turn was a 10. Sidepot had a possibility of getting a straight and beating Caleb. The river would decide who won. The dealer turned over the card. A 4. I stared in horror at it. I won. Again. The chips were shoved to me. Caleb gave me a small wink, indicating he would bail on the next hand. He'd watch Ollie. With a deep breath, I stacked the chips as the next hand was dealt. I tossed the hand away. However, Sidepot wiped out Caleb. Not only did Caleb lose the tournament, but he lost the side wager as well. Sidepot would not go easy on him. Caleb patted Side Pod on the shoulder as he stood and went to the back of the room with Remy. Out of the corner of my eye, I saw the server leave her post by the cart. She was going to make her move on Caleb. Continuing to stack the mountain of chips, I watched as she sauntered over to him, running her hair over her shoulder. A lock of golden hair clashed against the black. She was wearing a wig. The golden hair was familiar, but not the blue eyes. Could it be Carmela? No, she was dead. But Carmela had worn wigs. She also changed her eye color. She made herself to look like me. What if she was the woman in the picture? I pulled out my phone and studied the woman. The makeup hid a lot, but not everything. Not the laser gaze that stared at Caleb. It was Carmela. I was sure of it, which meant she wasn't dead. She faked her death. But why? Like a chameleon, Carmela changed into whoever she needed to be. Carmela was at the casino when Jack died. She could have killed him and ordered Blondie's abduction. Her own death. What was the purpose if only to make herself disappear? Did things get too hot for her after Jack's death? And if she could take on other personas, who else had she disguised herself as? I flipped to the picture of fake Paula on the news. The red-haired woman had the same shaped face. Carmela.
Can I call a timer?
A player asked.
Nadia, it's your turn.
Fold. Tossing my hand away, I looked over to find Carmela off to the side of Caleb as he spoke to Remy. She glanced back at me, her gaze colliding with mine. A knowing little smile slipped onto her lips. Right then, I knew she was behind everything. Carmela was the one who sent the message. She was the one who was going all in. For Caleb. Slipping her hand along her thigh, her skirt hitched up, revealing a flash of metal. I shoved from the table and sprinted over as her hand clasped around the gun. Instead of pointing it at Caleb, she turned it at me. With a smirk, she targeted me, and I realized I played right into her hand. She pulled the trigger, the sound deafening in the small room. Glee blazed in her eyes as the bullet found its mark. Pain. Heat. Falling. Everything became still in that moment, as if I was viewing the world through an old camera as it clicked open and closed. Caleb's confused expression turned to dread. Remy launched at Carmela. She turned her gun on Caleb. Another shot. I hit the floor and cried out as pain tore through me. I had to get to Caleb. I had to. A hand pressed down on my shoulder. The agony of it stole my breath.
Stay still.
I couldn't focus on whoever leaned over me, driving me into torment as they pressed hard against my shoulder. The pain intensified and the room grew dark. And then there was another shot. Chapter 19. I awoke to the sound of soft beeps. My gaze sluggishly moved around the room until I found a machine next to me.
She's awake.
It took me a moment to place the familiar voice. Maya's face came into view, and then David's.
Are you okay? Do you feel any pain? Do you need water?
Give her a moment.
David said softly.
She's heavily drugged.
Is that what was wrong with me? It was like looking at the hospital room through frosted glasses. Nothing was in focus.
Sorry. Take your time. You're safe.
Safe? Who was I safe from? As they peered down at me, I tried to remember why I was in the hospital. Something hurt. It was a detached feeling as if the pain was in a bottle, knocking on the glass to be free. If I had to pinpoint the ache, it was my shoulder. Why would my shoulder hurt? And why were Maya and David here? Where was Caleb? Ollie? Caleb?
Both are okay. Ollie is safe and Caleb is in the other room.
Other room? At the hospital? Slowly, I remembered a gun. Carmela. She had turned the gun on him. Carmela? I asked.
Dead. Ava twisted Carmela's hand right as she was going to shoot Remy. The shot killed Carmela instantly.
It was all Carmela, wasn't it? I asked. David nodded.
We figured that out once we looked at her ID. Her last name is Manticore.
That name sounded familiar. I knew it had to do with the drug ring. She's the drug manufacturer, I asked.
Only in the last month. When her husband went missing, she took over the business. They just found his body at her house. Looks like she killed him as well. And her phone has...
Maya smacked David in the arm, silencing him. What? I asked. Maya glared at David. Tell me, I said. I want to understand. Maya blew out a breath.
It's not pretty.
I want to know. When Maya gave David a nod, he said,
The pictures on her phone centered around Caleb. She was obsessed with him. Let's just say that the motive for killing her husband had nothing to do with the business. Even giving her the formula wouldn't have been enough for her. Ultimately, her main target was Caleb.
But he's okay.
David nodded.
Even at close range, her aim was horrible and the gun was small.
Thank goodness for that. Why did she kill Jack and the others?
Once we knew who we were dealing with, Grayson did some digging.
David said.
Manticore was falling apart after Carmela killed her husband. Jack was going to go to a different dealer with his formula. Carmela killed him when she found out. She didn't know Jack gave you the formula until it was too late. She then ordered Blondie to get it. When Blondie failed, she killed her as well. Then it got a little too hot for her with so many people dying. To throw everyone off her scent, she staged her own death.
And Pike?
An uprising that went bad. After that, I think Carmela realized she was on the losing side of the battle.
And then she went all in, I said. David nodded.
But she's gone. You don't have to think about her again. And you'll be out of here in a day or two.
Or 3, don't rush it.
Where's Ollie?
He's with Mark and Frankie.
When my eyes widened, she said,
Don't worry. I'm going to check on Ollie right after I leave, but Mark is so good with Ollie. And if he's not, I already warned Mark that I'm going to swoop in and take Ollie.
That made me feel a little better. It's not like I didn't trust Mark, but he was also the guy who had more outfits for Gus than I had for myself. I worried I wouldn't recognize my baby when I finally saw him. However, sleep called, lulling me. My eyelids closed. But before I fell asleep, I heard Maya say,
I'm so glad she didn't ask about the other thing.
What other thing? I couldn't rouse myself to ask. It only took 2 days, and both Caleb and I were released at the same time. We were given orders not to hold anything more than 5 pounds until the wounds healed. Considering Ollie weighed over that, we were concerned.
We'll figure it out,
Caleb said as they wheeled us to the door. Figure it out? We have a baby we can't lift.
You have a good arm and I have a good arm. Together we make a whole person.
I narrowed my eyes at him. That's not how it works. He winked, letting me know he still had a sense of humor after everything. Who is picking us up? I asked when we neared the front door. I didn't have to wonder for long. An old white school bus hogged the entire front entryway. Neon lights flickered in the windows. The door cranked open and a rounded man in his 50s lumbered out. His tuxedo-printed t-shirt stretched around him.
The love bus is here,
Larry announced.
A ticket for 2 to paradise awaits. The generosity of the tip determines the amount of potholes I find.
The thought of potholes jostling my shoulder had my teeth clenching.
We'll be generous.
Excellent.
Larry rubbed his hands together like a praying mantis. Larry, why are you here? Couldn't anyone else pick us up?
Everyone is busy and I'm doing rounds anyway.
Rounds? I winced, knowing he was going to stuff the bus with drunk men and women who may or may not know each other and bring them to get hitched, which made me wonder about Ollie. Who was watching him if Mark and Frankie were busy with the chapel? And why was everyone too busy to pick up wounded friends? I'll pay your commission if you take us straight home, I said, knowing we would need our car to pick up Ollie.
Double commission on a full bus.
Deal.
I want payment up front.
I took out my phone and transferred the money. Once he verified it, he grinned and then waved us onto the bus. Groaning as I forced my stiff body to move, I said, I paid extra for the no pothole drive.
Your wish is my command.
Once Caleb and I were on the bus, he closed the door and chugged out of the hospital parking lot. I leaned against Caleb's good shoulder. Kissing me on the top of my head, Caleb said,
We'll be home soon.
When his phone rang, I grudgingly sat upright so he could answer the phone.
Jessica.
He said when he saw the caller ID. He pressed to answer.
Hey, is the...
He held the phone away from his ear. All I heard was a lot of rage. Side pot and side wager were yelled a few times.
It's not a big deal,
Caleb said to his enraged manager. Apparently to Jessica, who always strove to maintain Caleb's appearance, it was a big deal. Caleb winced as she continued to shout.
Jessica, what will make this better? I'll do whatever it takes to stop the abuse on my ear.
When she finally stopped yelling, he pressed his ear to the phone and then winced again.
Yeah, go ahead and book it.
When he ended the call, I asked, What is she signing you up for?
A tour.
Tour?
Appearances at casinos around the States. She's been hounding me to do it for years. Don't worry, I'll make sure it's a short tour so I'm not gone too long.
He was going to leave me in bad luck Vegas? That did not sit well with me. By the time we reached home, I decided there was no way he could leave without me. We'd pack up Ollie and go on the tour after we were healed enough to hold him on our own. However, when Larry pulled in front of our house, my thoughts nosedived. What is going on? I asked, seeing the cars surrounding the house. I recognized some of them, but there was also a plumbing repair truck and a white van. Maybe they got someone to fix the laundry pipe. Muffin said it was broken.
She turned the water off, right?
She said she did. We glanced at each other before we exited the bus. Dread filled me, knowing Muffin had a tendency to say one thing and do something else. Maya walked out of the front door with a filled garbage bag. She halted when she saw us.
You're home already? But you were supposed to go to the chapel first. Larry.
Larry closed the bus door and floored it, leaving a cloud of exhaust.
I gave him a huge tip so he didn't bring you here,
Maya complained. I gave him double commission to bring us home, I said.
Well, that explains it,
she said with a frown.
I was hoping to spare you from this until after cleanup.
Spare us from what?
When David and I came to pack a bag for Ollie, we discovered your house was flooded.
Flooded? How bad?
Maya winced.
Water poured out of the door as soon as we opened it. We called for service right away and turned off the water. But because it sat so long with the water running, there is too much damage. They are gutting it now so it doesn't start to mold.
Muffin said she turned off the water. Maya shrugged.
I don't know what happened. Maybe she turned the knob the wrong way.
She would have known. Water would have been gushing out. Was this her revenge for firing her and kicking her out?
Thank you for taking care of this, Maya. Did the contractors say how long it would take to get the house back in order?
When she winced again, I knew we wouldn't see the inside of our house for months. We were homeless again.
Mark and Frankie already offered for you to stay at their house. And you're more than welcome at ours. Even Grayson said they have enough room at the bed and breakfast.
Thank you, I said. But Caleb is going on tour, so this is the perfect opportunity to leave. Maybe I can find a nanny who can travel with us until we can lift the baby.
Nanny? I can travel. I can drive too.
I knew that voice, the voice I dreaded. Muffin. Turning too quickly, I had to hold on to Caleb as I steadied myself.
Remember, you're injured. You'll hurt yourself more than you'll hurt her.
What's wrong, Nora?
Muffin asked.
Looks like you got a little banged up. I'll take Ollie for you. I've already got a baby seat. Might need a little scrubbing. There was a dead raccoon in there when I found it.
I lunged toward Muffin, but Caleb wrapped his good arm around me and held me in place.
Muffin, you might want to leave,
Maya said as my vision turned murderous.
Why? They need me.
Need you. You ruined our house. I freed myself from Caleb's grasp, not caring I hurt myself while doing so. Seeing my rage, Muffin ducked into her car and squealed away. I chased her for a block, but even with her rattly car, I couldn't keep up. Footsteps sounded behind me, and an arm wrapped around me, bringing me into a solid chest.
She's gone.
And so is our house.
I'll call Jessica and bump up the tour. Tonight we'll stay with Frankie and Mark, and then we'll be out of here. I promise, kitten.
I leaned against Caleb, knowing he would take care of everything. He always kept his promises.
The best part is that we don't have to pack.
He teased. Too soon.
Sorry, kitten.
Before we left for the tour, Caleb had to make good on his side wager. Even dressed in Mark's cropped tank top that sparkled with hundreds of sequins and the cut-off jeans that revealed a lot of leg, Caleb somehow pulled it off. A large sign sat next to him announcing, "I lost a bet. Side pot is a god. Free lap dances."
He is like a walking aphrodisiac,
Mark said, as we watched Caleb keep his boyish humor while doling out silly lap dances to all who sat at the bench next to the sign. Even as a bachelorette party mobbed him, he had them giggling with his ridiculous moves. Sidepot stood off to the side, heckling Caleb and taking so many videos and pictures I thought his phone would melt at some point. Jessica blocked Sidepot as much as she could, but eventually she gave up and stood off to the side with a hard expression that terrified me a little. Mark nudged me after he had an adequate amount of time to ogle Caleb. I glanced over to find he was holding his phone. A picture of Frankie in his Elvis costume and carrying Ollie dressed as a mini Elvis had me smiling. I knew neither of you could resist dressing him up. I was only gone a couple of days. How many characters did you manage? Mark smirked and swiped to the next photo of him as Tarzan and Ollie as a monkey, then one of Mark as a prince, Frankie as a princess, and Ollie as an adorable frog. "He's so cute," I gushed.
This is the one that got Frankie. He agreed.
I glanced up at Mark. Agreed?
We're going to have our own little tadpole.
Congratulations. I suppose you will have to find a surrogate.
Already found one. Maya said she would do it. I didn't even have to ask. When she heard Frankie was on board, she offered.
That makes me happy, I said. Mark touched his heart.
Me too.
When Caleb and I were finally on our way out of the city, I blew out a relieved breath as the Vegas lights were only a haze in the distance. The RV we rented was spacious enough for us, Ollie, and our nanny, who would be helping us for 2 weeks. While I was happy to be out of the city, I was sure the next 2 weeks would be brutal, but Caleb promised me it would be worth the headache. He winked at me from the driver's seat and then said,
I think I smell something. Nanny, can you check Ollie's diaper?
Fine,
she said. It was 2 seconds later that we heard,
Dear Lord, what did you feed him?
Caleb and I laughed. I turned from the passenger seat to watch Jessica attempt to change Ollie. She gagged, her whole body heaving at the stench. As she dabbed at his bottom like one would dab a dainty napkin to their mouth at a tea party, Ollie peed. His aim was true, and the warm fountain hit her in the forehead. Her squeal was everything I'd hoped it would be. I turned back to Caleb. You're right, this will be fun. This has been Under the Gun, written by Nicolette Pierce. Digitally narrated with full cast of voices. Copyright 2023 by Nicolette Pierce. Production copyright 2025 by Pierced Heart Publishing.